BBC Bristol, BBC Somerset, take your pick. It's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, very good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. And it's wonderful to be here at the Utilita Bowl again with this magnificent view that we've got of the pitch through some rather grubby glass. But no, it is, seriously, it is good to be down here and should be a good game of cricket.
Let's hope so. Hampshire won the toss, elected to bat, as I mentioned. As you're the away side, I'll let you go through your own team's changes there, Anthony.
Well, there are 4 changes from the side that started at Chelmsford a week ago. First of all, the 2 injury subs. So that's Will Smead in for Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who damaged his thumb, and Archie Vaughan is in for Lewis Goldsworthy, who had a hamstring problem. And in addition to those 2, Lewis Gregory returns for his first game of the season, recovered from a chest injury. He's in place of Josh Shaw. And Alfie Ogborn, the young left-arm seam bowler, is in for and it'll be interesting to see how he goes here today and to compare him with his former young Somerset fast bowler, Sonny Baker.
Yes, Sonny Baker playing against his former county. So Hampshire are, Toby Albert has been brought in for Joe Weatherly. Joe Weatherly's had a little bit of a difficult start to the season up top. So Albert will open with Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, Jake Lehman, captain Ben Brown and wicketkeeper Ben Mays, Liam Dawson, Cody Youssef, Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker. The 2 umpires for this game are Nigel Long and James Middlebrook. Hampshire having started the season, having lost here in 3 days against Essex and winning against Yorkshire up at Headingley. And Somerset have had a decent start, Anthony.
Yeah, a draw against Notts on a pretty dead pitch at Taunton. Honour's just about even there, but Somerset were pleased to get out of that with a draw, having lost the toss and being put in on the first morning, on a morning ideal for bowling, and being 14 for 2. And to come away with a decent draw of 13 points was very good. And then a terrific win against Essex last weekend. It's always good to beat Essex, especially at Chelmsford. And very good all-round performance. The star of the show, Craig Overton, captaining in that side. He's not captaining today because Lewis Gregory is back in, but career best 141. He bowled very well as well, taking the 2 crucial wickets on the last morning to remove the 2 set Essex batsmen and pave the way for victory. But encouraging from Tom Abel, who's batting very well, James Rue. Be interesting to see whether Somerset take the advice of the ECB and open the batting with him. I suspect not, but he's been in very good form as well. And Archie Vaughan, who will open, we think, with Josh Thomas, looked at $1 million when he was knocking off the runs that Somerset needed to beat Essex in the 4th innings.
The wicket is cut to the west side of the ground, to the right as we look. The skies are mainly overcast. Above us I can see a pocket of blue, but it's a very small pocket that's passing above us, but that won't last very long. And we are just about to get underway. It's going to be left armour Alfie Ogborn to bowl to Toby Albert, replacing Joe Weatherly, as I mentioned earlier. So first ball is very wide outside off stump. Passes harmlessly through to keeper Ben Brown. So Toby Albert into the side. Hasn't really had any form in pre-season matches so far. Played 10 matches last year, averaged 20, so you can perhaps understand why he didn't start the season. But the last time he opened the batting, he batted in the 2024 season, opening the batting, and he averaged 32. And his last match where he opened, he got 77 against Somerset at Taunton in the last game of the season. That was 2 seasons ago. Here's Ogborn, runs away from us and bowls. That's full, and Albert digs that one out and pushes that up to mid-off.
Yeah, Alfie Ogborn, be interesting to see whether he can get the late swing that he produced, not in his first spell against Notts, but in his second spell when he removed the 2 set batsmen in the space of an over, Carl Verena and Joe Clark. One LBW, Verena, and the other bowled with late swing, the left arm seam bowler's classic weapon.
Very true. Plenty of ways you can pick us up. We're on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, which is going back to the Somerset Cricket website as Ogbourne runs in and bowls to Albert. And that's, again, very wide outside of off stump. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on Sports Extra 2 all day today. And I think there's a smart speaker in there somewhere. I haven't been told officially, but I think if you try it and just say, play Hampshire versus Somerset, I'm sure something will come out. But we haven't been told that officially. First email of the morning from Terry Owen, who's got in before Steve Clark. Now Steve has actually emailed, but he'll be very annoyed that he's been beaten once more. We got one email and I think one X-feed message way to get in touch with us. Again, that's wide outside the off stump, and Albert doesn't have to play. So hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, and for Anthony,
@AntGib on Twitter.
There we are. So Terry Owen says, just wondering when you're commentating with Anthony, you bet on the time that Anthony gets his first Steve Pittard reference.
I've got a whole file of Steve Pittard.
And it's a very big file as well. Yeah. So he's mentioned Steve Pittard and we are in the first over. Good mate of yours, we know, and supplies you with lots of stuff. Ogbourne in again. He's got 4 slips weight in. That's a little closer. Good carry through to the keeper, but again, Albert doesn't have to play.
Yeah, he's not got his line right in this over. With the new ball, you've got to make the batsman play in order to take advantage of the swing and the hardness, the extra bounce that it provides. Four slips: Tom Abel, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory and Archie Vaughan as Ogbourne bowls. And this is driven and, well, it's angled away down to the wide third man boundary. It was a wide delivery from Archie Vaughan, pitched right up, full toss, and angled away for the first runs to Toby Albert, off the mark with that 4 after 1 over. Hampshire 4 without loss.
Okay, now we're all right on the picture feed, but I'm just going to do some clever plugging. So Anthony, I'm just going to let you take over for a minute, if that's all right.
That's absolutely fine. It's a cloudy morning, but quite pleasant. It's not too cold, mercifully. We're in our camera gantry towards the top of the hotel, opposite the pavilion here at the Utilita Bowl. Same slip configuration, which suggests that Jake Ball is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end rather than Craig Overton. Jake Ball had bowled well up at Chelmsford, as well as I've seen him bowl for Somerset in red ball cricket. He's bowling to Nick Gubbins. They're in bowls, and Gubbins turns this away down to long leg, where Alfie Ogbourne will field. The pitch has got just a touch of green about it. It's mostly straw coloured. Looks like a pretty good batting deck. 2 umpires, James Middlebrook at the far end and Nigel Long, I think it is, at our hotel end. Field is just changing places. Jack Leach going to mid-on. His ball in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Albert. Fielded by Will Smead from by the square leg umpire. Will Smead starting his first game of first class cricket. Technically it's his second, as he came in as an injury replacement at Chelmsford and got 39. Ball in and bowls, and this is playing around his front pad, Toby Albert, but perfectly safely up to Jack Leach. We've got The four slips, as I say, backward point. That's Tom Lammonby. Smeed by the square leg umpire. Decent crowd. Hard to say how many because it's such a big ground and they're scattered all around it. Ball bowls and Albert defends. Hampshire's attendances in county championship cricket very similar to Somerset. I think last year, according to Wisden, 28,500 spectators for county championship cricket here at the Utilita Bowl, compared with about 29,500 at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. This is turned into the offside and there's a single there as it's fielded at backward point by Tom Lammonby. Score moves on to 6 without loss, 5 of those to Albert, 1 to Nick Gubbins. I think the forecast for the rest of the day is pretty good. There is supposed to be a cold front coming through, but I'm not sure it's going to produce much rain this far south. Ball in and bowls. This is turned into the onside. They think about a single, but it's not there as Lammonby again fields at mid-wicket to the left-hander. End of the second over, 6 without loss. 2 runs from that Jake ball over. No sign of any great difficulty for either of these Hampshire batsmen just yet. No false shots have been played. No playing and missing. Not much sign from our angle at any rate of swing or seam, Kevin.
No, it doesn't seem a lot, does there really? I mean, there is a tinge of green on the surface, certainly not totally white, as you'll see on the picture feed, and that's exactly what we're looking at as well. But yeah, at the moment, perhaps direction not quite exactly right. So we've had 2 overs, Hampshire 6 without loss, and here's Ogborn, left arm over, runs in once more past the umpire and bowls, and driving and missing is Toby Albert. Ball angled across him. And Stephen Clark, who did email just a few minutes ago, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, just watching that again. Well, just probably did nip away a fraction on the angle as well. Steve Clark says, good morning, am I the first today? No, Steve. We've probably ruined his day, because he likes to be the first. So he's probably already up in that executive box at the far end of the ground and moping around already. As Ogborn comes in again. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first, and behind that length ball is Toby Albert. How's Ogborn started the season then, Anthony?
He bowled very well in parts against Notts. He didn't play last weekend against Essex, he was rested. But as I was saying, in his second spell, with the second new ball against Notts, he got Joe Clark and Carl Verena in the same over with balls that swung in late. And that was something that he hadn't produced in his first spell, because he told me afterwards he was trying to bowl too fast. Just needs to slow down his approach a bit to get it to swing.
In again, bowls, that's cut away, and it's fallen just short of the slip fielder. That's a good stop. Is that Lewis Gregory there?
Third slip, yeah.
Stop. Didn't come anywhere near at the middle of the bat. Fortunately, it wasn't in the air, but that's gone very quickly. And a good stop indeed from the returning Lewis Gregory. What was his injury?
Chest injury.
Chest?
I think it was a muscle strain or something.
Oh, right. Okay.
Chest muscle rather than anything else.
Well, there's a little bit more blue above us, but still predominantly cloud. It's nicely played through mid-wicket, Toby Albert. That's nicely timed, and that might win the race, the ball, and it does. Nice clip off his toes. Brings 4 runs to Toby Albert and takes Hampshire on to 10 without loss.
Got his line wrong and his length there.
A little too full, wasn't it? So Hampshire made just the one change, just to remind you, having won the toss, elected to bat first. No Joe Weatherly, who's couple of games have been a little tough on him at the up top, so Toby Albert in, and Somerset with several changes from their last team because they used 2 injury substitutions. That's again good carry through to keeper James Roux.
It was a dead heat between Somerset and Yorkshire for the first team to have
It
2
was.
injury replacements.
Was it 8 in total in the 2 rounds, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
One of which would have been a change anyway because of the concussion rules, but the other 7 have really come about because of the new ruling just before the start of the season.
Which they're now going to review after the first round of county championship matches.
And they have to, don't they, really? They can't carry on like this, really. As Ogbourne bowls, that's very wide again, and that's hit through square cover, and that's going for 4. Had to reach for that a little bit, Toby Albert, but he was in control of the shot. And I think that ball's run down the tunnel area, looking at a couple of the grounds people who have suddenly turned and disappeared into that vicinity. Just watching this again. Very wide delivery. Toby Albert's got in a good position, head gone in a good position there. 14 without loss.
Yeah, not a good start really by Alfie Ogbourne. He's very promising. Born in Yeovil, so he's very much a local boy. And very popular already with the Taunton crowd. We've really taken him to their hearts. Somerset seam attack, a mixture of youth and experience. Ogbourne the youth, and here comes the experience in the shape of Jake Ball in bowls. Oh, good carry through to James Roux on that occasion, but outside the off stump, and Gubbins has nothing to do with it.
Yes, a good bowler, Jake Ball. And he played 3 championship matches last year, I noticed. Was that injury?
He couldn't get in the side.
Ooh.
And he was out on loan. He went on 2 loans. He went to Kent early season, and then he played a game for Durham and got 5 wickets for them. He's in and bowls now outside the off stump, and no shot from Gubbins. But as I was saying, he looked as good as I've seen him for Somerset against Essex last weekend. His first class record for Somerset. He's taken 27 wickets at 33.4, which is okay. The sun is trying to break through as Ball is in and bowls, and there's a single here for Gubbins as Lammonby moves to his right at mid-off. Score on to 15 without loss. And it's been pretty untroubled progress so far.
Yeah, well, so far it looks a pretty decent pitch, doesn't it? There hasn't been too much encouragement for the bowlers. Not sure Ogbourne's quite got enough in the right areas yet, but maybe once that lacquer comes off the ball, we might see some swing. But at the moment, yeah.
His ball into Albert, who's beaten by that one. Well, spoke too soon. That one maybe didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. It nipped back. I think probably came past the inside edge. He goes down and gives the pitch a prod. First ball really that's misbehaved. What was the pitch like against for the game against Essex?
It was okay. We were just outplayed.
Ball in and bowls. This is on leg stump, and Albert looking to run it down to fine leg. Takes him on the pad, picked up by James Roux.
It's one of those peculiarities, isn't it? Because they looked an awesome side against us, and then I'm not saying they didn't play well against you guys, but
Didn't bat very well.
they're not. No, whereas actually they look particularly strong in the batting department here, and I don't think we bowled that badly, really.
Ball in bowls. This is driven away through the offside. Handsome shot from Toby Albert. Shot of the morning so far. Brings in 4 runs, takes the score on to 19. He's got 17 of them, and we've had 4 overs.
Stephen Clark is back on the emails, clearly smarting from not being the first one this morning. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, apologies to all who spot me today due to a wardrobe malfunction. I may be seen in a fluorescent green Southern Brave hoodie. That's old hat now. You see, Southern Brave will be playing in blue this year, so immediately that's out of date. While the shop sort out my problem, says Steve. My sincere apologies to all. After the fabulous win, see, they probably can't get rid of those anymore, so they've given you that green hoodie. After the fabulous win at Headingley, it would be wonderful to make it back-to-back wins. I've noticed that not only does a win improve my mood, but also brightens up the air. Or you also brighten up the air, he says. Well, that's very kind. Hampshire Cricket Heritage are holding their book sale in the shop. As Ogborne runs in to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. I think this is the first deliveries bowled to Gubbins. Gubbins is forward, going to take a quick single. That's good running out into the covers. 20 without loss. I believe that Dave Allen is there to sign copies of his new book detailing the year that Portsmouth became a city and Hampshire County Cricket Club's part in it. Yes, you have already ruined my day by not being the first to email. There we go. That wasn't me that ruined it. Anyway. So Ogborne, start of his third over, none for 13. 20 without loss. Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first. Third round of championship fixtures. There's not so many this week, Anthony. I think there's 2 games in the first division, 2 in the second. That's all there is this week. Ogborne bowls. That's wide.
That must be a wide, surely.
It's getting close, isn't it? He's not got any swing as Ogborne here.
No.
So it's all going across the right-hander, so he does need to tighten up a little bit with that line.
Fred Rumsey told me he used to get swing, another great left-arm fast bowler, swing by holding the ball right in the ends of his fingers. That was the key for Fred.
Yeah, there's various ways to do it, but generally the wrist position behind the ball helps. Yeah, and the fingers and all sorts of things. It's worth trying sometimes when it doesn't quite work. That's straighter. Whipped off his legs by Albert down to deep backward square leg as the sun gets a little stronger for the moment. And the total for Hampshire moves on to 21 without loss. Richard Millgate, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says it'd be great if there was a live text feed on the live picture feed, so us fans could chat away to each other. Apparently Yorkshire had one last week and they enjoyed it. So that's something I'm sure Hampshire will look into at some point. I don't know if you've got that down in Somerset, but clearly not here yet.
So.
No. Right, so it's Ogborne to Gubbins. Gubbins pushes up to mid-on. It's fielded by Jake Ball. And there is no run. Optimism this year, that even after with this good start, Anthony, that this year might be the year?
I think it's the bowling attack that doesn't look quite strong enough. It's hard to see this attack taking 20 wickets on good surfaces. Although, having said that, that's what they did at Chelmsford last weekend.
Gubbins drives, thickish, or certainly the inside half of the bat as he comes back for 2. I have to hurry here. Goes to the bowler's end. It was Albert that had to hurry in the end, but he's safely home. Should move on to 23 without loss. So you've lost Josh Davey.
We've lost several seam bowlers. Ben Green's gone to Leicestershire. Casey Aldridge has gone to Durham. Josh Davey has also gone to Leicestershire. And Sean Dixon to Glamorgan, although he's not a fast bowler, obviously. But
lost a few.
Yeah. But they're all for good reasons.
Yeah, sure. The thing is, when you guys have been a good side for a while now in lots of formats, that it's difficult to give everybody the game time they want. As Ogborne comes in again, and that's on the line of leg stump, and Gubbins works that away again behind square on the leg side, but this time it's only 2. And the total moves on to 24 without loss. So we have a first change of the day.
By all means.
Thank you, Anthony. Short and sweet. He'll disappear for a little while and we'll be back again. And I'm joined by Michael Carberry, former Hampshire and England opening left-handed batter. There's a bit more blue sky above us, which is good. I think the worst part of the day was actually this morning. I think as we go through the day, it will get better and better. So if it's good now, then it should be better as we move along through the day. Morning, Mr. Carberry.
Good morning, Kev. Good morning, everybody.
It's good
nice to be back.
Yeah, nice to have you around, as always, as Jake Ball comes in from that pavilion end, around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, who defends, and it goes out behind square on the offside. Looks a good pitch at the moment.
Yeah, I would say so. I think more to the point, I think I've been really impressed with the intent of the Hampshire batters so far. They've really punished anything fractionally loose. Not really allowed Somerset to settle in, which is good to see. Obviously some confidence from the last game is flowing through the team. It's always nice to get a win.
Yes, they looked a little short on confidence the first game, but yeah, last week was a good performance. Gubbins quick single out into the covers, and he moves on to 7, and Hampshire 25 without loss.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, as a pitch, yeah, I mean it's almost a little bit of an optical illusion here, seeing a bit of green. I think, you know, we know here if you bowl well, there's always a little bit of something in it, but equally, if you can bat nicely up until lunch with wickets in hand, it's a lovely place to bat.
So I think about 1 ball, maybe 2 balls have got past the outside edge, but that's about all. As ball switches to over the wicket to the right-hander Albert, gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away on the leg side. Maybe a little bit high was my first thought, amongst other things. Shout out there in the middle. So an interesting, Michael, from an opening bat point of view, of course, which you were perfectly placed. Joe Weatherly, 2 games, having been decided upon that he was the opener to start the season off, and he's been given two games. Here's ball again. That's close to the off stump, but it's a good lead.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit rough. I think because if you understand opening the batting, you know that the first month of the season is going to be hard work, and there'll be some batters who get in, and unfortunately some batters who don't get in. But I've always maintained that, you know, you look at the overall season. I think how many times when Joe Weatherly gets in, does he go on and make hay?
Ball in again. Albert drives up to wideish mid-off, no run.
And also you got to factor in the ways he's getting out, which by the looks of it, there's been a couple of good balls in there, which can happen. I think it was a little bit rough, if I'll be honest. I think I would like to see. I think it's a big season for someone like him. You know, he's at the kind of age now where he should be coming into his prime as a player. I'm not sure how much you can gather from just 2 games.
Here's ball again from the pavilion end. Albert's on the back foot, works it up to mid-on, end of the over, 25 without loss.
And I suppose the other risk you run as well is you end up now sort of putting in a makeshift, someone who probably bats more in the middle order to try and fill that hole, because it is a specialist position. You have to want to do the job. So it's, I don't know. I just think for me it just feels a little bit premature. I would maybe at least half the season. Let's see, you know, as the summer wears on and the pitches get a little bit better. I think that's a better place to make a decision. But 2 games in, I think it's a little stiff.
Tough calls, isn't it? As a head coach, I mean, this is, you know, that's what they're paid to do and brought in to do. It's a tough old job at times.
Yeah, absolutely. As Ogborn, the left armour, makes his way into the crease to Gubbins, and that one just sliding down the leg side, bit of an appeal, more in hope than
yeah.
But I just feel as I say, it's a little bit rough decision. I think you've got to give players a bit of a chance, especially in light of the job that they do, which we all know, opening the bat in England in April, May, it's hard work. Have to be some allowances. Ogborn makes his approach in again to Gubbins. That was a nice length delivery, no real swing at the moment to Gubbins, who's nicely in behind it, rehearses his stroke for no run.
And I always think that if you're on a winning side, then when you're dropped the next game, it doesn't matter how poorly you've probably played and what have you, that you know, it's all about winning. So actually be dropped from a winning side is, I always think that's a little bit even tougher, isn't it?
Yeah, I just feel you know, I need a bit more data. I need a bit more spread of how Joe Weatherly is performing. I think half a season is fair dues. You know, 7 games or so as Ogborn comes in again to Gubbins, a little bit straighter deliveries, trying to tuck that one to mid-wicket, didn't quite find the gap for no run, dot ball. Yeah, I just feel like you've got a better gauge of where someone's at mentally, technically, to then make a change. I think it can be a little bit disrupting if we're going on 2-game spreads. If the openers, you got to think now if Nick Gubbins nicks off in 2 games, is he sitting there going, well, am I going to get dropped now? And we're fragile creatures at times, us cricketers. It's sometimes another mate's selection kind of makes you think, well, I can't afford to nick off here. Osborne comes in again to Gubbins. That's a beautiful delivery. That's left in, bounced through to looked like second slip. That was a great catch. That was going at decent knots as well. Gubbins is dismissed. That was a peach of a delivery. Yeah, sort of had to try to almost withdraw the bat. Really, it wasn't really the most committed back foot defensive shot. I was a little bit unsure whether to play or leave, and he's edged it anyway. And he's gone for 7, and that's the first big blow from Somerset.
Yeah, my first thought was that's bounced a bit, but I'd love to see that again if we can get another replay on that one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sort of a back of a leg. I think as an opener, that's almost a length that you like this time of year. You can sort of sit on the back foot knowing that it does carry through here. I think you've got to be certain in your mind that you're either going to try and attack it, but I think the back foot defensive has always been a fairly tough shot here under overcast conditions. If you're, you can see he's not really committed there, is he? Sort of almost half withdrawing the bat. And that was it was a serious catch, I've got to say. That was going at a rate of knots as well.
So the first wicket down this morning. And he has got the ball through on a couple of occasions, Alfie Ogborne.
Yeah, I like the fact, I like the look of him so far. I know he's gone for a few boundaries, but what's impressed me with Ogborne, he's been prepared to pitch the ball up and look for swing. You see a lot of young bowlers, almost bowling what we call that pretty length, sort of tummy high going through to the keeper. Everyone sort of loves the sight of it, but actually it's kind of useless this time of year, allowing batsmen to have sighters. So he's been prepared to be driven and clipped. Got that one spot on. As Tom Press enters the arena.
Now he's not had a bad start to the season, Tom Prest. 8 and 55 here against Essex, and 35 and 53 up at Yorkshire.
Yeah, again, one of those new young players Hampshire are investing in, and it's going to take time. It's a working project at the moment, but again, what you want to see from these young players now is you giving them the chance. Can they now kick on and turn those 50s starts, what I call, into big runs, big hundreds, really stamp their authority on the game? So Ogborne begins his 5th ball in past the umpire to Prest, who tucks him up around the thigh pad area. It's tucked into the mid-wicket region for no run. Yeah, and I guess that's the key for Hampshire, really. This is what they're looking for over the next couple of years. Can some of these players really sort of kick on, take the club forward the next couple of years, become heavy run scorers. It's a good pitch, as good a pitch as any in the country to bat on, so there's no real excuses there. Ogborne comes in again to Press. Lovely delivery, that's pitched up. It's hitting on the pads as an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Maybe probably just sliding, I would say, perhaps, but it was a good delivery again, that fuller length, trapping Press on the crease. I'll say it looked a lot closer on second view, but the umpire is obviously closer than I am. So say another good over, and the wicket 25 for 1.
So for those of you that have just joined us, Kevin James and Michael Carberry on commentary here from Utilita Bowl, which is getting increasingly sunnier as the morning goes through. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. Nick Gubbins the first casualty as far as Hampshire are concerned. Good catch from Lewis Gregory in the slips off Alfie Ogborne for 7. Toby Albert has been brought into the side, and Joe Weatherly, who's missed out, he's 18 not out, and he's facing the next delivery from Jake Ball, and goes to play it and draws the bat at the last possible moment.
Yeah, it was a lovely delivery from Jake Ball, fullish in length. It's quite a tall man. His natural length will generally be shorter than that, but I think he's worked out on this pitch. The fuller the better. Get these Hampshire players coming forward, trying to get them to commit. He's got bowling to sort of 4 slips in fact. So a bit of swing out there at the moment.
Runs towards us. Bowls. Good lead from Toby Albert. So Hampshire come into this game in 6th position after they win at Yorkshire last week, having lost here in the first round of fixtures against Essex, and Somerset come here in 1st position, having drawn against Nottinghamshire down at Taunton and then beating Essex by 10 wickets at Chelmsford. And depending on which part of the game you want to pick from last week, they've made 2 or 4 changes. Take your pick as Albert drives and half stopped by Jake Ball on his follow-through. How are you finding this injury replacement situation, Carbs? Because we've had 8 of them in the first 2 rounds of matches.
Yeah, I think last time I was here, I think we had a little segment talking about it, and I said it was going to open a can of worms, isn't it? I mean, it's there to be abused, isn't it? And no doubt someone will abuse it. So.
Yeah, 8's rather more than maybe anybody would have expected. Albert is pushing forward to a good length ball. Only one of those 8 was purely for a concussion situation, which would have happened anyway. So we can say that 7 out of...
Yeah, and Wesley's broken finger.
Wesley here, first game. Somerset used it twice last week at Chelmsford. Yorkshire used it twice against Hampshire up at Headingley.
I think the point is, I think Steve Harmison did an interview the other day, and he said, well, it's just more the expense to the clubs as well.
This ball, Albert drives, thickish outside edge, goes out to point where it's fielded.
You know, how many like for likes do you take now? You know, it's like spare bats, isn't it?
It's very true, and of course scorecards now. You know,
yeah, good luck. Yeah.
13 players. Not just 11, and it's very easy. You know, commentators at the start of play say, "Well, 2 changes from the last game," but with Somerset, you can say, "Well, it was 2 changes from the start of the game, but actually 4 changes by the end of it." For this game, as but it's forward. Another good length ball there from Jake Ball, and that's the end of the over. Ball's completed 4 overs, has none for 8, and Hampshire having decided to bat first after winning the toss, 25 for 1.
Yeah, very good over from Jake Ball. Right on the money, testing line and length, as you'd expect from the former England man. Always been quite a good bowler, Jake Ball. Someone very, I think, underrated. I think as a bowler, I think he was maybe going back a few years was a little bit quicker than what you see now, but you kind of expect that as years roll on. But always been a top performer.
35 years old now, Jake Ball.
Yeah, baby, isn't he?
There's a couple of years left in him at least, isn't there?
Exactly. As Ogborne begins his 5th over from the Hilton end, runs in past the umpire to Prest, who's on the back foot looking for the single, and he's going to complete, and he's off the mark for a run. And I think that's what Hampshire's done well so far. The running between the wickets, I think, has been very impressive. I think they've been prepared not to get bogged down. I think that's the right way to go. If there is a bit of seam movement, a bit of bounce, you know, you want someone like Ogborne to settle in. Even though we do have now currently 2 right-handers at the crease, but obviously different heights, different statures. Albert being the taller of the 2. And Ogborne again begins his run up from the Hilton end, past the umpire, into Albert again, who sort of jams down on that one, back foot to sort of backward point gully region for no run.
Talking about 35-year-old Jake Ball, 22 years old Alfie Ogborne. Didn't play in the first game. Played in the first game against Notts. Didn't play against Essex. Got 4 wickets in the game against Notts. So today's his 5th of the season.
Yeah, he'd be a big man for Somerset this year, Jake Ball. I feel with his experience. As Ogborne begins again another delivery, and that's work to leg down to sort of squarish fine leg for a single. to Albert, who moves on to 19 of 33 balls. Yeah, you feel yeah, you need someone like his experience. You've got Lewis Gregory in your ranks as well. You know, you just feel like you need that little bit of experience. You know, Hampshire had that for a while, didn't they, with Barker and Abbott, Abbas. You know, it makes a difference knowing that you've got that experience in your bowling ranks. As Ogborn comes in again to Prest, bowls a nice delivery, just again short of a length, a little bit wider that one. No, didn't swing back. Prest leaving that one comfortably off the back foot, watching it go through to keeper James Rue.
You need a healthy mix.
Yeah, I've always believed so. I think it's always a danger when you go all young, because again, youngsters, yes, they can learn off the coach, but the coach is 500 yards away. You and I know you also learn in the middle. You know, sometimes that senior pro at mid on, mid off to tell you what delivery to bowl and what not to bowl. So Bourne comes in again to Prest, who shuffles across. Again to back of the length ball, pushing that one into mid wicket for no run. Yeah, and you know, I would have been the same coming here with the likes of John Crawley. I spent a lot of time at the crease with him, and you know, 25,000 first class runs, 50 hundreds. I mean, that's stuff you can't buy in a shop, isn't it? You know, that's that on the pitch coaching.
Do you think, seriously, do you think you benefited from people like him?
100%, yeah, without doubt. I remember even the first 100 I got for the club. I mean, I was getting slightly itchy fingers on 90, wanting to take Warwickshire down, and he just kept me calm throughout. As Ogborn comes in again to Press, who pushes that one outside off stump. But yeah, just, you know, having that calm of, I think they brought Heath Street back from one end, and he just locked in as the great man used to do. And he was, you know, I was thinking about, you know, doing something violent outside off stump, and, you know, Creepy would just wander down and give you that little smile through the chewing gum. Come on, lad, come on. 2 more overs, he's done. 1 more over, he's done. And it just settles you down, isn't it? Yeah.
So just 4 games going on in this round of championship fixtures. 2 in the first division, 2 in the second division. 27 for 1 here, whilst in the other Division 1 fixture up at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 18 for 2 against Essex as Jake Ball comes in and bowls. That's pulled away by Albert. That's a nice looking shot. Doesn't quite hit it hard, and it's misfielded at deep backward square leg, and Albert was thinking about 2. Took a couple of paces down the wicket, and that was why Michael Carberry said, ooh, because that would have been an interesting one had he kept going. Yates and Davies are the 2 batters out, and Jamie Porter has taken both wickets. Porter and Cook. A useful opening attack if ever there was one, and they were useful here, weren't they, Carbs? We saw
They
that
certainly were.
in the first round of games. Here's Jake Ball bowls, and Prest is on the back foot. And in the 2 games in Division 2, Gloucestershire are 22 for 1 against Lancashire, and Middlesex are 16 for 2 against Northamptonshire. So there's a few early wickets in the games that have been played. All those matches are on the BBC Sport website and app. Tom Press it is on just the 1. Still got some sun, but there's still quite a bit of cloud around. Prest is forward. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-on. That's actually quite good running, because that's going to the fielder's left hand, so yes. But again, I could hear that ooh from Michael Carberry. That ooh.
I'm not sure I was making it at this age, mate. That's right. Yeah, again, another sign of good intent from these Hampshire batsmen. You know, they're really trying to rotate this strike, you know, keep frustrating the Somerset bowlers.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's early days in this game. It's only 40 minutes old, but you do detect a little bit more confidence in the batting as Albert plays that quite late, goes along the ground to third slip.
Yeah, I genuinely feel that. I feel, you know, just getting some confidence, guys spending some time in the middle at Yorkshire, you know, in a very good win. I think it was much needed for the club, for the, you know, the atmosphere. You know, you don't want to really start the season with 2 losses, coming back home where you've lost your first game as well. So I think no doubt some of the guys would have benefited from just, you know, getting a run out.
That's for sure. Nice drive there from Albert, finds mid-off.
But as a squad, sometimes that's just those little tweaks adjustments you need to make as a squad. You have your team meetings now, your analysts meetings. You look where things have gone wrong, and I've felt, watching Hampshire over the last couple of years, again with a young batting group, these are the things that I think coaches now you need to keep feeding those messages in. That, look, if you're going to come up against some good bowling attacks in Div 1.
That's for sure. That's turned away nicely down to fine leg by Toby Albert. Now he's going to keep the strike. That's 10 overs gone of the Hampshire innings. They are 30 for 1, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Michael Carberry's going to stay on. He's going to come in my position, and then Anthony Gibson will come in alongside me. So Toby Albert has 21. Tom Prest has 2. The one batter out this morning after just over 25 minutes of play. Nick Gubbins, who edged Alfie Ogborne to Lewis Gregory in the slips. Anthony.
Yeah, and we're going to have a bowling change from this hotel end. Craig Overton, Big Craig, coming into the attack. Had a superb game up at Chelmsford last weekend. You must have played against Craig Overton a few times.
I have indeed, yeah, both Overtons. Yeah, very good bowler. Craig being slightly slower of the two.
Slightly less quick, I think.
He'll tell you otherwise, but
Here's Craig Overton in bowls, and Toby Albert, who's on 21, gets in behind a defensive shot. He started quickly, Toby Albert, who was on 17 about 11:15. Slowed up since then. The bowling's improved. Do you think the ball's doing a little bit more now the lacquer's come off it?
Yeah, potentially. That's just sometimes the run of things here. The lacquer tends to do a lot less, and then obviously once the bowlers start to get their own shine on it, it can swing.
Here's Overton in the bowls and floats this one up on a full length. Comes off a bit of a leading edge out into the offside where Tom Lammonby does the fielding.
I think also they just bowled a better line, Somerset. Bowled better length. I think
it's settled down, haven't they? Into a bit of a rhythm.
Absolutely. Ogborne's obviously a more attacking option. He'll generally go for a bit more runs. He's trying to pitch the ball up.
Here's Overton in bowls. Again, pitches this one right up, and again there's a leading edge out into the offside as he's looking to turn the ball towards mid-wicket. Dangerous way of playing.
Absolutely, yeah. Just got to be a little bit careful there, trying to turn that to leg. Albert got to keep that shape. Is renowned for swinging the ball. Overton, as I said, it's not got the pace of some of the other Somerset bowlers, but he'll be very accurate.
He's in again, bowls again, pitching ball right up, giving it a chance to swing. Played defensively by Toby Albert. Yeah, he was timed at Candy Ground in Taunton, where they got a speed gun. He was bowling at around about 75 miles an hour. But that was about the same pace as Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington were being timed at as well. To suggest that
so it needs recalibrating.
Yeah, exactly. Alfie Ogborne was up. He was the quickest, around about 84. This again is pitched right up and turned away into the onside, and Jake Ball will field at mid-on.
Yeah, it looks a good prospect, Ogborne, let's say. Yeah. I saw a little bit of him just on some highlights the other day, and I like the one thing that struck me. He goes full. He's not a bowler who likes to bowl that pretty length, which I think you've got to accept the risk reward. He will go for boundaries, but equally he'll catch a lot of people off guard.
Here's Overton in and bowls again, pitches this right up, and again it's played to Jake Ball at mid-on. So a maiden over from Craig Overton to get his spell underway. 30 for 1 Hampshire after winning the toss and electing to bat. And the man out is Nick Gubbins. And Somerset will be very pleased to see the back of Nick Gubbins, because against Somerset he averages 58.19 with 2 centuries and 10 50s. But it was a very good catch by Lewis Gregory at third slip, because it went like a rocket.
Absolutely.
High over his head, 2 hands, made it look very easy. Actually, it could easily have burst through his hands. It was going so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was great delivery and a great catch.
Going to have some spin. Jack Leach Is it early in the game? Does the
Little
pitch
surprising.
tend to spin here?
Not so much day one. You've got to work for your meals here as a spinner first day. More as the game wears on, going into day 3, day 4, it obviously does turn here. It gets drier if we get some good weather. But a little bit surprised. I thought Jake Ball was in a nice rhythm there. Was asking questions, especially with Press new to the crease. I would have thought he would have liked to have a little bit more of a go at the new batter, try and prize it open.
Craig Overton now the lone slip. We've got 2 short extra covers, Gregory and Abel.
So Jack Leach going to come from the pavilion end. It's into Press, and that's hit wrapped on the pad. A big appeal. Not out. The only thing I could think of, maybe it's a switch of ends, perhaps, for the seamers. Is it just a kind of one-off? It's not really attacking field, is it? No short leg, which is surprising. The ball sliding on. So Leach comes in again, past the umpire into Press, who, and that one did grip slightly. Press a little bit indecisive in his defence.
I mean, you could argue Jack Leach is Somerset's main weapon. You know, all the test matches he's played, all the wickets he's taken.
Brings his approach again into Press, who's that one's slightly shorter on the back foot. He's playing that one out to a mid-wicket region for no run. Yeah, very fine bowler, absolutely.
374 wickets for Somerset at 24.4.
Decent. So he comes in again to Press. Past the umpire. Press uses his feet, and that's a glorious shot down the pitch, back over the bowler's head, and that's gone all the way for 6. That's a terrific shot.
Great shot.
Absolutely. Wow. Talk about jumping out the bunker. That was it right there. He's not going to allow Jack Leach, England man or not. I'm going to dictate terms here. That was a fantastic shot.
Yeah. Interesting, we've got arguably the 2 best English spinners in this game, with Liam Dawson and Jack Leach.
Behave.
Well,
you're going to get me in trouble, aren't you?
Who are you going to get put ahead of them? I mean,
and I'm one of the best young batting talents in this game. Well, don't get me started on that one. But yeah.
Ball's obviously sustained some damage, bouncing around at the far end of the ground. It's okay though.
It's a lovely use of the feet, wasn't it? Good to see. What's going to be Leach's reply? Is he going to throw it up again? Comes in again past the umpire. Flatter delivery, and presses on the back foot, cutting that one, but didn't quite find the gap. Fielded backward point for no run. Leach comes in again, nice approach, and again short, and that's hammered. That one does find the gap from Prest. Not a great delivery from Jack Leach, and not a great way to finish over either. Again,
bit of a drag down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's what good footwork does, doesn't it? You know, you use your feet, you force a spinner, even someone as experienced as Jack Leach, to drop short. But that was a lovely shot off the back foot from Prest. Where do you stand with young James Rue? I've seen little bits of him, but you know, I look at more the record, and I think, I mean, for a young player, I mean, it's very heartening to see someone at that age. What was he, 21?
He's 22 now.
22. 1200s, 1300s in 2 years.
Yep.
Phenomenal.
Here's Overton in and bowls. This is turned down to Jack Leach at long leg. It'll just be a single. Yeah, I mean, he's got a very good head on his shoulders. He plays the ball late. He's got a very good conventional technique. Plays straight. But you know, if he's going to break into the England side, it will be as an opener, not in the middle order. And the ECB have suggested to Somerset that they asked James Rue to open the batting to see what he can do. As Overton is in and bowls, and this is played up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting one because I think we seem, as a country, reluctant to pick people where they've done well. It's almost, again, this plaster to a sore. I'm just looking at it purely as someone who has scored a lot of... You can't do any more, and I think I've been open on social media about this. I mean, what more can he do other than score?
He's Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot.
Yeah, I think I was having a bit of banter with one of the Somerset fans when I think he got a ton in his last game at Taunton, and I said, well, you know, I'm not sure what else he's got to do other than work on his golf handicap or something.
He's pretty good. He's a good golfer.
Yeah, you know, I just think it's ridiculous. We're struggling for batsmen, and yet this kid has come in 2 years and has scored more.
Well, so far, he's so far this season 234 runs in 3 innings. This is played back to Overton at an average of 78. You know, with a century and a 50.
Yeah.
And early season runs, you know, are hard to come by.
Absolutely.
Against good attacks, you know, Notts and Essex. And he's been batting. He batted actually very well. He didn't get 100 in the first innings against Essex, but he and Tom Abel really held the fort when the ball was moving around. Overton in and bowls, pitches this one up. It's just pushed into a gap on the offside. And they'll take single. Score moves on to 42 for 1, and he came in. He might just as well have been opening. I think he came in the 5th over against Porter and Cook at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
You know, and that's quite a
place.
test.
Yeah, tough. Yeah.
So he's got the technique and he's got the temperament for it.
Yeah, and more, you know, what I like. I've never met James in my life, but he seems to have an appetite for runs, and that's a good sign for me.
Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Albert. 42 for 1 at the end of the over. Yeah, he's very mature for his years as well. And
you know, it's difficult for young players, isn't it? Because we're in a world of T20, and you know, you're watching your sort of peers from afar, sort of seemingly come in through white ball cricket and become overnight successes. You know, for someone like him who clearly has aspirations.
Well, he's got a younger brother like that.
And he's got a younger brother, yeah, who's apparently quite a decent batter himself.
Very different player.
Yeah.
You know, very much more the modern sort of player. You know, reverse sweeps and scoops and goodness knows what else.
Yeah. So Jack Leach is going to begin his second over. First one went for 10. He's into press again. His press going to go on the attack. Slightly crouched stance, but Leach comes in again down the track. Oh, he might just got that one over. Didn't quite get hold of it. It's Overton at mid-on, who's chased it back. Ungainly sort of flick back. Looked a bit stiff there, the big fella, but he's managed to haul it back in. They've just got the 2. I mean, that's, again, as an ex-player, I mean, that's even why I have more respect for this James Root, because I'm thinking, well, you know, good on you for keeping your standards in first-class cricket, because I think it's, you know, in this modern time, it's so easy to go the other way.
Yeah.
Like you say, follow his brother, who's more on the white ball side of things. You know, to keep churning them out, I think that's good to see. Leach comes in again, flattered delivery, and Press has just nicked a single there. Shouldn't really have been a single, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might see him opening the batting when his brother Thomas becomes available, when he's done his A-levels, which will be in June.
Yeah.
So maybe for the couple of county championship matches towards the end of June, Thomas will come into the side and take the gloves.
Yep.
So that you aren't asking James
to
open the batting and keep wicket, which is, you know, it is a big ask.
So Jack Leach just making some adjustments to the field. There's a bit of finger pointing. He's got a deep point back. He's just moved fine leg a little bit finer, probably because of the lack of turn. Comes in again to Albert, who drives at that one, doesn't quite get hold of it. There's a half an appeal. So Leach comes in again, walks into the crease, short of a length, and Albert rocks back on the back foot and punches that one out to deep cover, who returns it into the keeper, Root.
Well, Somerset will be hoping that there is a bit of turn in this pitch, because they've got not just Jack Leach but Archie Vaughan, who's there at backward point, who bowls his off breaks, and again very promising. Predominantly a batsman, but It's a very useful extra string to his bow.
So Leachin again to Press, who's again rocked back on the back foot. Yeah, it all looks a little bit flat from Jack Leach at the moment. He's since he's been hit back over his head, he's almost gone to sort of into the pitch mode. I think he's going to try and get the ball, try and look for some spin at least. It looks like some rough patches there. Again, another flat, short delivery. No real trouble to these Hampshire batters at the moment.
He needs to draw the batsman forward, hanging back in the crease and playing him away comfortably off the back foot at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, it's always difficult for finger spinners this time of year, but I think you've always got to be thinking about bringing the stumps, pads certainly into play, getting players to drive at you, set your fields accordingly. I think if you're getting, I've always felt, even watching Liam Dawson here for years, you know, sometimes if you get too flat into the pitch, it's very easy, you know, for batsmen. They don't have to do much, to just sit back, rock back and punch the ball out squares. It doesn't feel like, you know, you're more waiting for the batter to make a mistake as opposed to still looking to attack with, you know, even if you're bowling to a slightly more defensive, straighter field, but you feel you can still give yourself a chance to get wickets as Overton comes into bowl to Albert, who is a slight misfield. Should get 3. It's running away towards us at the hotel end, and they have completed 3. Yeah, I think it's just that bravery from spinners, isn't it? When it's not turning, to still back yourself. Yeah. To get the ball up and down and juice the drive.
I mean, I've often said this: Jack Leach's greatest strength is he'll bowl, you hit the same spot, ball after ball after ball. It can also be his greatest weakness.
Yeah.
Because batsmen can line him up.
Yeah. So it's Overton begins to press, and that's not a particularly great shot. It's very wide, way outside off stump, with 3 slips in there, just waiting for that sort of shot.
The Australians did that to him at Brisbane, first test of the previous Ashes tour, when they made up that, you know, that they hit him down the ground, back over his head.
As a spinner, as a captain, I never felt that was a bad thing, because I think you can set your field accordingly. As Overton comes in again to press, that one's played up the ground, because I feel, for me, it's a lot easier as a captain to protect you straight down the wicket than if you're getting hit square the wicket, both sides. I think when you're trying to protect both sides of the pitch, it's very difficult, especially at grounds like this, because we know once you beat the infield, sometimes that bloke out there is redundant because it's so quick. Hence the name bowl, it just runs away. As Overton comes in to press, and that's a beautiful delivery. He's nicked and he's gone. Fantastic delivery, great catch from Rue, who had to slightly dive forward and away as the ball swung away, and Tom Prest, you kind of feel, was just losing a little bit of patience. Overton using all his experience. Yeah, again, not a
good ball.
Yeah. Not a great stroke.
Master.
Yeah, I'd say not a great stroke.
He followed it a bit, didn't he?
Yeah. Not a great stroke. Defending on 6 stumps, not particularly great. Great shot there from Tom Prest. And Hampshire 51 for 2.
Yes, good start for Somerset. After losing the toss and having to field. Jake Lehman, I take it, is going to come in next. I'm looking forward to seeing Ben Mays, who I haven't seen, who was in the England under-19 team in Australia, captained by Thomas Rue.
Yes.
And Mays was the top scorer, and Thomas Rue was second top scorer.
Yeah, there's big raps on Ben Mays. I've only seen little snippets of him. He played very well up at Yorkshire. Got a important score. He's a good talent. Yeah, he's good talent. But again, at this moment in time, it's all words on a paper, isn't it? I mean, it's how these guys develop over the next couple of years is what Hampshire really will be looking for. Again, these are the guys you'll be looking to build the club around in the next 10 years, you hope. You know, can some of them really kick on and, you know, take...
It is a young side, isn't it? I mean,
Absolutely.
if you take out Gubbins, Dawson, and Abbott, you know,
Ben Brown.
and Ben Brown, of course.
Yeah, Lehman.
But you know, you got well, Joe Weatherly's not all right. He's getting on press 23, Mays 18, Cody Youssef, Eddie Jack 20, and Sonny Baker 23, and Toby Albert, who is 23 as well. So,
so it's a young squad. Yeah. And you feel like the more they play, obviously, they'll get better with time and under the right tutelage, obviously, as well. So left-handed Jake Lehman comes to the crease, the Australian. Overton immediately around the wicket. So he's got. Oh, and that one was an absolute crackerjack first ball as well. He's really locked in here, Craig Overton. He's causing a lot of problems.
He's been bowling very, very well so far this season. He bowled well against Notts. I think he only got 1 wicket in the game, but he had them playing and missing for a pastime. Didn't have much luck at all.
Yeah, but you sort of saw that from his first over, isn't he? He was bang on the money, got the ball to just shape as well. He comes in again to Lehman with this crabbed stance right across off stump and nurdling that one out to point. So it's almost shades of Shiv Chanderpaul. Jake Lehman.
Not quite so exaggerated.
Way outside off stump. But yeah, fantastic over there from Overton.
3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. We're going to have another bowling change. It's Jack Leach coming out of the attack, and Michael Carberry will be back in 20 minutes. As Kevin James comes in alongside.
It was a good ball from Craig Overton, but just a little disappointing.
Well, he was drawn into it, wasn't he?
He was.
Great, right, we've got Gregory. 3 slips. Abel, Overton and Vaughan. Gregory, first ball of his season, and it's played into the offside where Alfie Ogborn comes eagerly across from backward point to do the fielding. And there's no run. So how many overs have we had in the first hour? 15. 51 runs and 15 overs in the first hour and 2 wickets. Gregory in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Toby Albert, who's still there on 27 from 51 deliveries. Promoted to open in place of Joe Weatherly.
Yep.
Which is a shame. Steve Pittard came up with all sorts of interesting stuff about Joe Weatherly and his tennis background. His father Ken playing at Wimbledon. But he's not playing. Gregory in bowls outside the off stump. Through to James Rue.
I think it had something to do with the LTA as well, didn't it?
Quite possibly. He was his father Ken was unlucky to be up against the number 4 seed Andres Jimeno, a previous Wimbledon semi-finalist, and that year's winner of the French Open. That's when he was playing at Wimbledon in 1972.
Okay.
Knocked out in the first round, but by the 4th seed. Gregory in bowls inside the off stump, but again no shot. Somerset listeners will be relieved to hear that Lewis Gregory is looking pretty fit. He's running in nicely, bowling at a decent pace. James Rue standing quite a long way back, so showing no signs of his chest injury that he sustained almost immediately, and I don't think it was in the warm-up for the Notts game, but a couple of days beforehand. Gregory in the bowls. This is edged off a flashing drive down through the slips for 4 runs, but streaky 4 runs, 55 for 2. Albert on to 31.
Yeah, you always have to be a little careful with Lewis Gregory because he does have the ability to shape it away and bring it in. So you do have to watch very carefully the ball all the way.
He's a very skillful bowler.
replay of the ball going over the rope, but that's all we got.
Here's Gregory again to Albert, who pulls this, and it's going to be cut off at mid-on by Jack Leach. 4 runs off that Gregory over. 55 for 2. We've had 16 overs. 31 to Albert and Jake Lehman, who's been around a bit. He's where else has he been? Jake Lehman. He's been Yorkshire. Did he play at Yorkshire?
He did play at Yorkshire. Yeah. Had a good average up there. Averaged over 50 in the games that he played. 2016. I think Kent was the other one, was it? A couple of games. I did write it down. Right, here's Craig Overton round the wicket to Lehman. He pushes that up to mid-on. He's had a good start to the season. Jake Lehman, the Australian Domestic Player of the Year. 34 and 9 here against Essex, but 76 and 92 up at Headingley last week. It's a very good player up there.
Lancashire he played for.
Oh, Lancashire, sorry. Yeah. Overton again, 3 slips weight as Lehman pushes forward, goes back to the bowler.
His top score in the county championship is, or was, 116 against Somerset. Back for Yorkshire in 2016. I was probably there.
Overton again. Lehman cuts that away through backward a point powerfully. 4 runs. Just a little bit to width there from Craig Overton. Lehman's very strong with that shot. I mean, I'm sort of getting used to watching him. You know.
Well, that sort of crab-like stance that he takes is
very open.
Ideal for exactly. Yeah. Ideal for cutting, isn't it? Couldn't you? Especially the only shot you can play from that sort of position.
Yeah, he got caught behind against Essex here, where he got a little bit cramped. But he is very good on that shot. I mean, anything with a bit of width, he is very quickly onto it. But yeah, if you watch, he's very open. That front foot almost pointing back down towards the umpire. Steps across the crease, and he's got runs there through extra cover, just the single. 61 without loss. Email here from Phil Vaughan. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good morning from an overcast Exeter. Towards the end of last season, a listener emailed the commentary team asking if you could recommend any books for those discovering the joys of cricket later in life. Anthony made reference to John Arlett's How to Watch Cricket. I remember that. There's more on that after this delivery from Overton. It's full and it's driven up to mid-on, and there is no runs. Score remains on 60 for 2. And then he mused that writing such a book might make him an interesting winter project, and wondered if that project has delivered.
Well, I am writing a book, but it's not actually about how to watch cricket.
Can you? Are you allowed to tell us yet, or is it too early?
Well, it's to do with the recent history of Somerset.
Forward is Albert, end of the over. Albert has 31, Lehman has 5.
Yeah, Peter Roebuck wrote the last history of Somerset, which finished in 1990. So I'm writing history from 1990 up to the present. It's very interesting because it gets me meeting and talking to all sorts of players who've been part of that history over the last 35, 36 years.
Viv?
No, he'd gone to Glamorgan by that
had
stage.
He?
Yeah. Yeah, he left Somerset in 1986 under a bit of a cloud, if you remember.
I can't, but I'd rather you tell the story.
I'll remind you in the course of this over from Lewis Gregory to Jake Lehman. Here comes Gregory in bowls and played back. Yeah, in 1986, Peter Roebuck, who was the skipper, and Michael Hill, who was the chairman, decided that they would rather have Martin Crowe as their overseas player. Martin Crowe, having played for Somerset in '84 when the West Indies were on tour, which meant that because of the overseas players' rules at the time, both Garner and Richards would not be retained, as Gregory is in, and that's turned down to long leg for a single, 61 for 2. And when the news broke, Ian Botham said, well, if you're getting rid of my mates Richards and Garner, Joel and Viv, I'm going too. And there was the most tremendous row and a special general meeting at the Bath and West Showground. But in the end, a vote of no confidence in the committee, but in the end, the decision stood, and Viv Richards went on to eventually to Glamorgan, and Joel Garner didn't play county cricket again, as this is played back to Lewis Gregory. So it was it was a very, very stormy period in Somerset's cricketing history.
Yeah, now you mention it, I sort of, yeah. So who would have been one of your best interviews for this book? Most interesting?
So far, I mean, talking to Peter Anderson, who was chief executive from '89 up to 2006, so he was at the heart of things. Looking forward to talking to Andy Caddick. This is outside the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Chris Taveray. Yeah. A long telephone. He captained them for the first 3 years, 1992 and 93. And of course Vic Marks, who was he retired by then. He retired at the end of the '89 season to go and be cricket correspondent of the Observer. But he was chairman of the cricket committee at the same time as Jamie Cox, who is now the chief executive, was captain late 1990s when Somerset were pretty good. Gregory in and bowls. It's a hook shot, pull shot, and it's gone not entirely, I think, where it was a top edge, and it's gone down to fine leg for 4 runs, but it's in the air for a time. It brings Albert another 4 runs. He moves on to 35.
Just outside off stump as well, so Albert was fetching that a little bit. So Brian Rose, who would have been director of cricket when your head coach.
He was absolutely. He was director of cricket from around about 2005 up to 2012. He was appointed by Giles Clark, who I'm also looking forward to speaking to. This is played off the outside part of the bat, out into the offside. No run, 65 for 2.
What is Giles Clark doing now?
I honestly don't know. I mean, he's living in. Obviously he'll have fingers in several business pies. I don't know. He's probably still making a lot of money. He appointed Giles Clark, who appointed Brian Rose as director of cricket, and Richard Gould, who's now running the ECB, as chief executive.
65 for 2. Craig Overton starts a new over. He's round the wicket to Lehman, who drives. It goes up to wideish mid-on, not timed. Players, recent players that you've spoken to?
Well, I will be. I mean, obviously, I'll be talking to Marcus Trescothick, James Hildreth, Pete Trigo, who's Pete's been a part of Somerset cricket, still is now, doing the commentary on the live stream since the late 1990s.
Overton to Lehman. Lehman drives, goes up to mid-off. So it sounds like you're sort of not halfway into this book yet.
I've got up to 1995.
Right, you've got a bit to do.
But I've got the whole of next winter, well, most of next winter, which the aim is to publish sort of start of next season.
Okay. Overton into his 5th over here, short, and Lehman ducks underneath. Paul Williams has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Just managed to start listening, says Paul. We have Hampshire visitors for a week, so probably after a long lunch in our village restaurant, we'll sit in the shade and follow the game. Hoping for some batting points to help put pressure on Somerset. Kyle for 17 again, do you think?
I
see what you mean.
Not.
Yes, that's referring to just before COVID. That's right. That's pushed back to the bowler by Lehman. Yes,
that cost Somerset the county championship.
Yeah.
That was the month when Kyle Abbott was the Essex Player of the Month, because Essex won the county championship. And if Somerset had beaten Hampshire here, and they were in with a good chance twice of good positions, but Kyle Abbott had the last word.
It's an amazing game for those of us that were there. Lehman works that to forward square leg. 2019, I think that was.
It was, yeah. Yeah, we've got lots of Kyle Abbott stats from Steve Pittard when the time comes.
Well, I hope you get through them all. Very nice indeed. Email here from Ryan O'Connor, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, as Overton switches to over the wicket to Lehman this time, and Lehman works that away up to wideish mid-on. That'll be the end of the over, 65 for 2. Nice intent so far from Albert, says Ryan. Hopefully he can solidify a position in the 11 at the top of the order for the foreseeable. He's been up and down like a yo-yo so far in his Hampshire career. Can I get a shout out for Tom Richards of Hythe and Dibden Cricket Club, please? Last weekend he took his lovely new wife Sophie to Butlins for their honeymoon. Inside reports suggest they barely missed a ball on the YouTube stream, which I'm sure shows Sophie loved on her honeymoon as a non-cricketer. That sounds like a hell of a honeymoon. Thanks for the great coverage, says Ryan.
Here's Gregory from the pavilion end in bowls. Just clips the pad of Toby Albert on its way through to James' room. I can't think of a better way of spending the honeymoon than listening to a bit of cricket commentary.
I was going to say, I think there'd be a few people listening and watching to that saying, yeah, that's the ideal one. Yeah. And a few people saying, no, it's not. Brilliant. The fact it was at Butlins as well.
Yeah. Well, nothing wrong with Butlins.
No, well, it's not like there's nothing going on there, is there?
Right. Here's Gregory in bowls to Albert, who pulls this, and Jack Leach is going off in pursuit of it. I think he'll pull it in just inside the long-on boundary. Sprawls to make the stop. Does very well. They'll come back for 3 runs. It is 68 for 2. Albert on to 38. Yeah, Neville Cardus, a great cricket writer, got married in Trafford registry office in the morning, and then went back to report Lancashire in the afternoon. Because he didn't want to miss an afternoon's cricket.
Do they have a later honeymoon?
Here's Gregory and bowls, and Lehman on the back foot, playing that out into the offside. Yeah, that's dedication for you.
That is.
Old school. Still got the 3 slips. Tom Abel, who seems to have usurped Lewis Gregory as first slip. Well, Gregory obviously bowling, but Abel was first slip right from the start when Alfie Ogborn with Gregory at 3rd, which is where he took the catch to dismiss Gubbins. Appeal for LBW. Quite a vociferous appeal, given not out by James Middlebrook. Lewis Gregory still down on his knees, thinking that was pretty close.
Still down on his knees. Oh, he's up now. And he does walk across his stumps a bit, Lehman, so you can understand why they're shouting, but I suppose coming round the wicket, and I mean that's got to straighten a bit, isn't it?
Given us leg by, so there was no bat involved. Haven't seen a replay. But here comes Gregory again. He's in and bowls. Lehman drives it back to him, fields it on the bounce. Still haven't seen a replay of the LBW, so we can't offer our expert or otherwise opinions on the proximity.
Looks like Gregory's offered the ball to the umpire. Well, they did that earlier, didn't they? So it looks like they're trying to get the ball changed.
Well, I think it was damaged when it was 6 was hit down the ground by Tom Prest off Jack Leach. The umpires are conferring, so there's obviously something amiss with it. We're going to have I think we're going to get a ball change, aren't we? So should we have a commentary change at the same time, or do you want me to, for Michael Carberry to come in alongside?
Right, well we do, excuse me, we've got an email here from Aidan Hamilton, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, watching the live stream with a friend in an Indian restaurant in Marseille. One a Somerset fan, the other a Hampshire fan. Great commentary, says Aidan. Thank you very much for that. Michael Carberry back in alongside, and we'll just wait a few minutes while this ball gets changed. So this has had, how many overs have we had, Michael? 19.5. Well, that clearly didn't work very well, did it, that ball? Not very long at all.
Can get batches like this from time to time, don't you? The balls go out of shape if you get a bad box. I remember one season where it was constantly being changed.
I think you're right, the batches. Yeah. And then, of course, you're just going to do it forever until you work through that batch, aren't you? Well, hopefully, whatever they find will last for a while, but I don't get the feeling this ball's doing a lot. I think maybe Somerset might have hoped for it to do a little bit more, do you think?
I mean, Overton seemed to be the one bowler to get something out of the... I'm not sure he'll be very pleased to get the ball changed, but yeah, I think when they've been good, they've been good. Somerset, I think, occasionally... Jack Leach, I think bowled as well as he would have liked. I think he was a little bit flat, a little bit put off by Tom Press using his feet, and didn't really look effective.
Gregory then with the second ball as Lehman works that to square leg, and there is no run. So 20 overs completed. Hampshire 70 for 2 having been put in. Having decided to bat.
Yeah, so I think it's just a case of Somerset just trying to stick to one plan, just trying to bowl one side of the wicket. Albert, I think, has found that good balance between defence and attack. He's been very positive from ball one, really. I think he's not allowed anything to go unpunished. He looks, almost a good prospect for opening the batting, really. I think he's just finding that good rhythm. That good rhythm. Whether he can kick on is another thing, but yeah, I think for Somerset, he's just got to settle in, almost like what Overton's done, just try and hammer out a length as he comes into Albert, who drives that one nicely down the pitch.
You're right, he probably is the only one that's consistently got it to shape a little bit. I mean, he kind of did sucker Tom Prest into that neck behind a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a shame because he was just getting into his work nicely, Tom Prest, and again, it's just that little bit of inexperience, isn't it? Just defending at one on sort of 6 stump, where it's not really necessary. I think you've got to be a bit tighter, keep those hands close to the body. Overton comes in again to Albert, just slightly miscues that drive, got slightly outside half of the bat, but well fielding in the extra cover ring. Yeah, and that's just that little area of his game he'll have to improve upon over time. But I think Overton's really just got to set the tone here for the rest of the Somerset bowlers. He begins his run from the Hotel Inn into Albert. Again, it's that nice length, just a hint of shape. He works on that ball on his shirt. The new. This is now the third chain, is it? The third rock we've had. So
was it? Was there another one earlier? I know they looked before, at it.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. So this is now the third one.
Okay.
Third time lucky from a Somerset point of view. So Overton comes in again to Albert, who's right across the stumps. Tell you what, you don't want to miss those, do you?
No, you're plumb in front if you don't get a bat on that. Yeah, he seems to come across his stumps a little bit as well, doesn't he, Toby Albert? Almost like he was a bit square on playing that one.
It seems to be a modern technique employed now, where a lot of batsmen, as soon as the ball starts to move, they're all sort of taking guards on off stump just outside. I'm never convinced of it. Overton, again, Albert driving at one, not quite happy with the shot. You can see just rehearsing his shot there. And apparently stats have, well, as it would, have gone up on LBWs. And I'm like, well, of course they will if you're standing in front of all three and you've got bowlers as good as Craig Overton who can hold line and length very well. You know, in our era we were taught play alongside the ball. You know, like trust your judgment on off stump. As Overton comes around, that's a lovely shot. Short arm jab from Albert, and that's another boundary. That was a beautiful shot. Wasn't that short, fraction short, probably just top of the stumps even. He looks in great touch. And he goes to 42.
So you'll see there the replay. He's battling on middle and off.
That's what, yeah, exactly. He has his little shuffle across, but you know, a couple of balls before he was almost starting and off and shuffling. You could see leg stump behind him, and I always think that's a very dangerous technique to, you know, good line bowlers who, you know, they're not going to get every ball to swing, and if they are able to hold that line, you don't pick that up quickly, you're going to be in trouble.
So 21 overs have been completed. Hampshire are 74 for 2 with Nick Gubbins on 7 and Tom Press 17. The two are out. Quick single up to mid-off, start of a new over. Jake Lehman running to the danger end at the far end. And Hampshire move on to 75 for 2. Lehman on to 7. Email here from Stephen, who's in Berkhamsted, up there in Hertfordshire. I think that's Hertfordshire, Berkhamsted should know that. Eh? Yeah, it is Hertfordshire. Pretty sure it is. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm interested in your views on Sonny Baker, formerly a Somerset player, now with Hampshire. That's right, yeah, playing against his former county. There's a nice drive there from Albert. Doesn't beat the fielder at wide and mid-off. I saw video clips of him bowling for our second 11 and he swung the ball extravagantly, possibly too much. Also, it seemed to be early swing rather than the devastating late swing that's hoped for. Yeah, it's not always possible to do that, but we were talking actually about Sonny Baker just before we started the game. Carbs would have seen him last couple of weeks ago. Yeah, Anthony obviously saw him when he was at Somerset. As Gregory comes in, Albert drives a little straighter up to mid-off this time. I think all I can offer is that it's only 2 games of the season, it's early days, but he does seem as though he's got a bit more control in his bowling now than he had last year. Always had the potential, still has a lot more potential to show, but he just seems as though he has a bit more control.
Yeah, I'll say that's a very fair comment. I think he bowled very well against Essex without much luck. As Gregory comes into Albert, who pushes that way to mid-wicket for no run.
Sorry, did I nick your over? Sorry about that.
I was trying to think of that.
You do that one. Yeah, you do. I don't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought, you know, him and Abbott were outstanding. I think had Hampshire employed some better tactics field-wise, I think they should have had a lot more wickets on day one. But for me, he was definitely one of the shining lights, and I think he's definitely made some improvements from when I saw him at stints last year, where I think he was almost short of a few ideas if the ball didn't do anything and just went to middle of the wicket ploy. So Gregory again comes into bowl. Albert nicely forward. That's a proper shot from a number 15, isn't it? Toby Albert.
Solid. Was that your number?
I'm not giving anything away there.
That was your number, wasn't it?
I'm just saying, here from a number 15, that's what I expect.
Oh, it's the way you said it. Do you know, I'd forgotten, isn't it? I'd forgotten your number. Yeah, I hadn't forgotten the way you played, obviously. 15.
Yeah.
So he's taken on your number.
Yeah. So
what boots to fill?
So there you go, innit? He's always been watching. Gregory comes in again to Albert, and he's edged one just as we talked him up. Number 15 is come and gone, and that's a real shame for Toby Albert. Looked very, very good this innings, and unfortunately a little bit again, just that indeterminate shot outside, little waft outside off stump to Gregory. Yeah, it wasn't really the ball there to force through the offside. A bit flat-footed, waft outside off stump, and a lovely delivery caught again by Rue. And Hampshire now three down for 75 of 22 overs. This is not really the start they would have wanted at home. Again, just that top order really struggling to solidify a good start. But good piece of bowling from Gregory. He's been a lot more patient this over.
The ball just held a little bit, didn't it? Just, yeah, and he is just pushing at it a fraction. But yeah, good piece of bowling. Well, I suppose you could say that 42. I suppose the change from Joe Weatherly probably you could just about justify and say that sort of worked. But again, it's a batter sort of getting in and then getting out. That has straightened a fraction, hasn't it? But you know, did he need to play?
Yeah, it's that length, isn't it? I mean, and again, this is something he will learn with his own game. I mean, I found the same coming here from Surrey with, you know, good bouncy wickets. You know, the back foot punch is a big shot there at the Oval. You come here, obviously it was a new ground when I started here in 2006. And, you know, you speak to the likes of John Crawley, Nick Pothurst, legends of the club. You know, he worked out, you know, they were able to give you that advice and say, look, the back foot punch here isn't really the shot to go. You either got to wait for some width cut or look to pull it. And I think, yeah, that's just an area of game. I think Toby Albert, if he's going to open the batting, he's got to work out right profitability. Am I going to be a Joe? If I'm not in that Joe Root class of back foot punching, then probably put that shot away. Look to develop a pull or a cut shot when they get fractionally wide. But that's part of the learning, right? You only learn that by doing the job day to day, week to week. It's, you know, you're not going to. Unfortunately, you can't work that out on YouTube.
Although some will try.
Some will try, yes.
Right, Craig Overton is taking a break, and it's the young left-arm pace bowler Alfie Ogborne back for his second spell, and that's wide down the leg side to Jake Lehman. So if you've just joined us, just a quick recap, because we've had an hour and a half's play here this morning. Hampshire win the toss, selecting to bat first against the current Division 1 leaders in Somerset after winning their game at Essex last week. Nick Gubbins was the first to go after half an hour. From the bowler we are watching now, who got caught in the slips by Lewis Gregory for 7, and then just under an hour's play, Tom Prest, who played some nice shots, including taking Jack Leach for 10 runs in the first over, a 6 and a boundary in Jack Leach's first over. As a nice drive there from Lehman. Michael Carberry enjoyed that one, and he's just stood there, and the bat's gone through the line, and that's hammered away through extra cover for 4, 79 for 3. Tom Prest went for 17, that was 51 for 2, and then Toby Albert has just gone, edging Lewis Gregory through to Rue for his second catch. He went for 42, Toby Albert into the Hampshire side, having replaced Joe Weatherly, who was a bit out of form in the first couple of matches. So Ogborne has 1 for 19, he's in his 6th over. Gregory returning to the Somerset side after injury. 4 overs, 1 for 13 from the far end. That's way down the leg side, and that was really a feature of Ogborne's first spell from this end. The bowling was a little mixed from a line point of view. Yeah, a little bit wild and woolly. I mean, the pace is there. When he's locked in on that good line and length, we saw with the delivery to Gubbins, you know, it was an absolute peach, wasn't it? Just pitching around off stump, a little bit of bounce. And this is where, again, you talk about, you know, these young players and their education. This is where now someone like Ogborne's going to learn to bowl with a slightly older ball. You know, pitch now that's a couple of overs old. Again, it's down the leg side. I'll shout for a catch. So the bowling, such as it's been, and probably I would go as far as to say Craig Overton, the standout bowler for Somerset. So the bowling figures, I've just lost them actually. I was in full flow then, and they just disappeared from right under my nose. Here we go. So Overton, who came on first change, 6 overs, 1 for 14. Jake Ball, 5 overs, none for 11 from the pavilion end. Here's Ogborne, bowls, and Lehman drives handsomely through extra cover. It's not quite as well hit, but he might get the same result, and he does. It's gone for 4. Not quite a hard volley. No, that was good hands again. It's a bit limited footwork, Jake Lehman. He's a bit crab-like, but when he sees some width, he's not going to mess around. Again, slightly on the up, but as we know, once the ball speeds away to that end of the ground, you don't often draw it back in. Don't. No, we're slightly to the right as well as we look. We're towards the west side of the ground, the side that boundary was hit. Jack Leach, 2 overs, none for 16 after his first over went for 10. Tom Prest coming down the wicket and hitting him over his head for 6 early on in his first over. Lewis Gregory 4 overs, 1 for 13. I mentioned earlier. Here's Ogborne bowls, and Lehman always plays onto his stumps. Oh my word! I think he thought he had. When that actually came off the inside edge, I actually thought he'd hit the stumps. How that's missed, I don't know. End of the over.
Yeah, it was not the best stroke. When you're 80 for 3, I think you've got to just again trying to take liberties with a ball that was, you know, pretty good line, pretty straight, and you're still trying to force that through the offside. Not really advisable, but you got to get away with it. Got to ride your luck in this game sometimes.
It's a little bit of a
comeback
worry
there from Ogborne.
From a Hampshire point of view, definitely. Ian Ridpath has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm watching from the airport in Rome, waiting to get home after a week working here, now to see if I can get permission to pop down to tomorrow's play.
It's not bad, isn't it, Rome?
Oh, we had one from Marseille a little earlier.
Lewis Gregory begins his 5th over. Lovely rhythmical run up past the umpire into skipper Ben Brown, who's nicely backing across to a short length ball, pushing it out to cover for no run for his first delivery. So he's got a bit of work to do here, skipper Brown, hasn't he? Got to try and repair a bit of damage, hopefully get through to the lunch break now with no more down, I would say, ideally.
Something he had to do quite a bit last year. Hampshire's top scorer was 750 odd runs last season. 100 last week against Yorkshire.
Yeah. As Gregory comes into bowl to Brown, and that's well left outside of stump, just hint of a shape away. So the slips liked it. Cola Cadmore, it looks like it. First slip. Clapping away. Yeah, it was much needed, wasn't it? I think Ben Brown needed some runs, needed some confidence after a poor performance by his own admission against Essex here. But, got it all again to do today. New day as Gregory comes in past the umpire again to Ben Brown's nicely forward, squeezing that one out to cover point. Throw comes into James Root, no run. Crowd just slowly building. So it wasn't as packed as this first start of the day. It's slowly built up. I think they've gradually come out of the atrium, haven't they?
Getting a bit warmer.
Bit warmer. As Gregory comes in again to Brown, who shuffles across and leaves that one again nicely outside of stump. Fortunately, that one doesn't count. It's a no ball. So Gregory going to have to re-bowl that one.
Got an email here, Carbs, from Malachi Crawfield Blackthorne. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. That's it took me a while to say that.
Yep.
Splendid to hear you all again. Here's hoping the match continues this intriguingly. I turned 10,000 days old today. Now I must confess I did a quick calculation because I couldn't do that in my head.
Gregory into Brown, and that one's cut back. His appeal. Maybe a little bit high, just maybe going over, I think, but certainly the line looked good. Just wrapping Brown just above the top of the pads.
It's not good for the over rates. Lewis Gregory sort of on his knees.
He's got the Elvis,
appealing and holding
appeal,
it.
isn't he?
Yeah, he stays there for a while as well, doesn't he? Yeah. So 10,000 days. Off the top of your head, how many years old do you think that is? And I've done the calculation, so I know.
10,000 days old.
Yeah.
Gosh, I hate maths.
Go on, say a number. Say a number quick.
That's it. Right. As Gregory begins another ball into Brown, and that's edge, and then that's gone. Through to second slip. It looked like Overton with a neat catch there, and again another indeterminate shot off the back foot from Ben Brown, just hanging the bat to a ball that he didn't really have to play at. And Hampshire really struggling now, 85 for 4, and Somerset will be more than delighted with this start that they've made. The two experienced seamers of Gregory and Overton have really dragged them back into this game.
It's just that line, isn't it, that's constantly asking questions, and if you play with it, you've got to play with confidence, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just knowing a bit about batting here over time. I think you've got to be really decisive with the balls you play at. I think Hampshire batters, if they're honest with themselves, I think just Nick Gubbins aside, I think they've all been a little bit guilty of just playing away from the body, not really committing with their defence. It's a line that you don't really have to defend. That's not troubling the stumps. Should be a comfortable lead for a top order batter. And yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing. But it's Ben Mays, the youngster, 18 years old, makes his way to the crease. He's got a big job to do now. Big raps on him.
Certainly has, and he showed some good signs that he will become a good player already this season. Now, I'm going to get you to come in next to me, Cubs. Okay. But, I'll just finish off this email from Maliki while I do. So, 10,000 days old is 27. I've made it. And there's nothing like getting to watch my two favourite teams go head-to-head to celebrate. Today is also the Peak District's birthday, having become the UK's first national park in 1951. Only 21 years to the day before the great Murley would be born. Conveniently, today also happens to be World Malbec Day, which rather neatly handles the celebration drinkies decisions. Well, there you go. There's
did we get the answer to the 10,000 days?
27.
27. There you are. 85 for 4. It's been a very good morning for Somerset after losing the toss and having to bowl on what has looked, Michael Carberry, like still a pretty flat wicket. It's a decent batting track. But the Somerset bowlers have bowled good lines, good lengths, made the batsmen play and have got their rewards.
Yeah, they have. I think they've been very impressed. I think Craig Overton really started the ball rolling in terms of just getting these bowlers to really just focus in on a good line.
Here's Gregorian and bowls. And this comes off a thick inside edge, misses the leg stump, runs down to long leg. They're going to come back for a second run as Jake Ball fields.
And I think the Hampshire batsmen, I think, just been, as I say, a little bit guilty of a little bit of lack of footwork, plus I think just not really knowing where their off stump is. I think, especially to a ball that's moving around. I think, again, these areas that young players have to work out over time. But yeah, I mean, they look back, say Nick Gubbins aside, you'd say he's probably the only one that really got you'd say an unplayable delivery. But everyone else, I think, when they look back, will be a little bit disappointed that they've got in and got set, but they haven't kicked on.
Well, that wicket of Ben Brown, very important wicket. He's been in good form. He's got a terrific record, not least here.
As Ogborn, the left armour, comes back on from the Hilton end, and that's pulled away short of a length by Lehman for another boundary. He moves his score on to 19. And again, Ogborn not really taking lead from his more senior bowlers, deciding to test the middle of the pitch. And it wasn't really a bouncer, was it? It was just sort of a half tracker, which pace of these wickets at the moment sits up to be hit. And we know Australians love to play off the back foot.
He doesn't really have a very effective bouncer yet, Alfie Ogborn. He'd do better just pitching the ball up, trying to get it to swing.
Yeah. So he comes in again, past the umpire into Lehman. That's a better delivery, much fuller in length, tighter line.
Much more like it.
Yeah, I've got to say, as if I was Lewis Gregory, I'm not really in favour of pushing the deep point out after one bad ball. I think, again, part of Alfie Ogborn's education, he's got to learn to bowl with that bit of pressure of, not always having a safety blanket out there. I think I would like to encourage the young man to, to get it right for himself. As he turns away from us. Hilton end into Lehman, and again, nice delivery, that one cutting back this time, going the other way. Lehman just getting enough of the bat down, looked a little bit ungainly and looked like he was beaten for a little bit of pace there to some degree. But
well, he is quite quick, Alfie. He's I suppose it's sort of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, isn't it? The trouble, if he's bowling off stump line and he gets the length wrong, he's going to be, cut away through point for 4. And with the fielder out there, it's just 1. And I don't know. It's
as he comes in again to Lehman, and Lehman drives that one a little bit fuller, the right line, and that's speeding away again to the boundary for another boundary. And Lehman goes to 23. And Osborne not quite finding that right line and length at the moment. A little bit mixed, a little bit checkered in terms of his pitch maps at the moment. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's protection to a degree, but I think sometimes it can become a little bit of a crutch for young bowlers to just be able to bowl and perform with fielders out. I think you've also got to learn, and there's no better way to learn than being hit for 4. I was here doing the game against Essex a couple of weeks ago, and I said the same thing in regards to Eddie Jack. Again, another young seamer up and coming. Yeah. I think you've got to learn sometimes the hard way, as they say. As Osborne comes in to Lehman, who crouches down again, short of a length, pulled away, didn't quite get hold of it. Goes down to fine leg, which is thrown back in by Jack Leach, right-handed, I should say. He's a left arm spinner, much like our own Liam Dawson. Throws right arm but bowls left arm spin. That's a talent right there, isn't it? I remember speaking to Liam about this years ago. I said, so you telling me you bowl left arm 22 yards, and if I make you throw it, it won't go anyway. So yeah, absolutely. Can't throw it.
Strange, isn't it?
Crazy.
Strange.
Yeah. Left arm spinners, they're not right, are they? But anyway, Osborne turns away again from the Hilton end. This time into Ben Mays. That's a nice delivery. That's the pace he wants to bowl.
Good carry through to James Rew as well. He's getting it through nicely. Just as you say, just needs to tighten up his line and length, be a little bit more consistent. Because the other Somerset bowlers this morning, certainly the seam bowlers, Gregory and Overton and Jake Ball, have all been there or thereabouts, ball after ball after ball.
I suppose when you look at it, I mean, Somerset have the luxury of Hampshire are 4 down for 96, and you've always got that experience to call back on, so you can almost allow the young man to just kind of run in with some verve, and let's see if he can rattle a few cages, make something happen, and if it doesn't go well, you can always whisk him off and bring back a Lewis Gregory or a Jake Ball to just shore things up for 10 overs, and then that's the luxury you have when you have experienced attack.
Here's Gregory in and bowls to Lehman, who turns this into the onside, takes a single out to wide straight mid wicket where Jack Leach fields. 97 for 4. What did you, as a batsman, again, what did you make of Lewis Gregory?
As a cricketer?
Yeah.
Yeah, Louis has always been a very good performer. I think very, very handy opening bowler when I've played against him. Very accurate. Not the quickest, but he was always there and thereabouts. Probably had a little bit more pace than what he did now, but
he's in bowls to down the leg side to Ben Mays, which was the more difficult, with the in swinger or what was his sort of point?
Yeah, I think he wasn't. I wasn't really someone that he went away from me a lot of the time. He was primarily back in with the the one that sort of held its line across you. But just, I guess he grew up in an era where Somerset was very, Taunton was one of the best batting wickets to play on. So you have to learn your trade.
Here he comes again, in bowls outside the off stump.
I think before the years where they tried to leave some grass on and that kind of stuff to get results, but it was
all sorts of things.
Yeah,
So the only thing that worked was turning it into
a dust bowl.
Yeah.
So, but I think actually for Louis' development over the in his younger career, and there are quite a few bowlers. He obviously learned from the likes of Caddick and the like there. You learn how to bowl because it was pretty much a batting paradise there. So he learned to have to bowl those tight line lengths.
He's in again and bowls, and this is played into the offside. There won't be a run. He's always bowled a fairly full length.
Yes,
Lewis Gregory. So so that if to give it the chance to swing, which means he can be, he's liable to be driven through the offside or through mid-on.
Yeah, and the pace he bowled, as I said, he wasn't, in comparison to, say, the two Overtons, himself and Trago was very similar bowlers. They would just sort of nag away, a little bit of swing, and you had to. Alfonso Thomas was another one.
Gregory in and bowls, and this attempted pull shot comes off the bottom of the bat down into the pitch, and there won't be a run. Pete Trigo wouldn't. Thank you for that. He's express, pace like fire.
Wow, he's my cousin. He's my cousin. Oh, Pete, we go back a long way. Yeah, but yeah, I mean,
have you seen he's driving around in a Ferrari now?
Is he? It doesn't surprise me. I'm getting younger and younger by the day. Every time I see him on the social media, I'm going the other direction.
Is Gregory in and bowls outside the off stump? No shot from Ben Mays. He's still playing cricket. He's playing in the West of England Premier League for Eastern Royal and Burbage, which is a small village club in Wiltshire, where he acts as sort of coach as well, and he's doing a great job there. Really is, because it's only a village club, and they've got to Premier 1, which is good stuff.
Yeah, he's kept himself in good shape by the looks of it. And he was, I believe, he was trying to be a golfer at one point.
He's still trying to be a golfer. He's trying to qualify for the Open Championship at the moment.
Yeah. There's always lots going on with Pete. His life is always colourful. Good to see him anyway. Hope he's in good form. If he's listening.
He is. He does the commentary on the live stream down at Taunton. Does it very well.
Yeah, good. Right, Alfie Ogor, what can he come up with here? He's got short covering now, just on the second strip from Lehman on the offside. Deep cover back. He runs into Lehman, who walks across. Again, another short ball. Pulled away in front of square, picked up by the deep square leg.
That's Will Smead out there.
Yeah, Will Smead. Yeah. Good to see him playing some red ball cricket.
It is. It is, because I think it was 4 years ago he gave up, or 3 years ago he gave up his red ball contract and said he was going to be white ball only. And then 2 years ago he changed his mind.
Yeah, good on him.
Well, no, sorry, not 2 years ago. Beginning of last season.
Yeah.
He changed his mind, but couldn't get in the county championship side.
Yeah.
But he's got his chance now.
Absolutely. So old ball now into Ben Mays, who's on 2. Comes in. That one just beautiful delivery. That one just sliding across. So you just want a fraction fuller from there, and I think he'll be in business. Ben Mays thinking about playing it and just pulling the bat out of the road at the last minute as it goes through to Peru. And again, it's that carry you talked about earlier, isn't he? Strong boy, he's got strong shoulders, runs in hard, hits the deck. I think he could cause a lot of issues. He's got the pace. He's just finding that little bit of control now, and you feel that he'll be a real prospect. Again, he runs away towards us to Mays, who leaves that one outside, nicely outside off stump. Through to the keeper again for no run. Sun just beginning to break out over the ground.
Lots of blue sky now.
Yeah,
quite a pleasant day.
Yeah, some players opting for this the shirt option. Some of the older school have gone for the wiser owls have gone for the cable knit jumpers. Starts his run up again. Aim to pass the umpire into Mays. Again, tries to tuck that in the leg side, doesn't quite beat the field. And that's another dot. Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about. This is what Lewis Gregory would want, isn't it? You just want
absolutely
the young man to just give him some control. If he can just stack 10 balls, 12 balls in an area, you feel something's going to happen. He's definitely got the attributes. Hampshire need to try and weather the storm here, get through to lunch. 98 for 4. Zolborn comes in again for his 5th delivery to Mays, who plays that nicely forward. Soft hands, ball drops just in front, just on the old wicket ends.
4 wickets have gone down this morning. How much is that down to the pitch? How much to the batting, and how much to the bowling?
Well, I think the bowling improved. which I think led to some indeterminate shots from the batsmen. I think if they're being brutally honest, and I think these youngsters have to now be brutally honest and say, well, you know, defending balls on fifth, 5.5, 6 stump is not really the you know, profitable strategy in England. As Ogborn comes in for his last delivery, and Mays clips that one off his legs. That could go for 4. It's a big chase, and the fielder gives that one up. That is 4. And the 100 up. 102 for 4. Mays hits his first boundary. Lovely shot, lovely balance. Yeah, and I think, you know, I think the build-up of pressure, you know, it started from Overton. I think he bowled a brilliant spell from our end. I think backed up by Gregory. Again, you're talking, you know, experienced pros have been around 15 years. They know what they're doing, and I think just Albert, you could see, just lost the momentum. He wasn't hitting those boundaries. He wasn't getting away, and then suddenly one indeterminate shot, and it you know, it follows through the team, and you're talking about some young players who are still working out their game, and you know, those little finer points. So yeah, they'll be better for the experience.
Gregory in and bowls, and Lehman just pushes this into the offside, sets off straight away for a well-judged single. Saw that fielder at Tom Lammonby at mid-off was a little bit back on his heels, 103 for 4. So you're not attributing any blame to the pitch?
No, not really. I think the pitch has played how it should do for April. You know, there's a bit, if you bowl well, there's a bit in it. You have to make some allowances for me. I'm not one of these to complain about the pitch all the time. I think you have to allow, you know, new ball is going to do something.
It's Gregory to Mays, and this runs off the edge down towards the third man boundary. It's going to be pulled in by Ogborn. Yeah. Come back for 2 runs, 105 for 4.
But I think, you know, opening the batting in England, there's a way of playing, isn't there? You have to know where your off stump is. You have to be aggressive when the ball, you know, the bowlers miss their lengths and lines. You have to look to score, which I'll say the good signs were, for me, was the intent. I think that's what Hampshire did very well. They ran very well. They put away the bad ball, but rightly so when Somerset got it right.
Gregory in a bowls a bouncer. Good quick delivery that, and Mays just sways back out of the way of it.
And that's first class cricket. That's the contest. I think the challenge for these younger players, also, you know, talking about the likes of Smeeds and other good young talents around, is can they do it for a day? You know, that's the challenge for them. You know, yes, you can do it in 2020, but can you do it for a day?
Gregory in and bowls, and Mays gets this off the edge, down wide of slips, down to the third man boundary for 4 fortuitous runs. Goes on to 12, 109 for 4.
Lewis Gregory, you know, he's bowling a nice length here. Ben Mays just getting turned inside out a little bit, just getting a little bit square on, but again keeping his shape, not pushing up the ball, and the ball just sort of running away. And once it comes towards us here, you know it's 4. It's not, you're not chasing it.
It's quite a short boundary on that western side of the ground. Gregory in and bowls to Mays, who plays that defensively into the offside. 12:58 the clock says. We've got 1 ball remaining in this over, so I think we'll probably get another over. Oh, it's just ticked over to 12:59. Still think we probably get another over. Gregory to Mays, who digs this one out up to mid-on, and they take the single. 110 for 4 at the end of that over, and I'm fairly sure we are indeed going to get another over, which is going to be bowled by Archie Vaughan.
Yeah. The token 1 over spell for the spinner.
Yeah.
See if the off spinner now can he make something happen.
He didn't bowl at Chelmsford because he wasn't allowed to. He was he was a replacement for Lewis Goldsworthy, but they decided that whilst he could bat, he couldn't bowl, because although Lewis Goldsworthy does bowl, Archie Vaughan is a slightly better spin bowler than Lewis Goldsworthy.
not over-attacking Somerset was a little bit surprising, especially with Mays fairly new to the crease. There's no short leg. They have got a short, sort of a short fine leg really, and catching Craig Overton posted in there. As Vaughan comes in, a bit of a hop, skip and a jump into Mays, who rocks back. So at this stage I'd like to see someone surely under the helmet there.
Yeah.
Especially to the newer batter. He looks quite a tall off spinner, Archie Vaughan.
He is. He's grown a couple of inches during the winter, I think.
Comes into bowl to Mays, who's nicely back on the back foot, playing that one with a straight bat. Not much turn at the moment, but obviously got to get those fingers warm. Not really throwing it up at the moment, Archie Vaughan. Comes in again to Mays. Plays that one off the hip for an easy single. I suppose this is what the off spinner really be looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, against the left-hander.
Pitch it into that rough, into the pizza. See if we can get one to either slide onto the pad or get one to grip.
You say into the pizza?
That's what we call it.
Is it?
Into
That's
the pizza.
a new one on me. I can see why you call it that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Vaughan, a little skip. Bowls to Lehman, who rocks back. Too short that one, but no damage. So can Somerset take one in with them? I'll be hoping. Vaughan comes in again to Lehman. Again, nice on the back foot, punches that up to mid-off. Fielded by Jake Ball. And this will be the last ball for lunch, I believe. Again, short. And Lehman just pulling that one round the corner. Jogs through to the non-striker's end. Bails are off, umpires already, and players are heading towards the pavilion, and that is lunch.
And a very good morning for Somerset, picking up 4 Hampshire wickets after Somerset lost the toss and Hampshire electing to bat on a pretty good wicket. The wickets to go down, Toby Albert caught behind off Gregory for 42. First man out was Nick Gubbins, very well caught at third slip by Lewis Gregory. Off Alfie Ogborn for 7. Tom Press caught behind off Overton for 17. And Ben Brown failed to trouble the scorers, caught at second slip by Craig Overton off the bowling of Lewis Gregory. The bowling figures: Ogborn 8 overs, 1 for 41. Jake Ball none for 11 in 5. Craig Overton 1 for 14 in 6. He's been the pick of the bowlers. Well, I'm not sure if that's true actually. Jack Leach went for 16 in 2 overs. The pick of the bowlers is Lewis Gregory, 2 for 26 in 7, and Archie Vaughan just at 1 over for 1 for 2 runs. So there we are, 112 for 4, and we'll be back for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes time. Hope you can join us then.
it's all high quality.
Was on. So he's playing a mission. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's Code.
Beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
Gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Off spin all round it. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, having moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch, though, from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that, Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square, and that's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. But just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson. Short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis. Starts a new over then from the Kirkstall Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause, though, because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
Best for his 2nd delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstall Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Yusuf, and he's gone. Game which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, a big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. 2nd wicket in the over.
2nd delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance. Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip. if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved fifer for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Bean's left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump go tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
Fourth delivery up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket. And that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. Second over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Albert's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's the field feels. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him. He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lyth, and Lyth just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed.
Here comes Baker again. 3 slips. Well pitched up. Great drive by Matthew Revis. Really well timed.
Being covered is Abbott around the wicket. Lyth drives through extra cover. Don't bother running for that. And Lyth doesn't.
In this Yorkshire reply, outside off stump, over pitched and just guided, really nicely guided by Adam Lyth. See a few more arriving as Lyth gets on the front foot and drives that one through the covers. My goodness me, he's timing the ball well this morning, Adam Lyth, wouldn't you? Here's Yusuf in, and that is a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy from Adam Lyth. Here's Abbott again. Oh, and a full swing of the bat there from Revis. And he's looking at Jack again. Revis, plays that through mid-wicket really nicely. Wristily steers that one up towards the Taverners stand, running in towards us from the Howard stand end. And Revis absolutely gives that the treatment across the practice wickets towards the Western Terrace.
He certainly did. He's Yusuf down the hill once more. Revis off the back foot, times that nicely through the gap at forward point, and that brings him 4 runs. He took 119 wickets, says Dave. Revis is off the back foot. A beautiful stroke through extra cover. He really is starting to time the ball.
Comes in, bowls, driven by Lyth, and that's just going to reach the boundary on the offside to Revis. Plays off the back foot, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot.
First period of commentary then, as Dawson comes in, just a little bit wider leg stump there, and Lyth gets a good glance in down towards the Kirkstone Lane end boundary and actually picks up 4 first ball.
Showers, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he's bowled him! And there's the early breakthrough after lunch as the off stump goes cartwheeling out the ground. Revis goes pushing forward.
Round the wicket, short run, reverse sweep from Lyth. And he's timed it really nicely, actually. He's just paddled it round the corner.
Find yourself being relied upon more. Edge through to the keeper, and Abbott's got another wicket, and that's the perfect delivery. Lyth had to play. Game down there at the Utilita. As Hill plays that late, and he's worked that down the hill, down to third man, and that will run away over the rope. So there you go. Here's Kyle Abbott again. Hill's bowled! He's played forward there, and he's looking around thinking, how on earth have I missed that? It's heading this way as Abbott bowls, and there's a nice drive through extra cover. No problem, Don Bess. Well, it's a short ball, rare short ball from Abbott. That's nicely played and pulled around the corner by Don Bess. I wasn't tempted to put any money on it. I'm not betting this year. Lovely cut shot, and that's going for 4 runs. Good a point. Duke is off the mark.
Bowls. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to be 4 runs to Harry Duke.
As he comes in again. Ooh, straight into sweep, and in the end he's got an edge through to the keeper. And Bess has gone. Dawson comes in. Down the wicket comes Van Beek, hits him over the head, high down to the far end of the ground. And what's the umpire going to signal? It's 4 runs. That's a nice looking shot.
Oh, he's edged that, and he's gone to the keeper. Good catch. Looked a good catch by Ben Brown.
And in comes Yusuf Bowles. Bowled him, and the stump is out of the ground. And that is the end of the Yorkshire innings. White goes for no score, and Yorkshire bowled out for 177.
George Hill comes in, down the leg side. Here's Hill in again. Oh, and a fine shot by Gubbins. Off the back foot, pushing that away.
Comes in again, round the wicket to the left-hander. And he's hit that for 4 behind square on the offside. It's Code in here, and Gubbins has...
Through is needed. Van Beek's in now. There's a big shout this time, and they have that breakthrough. Weatherly is the man out, LBW.
Bowling's left-handed Gubbins, who... Oh, that's a lovely cover drive. And that's 4 runs. In comes Hill to bowl to Prest, who turns it onto the onside. And that's 4 runs. That's a good shot. He just... a shot through mid-wicket to the right-handed Prest. That's on the leg side. That's turned away. And that's another 4. Exactly the same as his previous 4 as well. So, in some ways. Anyway, Hill is in. And that's 4 runs. On the back foot again. And that's through the offside this time. Another 4 runs for Nick Gubbins.
It's a new over from Van Beek, and that's driven fairly thickish edge down towards third man, and that will go all the way. Here's Code past the umpire, and that's played up on his toes by Tom Prest. Really well, 3.4 and over at the moment as Code comes in, and just as you speak, Kevin, another boundary through the offside.
Replacement for Richardson, and as he edged that one through to the keeper, Gubbins. He's down on his knee. He's going to wait for the umpire's decision here, because that was a very full delivery.
Again. And that is played away by Prest delightfully through the offside. Here comes Ben Cody now. Outside off stump. Played towards Sam Whiteman at backward point, who does the fielding. And that is the end of the second day's play here at Headingley.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Third slip back in place for Sonny Baker. This one's up in the air, looping up to Bess, who takes the catch. Weight of games as in comes Van Beek, and that's a thick edge. And on a rare occasion there, Jake Lehman to be playing regular first team cricket for the foreseeable future, else you wouldn't get that cap. You're going to be a regular. As that's punched square on the offside and takes Tom Prest to a well-earned half-century. There he goes with that trigger movement back and across now then. He's out.
at the non-striking end. Tom Prester's gone. That's one of those very, very unfortunate things in cricket.
To the middle stump.
Lehman on strike again, and a similar shot to the ball before, but this time a different result. And what presumably both he and Tom Prest were hoping for the ball before was boundary. Sessions now with T fixed at 3:55.
That's Lehman who's cut one out here.
Past the umpire, Brown cuts all over the top of first slip. Any more in this game? That's driven, full delivery, lovely shot. Straight down the ground, back up towards us, up the hill.
Now mid-off is in for the first delivery to Brown, and has a big heave onto the leg side to the cow corner, and it's all the way for 6.
Cliff's in. Brown drives, thick outside edge, but he's found the gap just in front of point. Not quite where he was aiming it. Cliff had the hands on his head. Double wicket competition. Oh, that cut away into the gap between point and gully. It was in the air, but there's nobody there. Actually, there he looked like he's gone back in the older ones. Oh, there's an edge, and again it's gone into that gap between first slip and fine gully. Last umpire Saggers and Bowles, and again it's gone in that area. I think that was again deliberate. It wasn't quite aerial as the previous delivery.
There he is again, waits, wide attacking stance. He's placed that one very nicely between two fielders on the leg side. Brevis is one of them giving chase, but the ball is to bat for now. Lehman again cuts nicely and makes his way to a half century then for the 29th time in first class cricket. To go with 16 first class tons. It's taken him 89 balls, 124 minutes of batting.
Still a little way away from that. Brown drives past the diving point, and that's going for 4. But that's a bit in the distance at the moment. Brown whips that away on the leg side. That's 4 runs through square leg. Yeah, short. Brown pulls that away on the leg side, and nobody's quite sure where that ball is. It's gone for 4. Didn't actually add to his overnight total, and Lehman guides that away past a diving wide first slip.
Best over. Shot and outside off stump, and it's cut away behind point for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot.
Around the wicket short, and that's pulled away from outside off stump, pulled away hard through mid wicket, and Jake Lehman picks up another boundary. 134 now between these two. Low full toss hammered away by Lehman. Don't bother chasing that one. That's gone into the stands. And Beak bowls again, and outside the off stump, and hammered away from outside off stump through mid wicket, and that is 4. Well, what is happening here straight after tea?
Best in for the 4th delivery, 3 dots so far, and as Lehman back cuts behind point, and that'll race away for 4 runs. 18.
Yeah, so Paddy Pindle batting. That's caught at deep backward square leg. He picked Logan Van Beek up beautifully, but unfortunately picked a fielder out on the boundary.
Front of the hand, and it's hit into the leg side, and it's 4 or 6.
Pressed when he was run out on the non-striker's end. That's whipped away by Brown. My word, he's picked that up superbly, and that's gone for 6 towards the western terrace. Van Beek again and bowls. Brown pulls that away in the air. That's safe, and it's beaten 2 fielders, and it's gone for 4. Mays. Oh, that's a beautiful shot down the ground, and that's gone for... Is that 4 or 6? It is 6. Essex the way they looked last week. Surprised that they're out now. Ben Brown hoiks that away on the leg side, falls over as he does so, and it's gone for 6. And as David Milne signals 6, Ben Brown was picking himself up off the turf, and he moves on to 102, gets a hug from Ben Mays. He takes his helmet off, raises his bat, and even Harry Duke behind the stumps gives him a round of applause, which is nice to see.
It's Don Bess. He's in for the final delivery. It's over, and he hits him out to deep cover, pushing hard to mid off. A long off. So that's the end of the over.
Mountain to climb now with the bat. Lyth has got an edge and gone. Second slip pouches it pretty low down. And the first blob of the season for Adam Lyth. Here's Abbott again. Oh, inside edge from Whiteman. That's going to be 4. Races away. Kirkstall lane end. Oh, bowled him. This time it's Whiteman who's left one and had his off stump removed. Finlay Bean watches on from the other end.
In. Bowl short. Pulled away just over mid-wicket, over the outstretched hand of Joe Weatherly, and that's going for 4. Here's Jack again. Bowls. That's whipped away. Nice shot through square leg. Little too straight, that one. Nicely played by James Wharton, who goes into double figures.
To Bean now, straight again, and it's worked into the leg side. I don't know if the fielder has cut it off, and it runs away for 4 runs. Full. He's worked his leg side for mid-wicket and that'll run away for 4 runs. That's back-to-back boundaries for Finley Bean. And he's in. And he's pushed down into the third man vacant area for 4 runs. That's well weighted by James Wharton there.
That's whipped away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot from James Wharton.
Baker to Bean. Oh, and there he's through that 4th slit region. Great ball in by Baker, back of a length, going across. Just got a little bit big on Bean.
Jack from the football stand end, gone. And I must admit the first reaction there was that was probably too high, but we are a long way up, 5 floors up here in the con box. Here's Jack then to Revis, and wouldn't you know it, he gets a nice juicy leg stump half volley and flicks it away.
And he's in. Oh, and it's streakily away through behind point for 4 runs, and that'll run away. And he's full. And he's bowled him! Fantastic delivery there from Abbott. Off stump, knocked out the ground. Revis looking back into Cliff, and he's full. Oh, he's in the pad, and he's given him, he's gone! It's 2 in the over for Abbott. He's forward, solid in behind it. That's a dot ball to end the day. That's a fantastic spell from Abbott. He's bowled 9 overs, 4 for 11. Fantastic bowling, and Yorkshire end the day on 65 for 5.
So here's Cody Youssef to get things underway, and it's immediately down the leg side to George Hill. Especially this man, Finley Bean, facing Youssef, who pushes that into the gap, wide of second slip and gully. It's running all the way to the third man boundary.
Here's Abbott in, good delivery, there's an appeal, and that is the end of Finley Bean. The first wicket of the day has gone, and Kyle Abbott has 5 for 12.
That's pushed into the gap. Nice shot from Harry Duke. He'll get 4 runs. Jack, that's full delivery, nicely guided backward of deep gully, and that's going for 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot there from Harry Duke.
Sonny Baker into the attack to replace the wayward Kyle Abbott at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Sonny's wayward with his first ball. 6 overs and 2 balls for Hampshire to find some, and there's should be 1, but he's been put down. Mid on, mid off, and a square leg, and Harry Duke, I think this one hits him round about the waistband, rather like Willie Banks doing the triple jump. Short ball, Duke's got underneath this, so too has Cody Youssef down at long leg.
97 for 7 here, Yorkshire in their second innings. That's flicked away down to fine leg, and it's gone through. Here's Eddie Jack again. It's nicely cracked away off the back foot by George Hill.
Comes in past Saggers, he's up there to drive, an invitation accepted, and Don Best will welcome that with open arms. Here's Sonny Baker in again, and George just guiding that one through third man. He's going to pick up 4 runs. The Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and lovely drive from Don Bess. That'll make him feel a whole lot better. Here's Youssef again, edged this time by Bess, just tentatively pushed at that. Ball short of length, punched away into the offside by George Hill, nicely played.
Food's arrived, Doige. That's given me a bit of a lift, that's nicely played through mid-wicket. And that will be 4 runs for Don Bess, who moves on to 26.
Coming in again. And Hill gets himself 4 through third man. Intended shot, opened the face, and
thank you. John, nice to hear from you. That's lofted high on over mid-on. That's a lovely shot. Couple of... Awesome. Down the wicket comes Hill again. He's got a little bit more underneath that, but he's still going a long way over mid-on. Wide mid-on this time, and it's 6 runs again. And that's his 50.
Join the war. Abbott with a pretty good delivery once again, but this time Best. Comes Abbott. Ooh, good delivery this time. There's an appeal for LBW and given. Ooh, now then.
From that football stand end. Best works it away on the onside. Chase for Tom Prest. Although that's always going for 4.
Thinking it probably was out.
Here's Liam Dawson. To Best, gets an edge, goes along the ground past the diving substitute fielder Toby Albert, and that's running away to third man up the hill for 4 runs.
Baker might bowl it now. No, it's up there to drive again, and this time he has got a good contact on it, and it is 4. Lined in red with the fact that he's got the captain's armband when there's no Johnny Bairstow here. Short ball pulled by Van Beek, and he's off the mark with a 4 through mid-wicket.
Facing Dawson. And he's chipped that one, and he's caught it mid-off. Looked to work that away on the onside. He got a leading edge. You were mentioning his Dawson's gone for the sweep shot there. It's nicely played by Van Beek's gone fine. Gully in for him. Code drives. That's nicely through the covers. That's a lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Less recently and less recently again. Yeah, very often, unfortunately.
Oh, and that's it. Sorry, I had a load of emails that I've missed him. And I've just missed that because
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
was on. So he's playing a mission. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's
Oh,
Code.
beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
Gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Off spin all rounder. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, having moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch though from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that, Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square. That's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. but just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. He feels he's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson, short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis, starts a new over then from the Kirkstone Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause though because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
That's for his 2nd delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstone Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Youssef, and he's gone. Okay, which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, a big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. 2nd wicket in the over.
2nd delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance. Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip, if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in, and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved 5 for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Beans left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump go tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
4th delivery up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket, and that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. 2nd over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Albert's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's a few fields. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him! He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lythe, and Lythe just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed.
Here comes Baker again. 3 slips. Well pitched up. Great drive by Matthew Revis. Really well timed.
Being covered is Abbott around the wicket. Lythe drives through extra cover. Don't bother running for that. And Lythe doesn't.
In this Yorkshire reply, outside off stump, over pitched and just guided, really nicely guided by Adam Lythe. See a few more arriving as Lythe gets on the front foot and drives that one through the covers. My goodness me, he's timing the ball well this morning, Adam Lythe, wouldn't you? Here's Youssef in, and that is a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy from Adam Lythe. Here's Abbott again. Oh, and a full swing of the bat there from Revis. And he's looking at Jack again. Revis, plays that through mid-wicket really nicely, wristily, steers that one up towards the Taverners stand, running in towards us from the Howard stand end, and Revis absolutely gives that the treatment across the practice wickets towards the Western Terrace.
He certainly did. He's used that down the hill once more. Revis off the back foot, times that nicely through the gap at forward point, and that brings him 4 runs. He took 119 wickets, says Dave. Revis is off the back foot. A beautiful stroke through extra cover. He really is starting to time the ball.
Comes in, bowls, driven by Live, and that's just going to reach the boundary on the offside to Revis. Plays off the back foot, and that's
Sunshine out. A few less clouds around to start this session. Some big fluffy ones around.
Yeah, it's
but
very
not as
pleasant. I
many.
had a wander around the ground to go and get our lunch in the press box,
All good?
and yeah,
I can't be bothered these
very
days.
pleasant.
Here comes Jake Ball. Lehman drives. Oh, there's a thick inside edge, and he was looking around in the ball. I can tell him has gone out to square leg. He did not know where that was going, but he'll pick up a single.
Do you think the ball's doing anything?
I don't think he's done lots today. I think Lewis Gregory is a really good bowler. I think he bowls a really good line that makes you play. And if you're a bit tentative, then he's very hard work indeed. You know that he has that ability just to slide one in, so you tend to play at balls that just hold their line. And he bowls such a good line that I'm not surprised he's got a couple of wickets from catches behind. But yeah, I don't think he's done loads, do you?
No.
Ball bowls, and
But there you are.
Hayes works that away behind square.
That was another inside edge.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I know. It's almost as the batters are overcompensating.
Yeah.
And sort of almost playing half outside the line of the ball. But I think he's done a little bit. I mean, I think Craig Overton got some nice shape on the ball as well when he bowled a good spell this morning, which accounted to Tom Prest. He was caught behind. But I think, I think when the batters look at some of the dismissals, they say, well, should I be playing it? Should I not? Lehman's on the back foot. Going to take a quick single up to mid-off. Have to hurry here. The throw goes in at the keeper's end. Ben Mays.
I think that would have been. I think he'd have gone if that had hit from Jack Leach.
It was close.
I don't know whether Lehman thinks that Leach is left-handed, but when it comes to throwing, he's not. He's right-handed, and he was running towards the ball on his right side, and he had virtually all 3 stumps to aim at.
He knows it now. I think you're probably right, actually. He probably didn't know he was right-handed. If I'm honest, I probably didn't know myself. So Jake Ball looking for his first wicket. Tidy figures so far. Short ball, and Mays ducks underneath.
Tennis ball bounce there.
It was a bit, wasn't it? So yeah, it's a good, important start to this session. If Somerset can keep their hard work from the morning session going, then they'll be in a very, very good position indeed. Hampshire really do need a decent partnership from either this or certainly the next one. Otherwise that decision to bat first doesn't look quite so good. Ball bowls, and forward is the 18-year-old. End of the over then. Ball has completed 6 overs, done for 16.
Tell us, Somerset people, about Ben Mays.
Well, Ben Mays is still at school. Still at school, but I was told. I must admit, I didn't quite know the situation. I was told last week that they've worked out a special curriculum for him, special way of working through his studies. He is an all-round sports person. Apparently very good at hockey and very good at other sports as well. He's just one of these naturally gifted guys. His first game in the first team, other than the 50 overs, I don't quite count the 50 overs anymore, because I think, you know, it is a competition now where you do blood youngsters in. But I think when away from that, his first team game was straight in the quarter-final T20, and of course he played against you guys as well in the final.
Here's Overton in a bowling to Lehman, who plays that defensively. Yes, I'm talking to Michael Carberry, because he and Thomas Rue were in the same England under-19
Yep, they would
side.
be, yeah.
Thomas captaining Ben Mays, and Ben Mays was the top scorer, and Thomas Roux second highest scorer.
Obviously, two very, very good players.
But Thomas is having to stay at school and do his A-levels.
You need to work out a plan.
It's Overton in and bowls, and this is driven but not timed by Lehman.
I mean, would Thomas Roux play if he was available?
Probably.
Right. So
Probably.
Whereas,
I think he'd probably take the place of Josh Thomas.
okay. Whereas I get the feeling that kind of Ben Mays' place at the start was guaranteed.
Overton in and bowls, and this is runaway down towards third man. Tom Lammonby will, no, Alfie Ogborn will pull it in a couple of yards inside the boundary rope. They'll come back for 2 runs, 119 for 4. But I think with Thomas, academic studies come first. He's got all the time in the world to play cricket. I think the family want him to get some decent A-levels under his belt.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Here's Overton. It's a play and a miss from Lehman. Ball leaving him outside the off stump. And rather a loose shot, going for a big off drive. But I don't think it's going to do Thomas Roux any harm at all. He'll be that little bit older. And he's a very, very talented young cricketer. And he'll probably keep wicket when he comes into the side. Overton in and bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on, where Jake Ball makes rather a meal of making the stop, but does so successfully.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for youngsters who are clearly talented and have a little bit more than maybe some others of that age, which I think the two we're talking about do possess that.
Undoubtedly, yeah. Overton in bowls, edged and put down by Archie Vaughan at a sort of 4th slip position. He gets a consolatory low 5 from Tom Abel, but he ought really to have taken that catch. Archie Vaughan wasn't. It went quickly away to his left, but complimenting Somerset on their fielding earlier on, that's a blemish. And it may very well be one that comes back to haunt them, because Jake Lehman was going well on 34.
Yeah, he's in good form as well. That 119 for 5 that would have been, if that had been taken. That does put you in a little bit of a precarious position if another wicket or 2 follows soon after. So yes, a real let-off there. So here's Jake Ball again from the pavilion end. Mays works it away on the onside. Got a couple of emails actually just before lunch. We were talking about Viv Richards, or we mentioned Viv Richards, didn't we?
We did.
Tony Thatcher, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He said he'd like to hear the Viv Richards story again, as the live feed managed to show an opera advert at the same time. Did it now? Well, I think you can surmise, couldn't you, really? Here's set ball. Mays drives, stopped by Ball and his follow through, just about.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a huge amount to the story. Somerset decided in 1986 that they preferred Martin Crowe to a combination of Joel Garner and Viv Richards. Ian Botham wasn't at all impressed by that. And they all, the 2 West Indians weren't retained, and Ian Botham went with them. And there was all sorts of ructions within the club, special general meetings and rebels and goodness knows what else. And went on for a long time.
They were the club for a while, weren't they?
Well, you've got 3 of the best cricketers in the world. Yeah. Leaving in one go is quite a blow.
It is really.
Oh,
he's right on the pad, he's gone.
Absolutely. Looked pretty plumb to me from here. And that's the end of Ben Mays.
He goes for 15, just watching this again. Yeah, he's across the stumps there a little bit, trying to whip that away through mid-wicket. And Ball has picked up his first wicket of the innings.
Well, it could be 6 down if that catch had been taken by Archie Vaughan, but Somerset will be very happy to have got half of the Hampshire side back in the pavilion with just 119 runs on the board.
Ben Mays, LBW to dead ball 415.
So Ben Mays has been sort of given the chance to stake a claim in the championship side. He's threatened to sort of really show what he can do. 39 in the first innings against Yorkshire is his only notable score so far, but it's early days and he's only turned 18 during the winter.
See his leg stump, couldn't you? He was shuffling across,
Yeah.
the leg stump was exposed, and not a difficult LBW decision for the umpire to give.
No, playing through mid-wicket is not ideal, is it really? So new batter is Liam Dawson. Griff Holmes, while we wait for him to arrive to the middle. Griff Holmes writes, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm back home in Hampshire from university for Easter and keeping my best friend from my new flat, who is from Somerset, up to date with the score. Unfortunately, and needless to say, he's got the upper hand. He's got an even more an upper hand because that was written before that wicket. And this one from Paul Whiten, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Interested in your thoughts on batters who all seem now to step to the off stump as a trigger. That's what we were talking about that earlier. Which leads to playing balls that would be left in their initial stance based on width, but now threaten the edge due to the movement. Thinking of Toby Albert's dismissal. Did he really need to have played that? Outstanding commentary. So it's nice to hear Carbs as well, says Paul. Carbs is back from his lunch as well, making some notes. Is this my over or yours? I can't remember.
Yours.
It is mine.
It's yours.
Wicket maiden so far, though 3 balls to come. 119 for 5. Liam Dawson.
I've got a Liam Dawson stat.
Oh.
Steve Pittard at the end of the over.
Right, here's Ball left alone by Dawson outside of the off stump. Now Dawson so far this season hasn't really got in yet. He's had 3 knocks. Top score of 14. Looking forward to that stat of yours.
Oh.
Or not? Well, it's not
It's
yours,
a killer.
is it?
No, it's a Steve Pittard
Yeah, it's not
stat
one of yours.
from a Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, better known as Eli's.
Ball runs towards us once more, past the umpire. And that's a good delivery, good carry, Dawson, good leave.
He's bowling really well. It's Jake Ball. Seems to have had a new lease of life this season.
Mm-hmm. He's got nice action, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Tall.
This time last year he was out on loan to Kent.
Bowling at Canterbury, eh?
Mm.
That looked like a feather bed there for a while. Last
One
game.
or two around the country, haven't they?
Here's ball again to Dawson. Dawson plays at that one, pushes forward, gets a thick outside edge. He's running down to the vacant third man area, and he's 4. End of the over, 123 for 5.
Yes, well, I've got 2 Liam Dawson stats. The first is that Liam Dawson is playing his 107th first-class match here at the Utilita Bowl, which equals Jimmy Adams for the most appearances at the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And the other is that Liam Dawson is the most effective all-rounder against Somerset in recent years, that's since 1989, apart from Ricky Clark. Dawson has scored 1,159 runs against Somerset at 39.97 and taken 41 wickets at 25.66. So the differential between his batting average and his bowling average is 14.66.
Which is big.
Which is very, very big indeed. Here's Overton in and bowls, and this is turned away into the side. What was your differential?
Very narrow, actually.
But was it on the right side?
It was probably 2 percentage points the wrong side of both. I think.
No, that's pretty good.
I'm talking off the top of my head, but I think, without looking it up, batting was 31, bowling might have been 33.
Oh,
something like that.
That's not bad.
But I'm within 1 or 2.
And you were playing in a very strong era for county cricket, I think it'd be fair to say as well. Craig Overton in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Liam Dawson. Michael Carberry begs to differ.
We think I've got that wrong. Well, the strong era.
We had.
I didn't say anything.
We had some of the best cricketers in the world coming to play in county cricket back in the 80s and 90s.
It was all about survival against some very quick bowlers. That's
Absolutely.
what county cricket was in those days. It was making sure you didn't get your head knocked off.
Oh, and this is turned away and caught in the air by Alfie Ogborn. And at mid-wicket, and that's the end of Liam Dawson, so it's just as well I got that stat in when I did. 124 for 6. It was a airy-fairy sort of shot, trying to play it through mid-wicket. Maybe the ball just stopped on him a little bit to give him a bit of an excuse, but it wasn't a very good shot and a comfortable catch at mid-wicket. And that is 124 for 6, so a good day for Somerset. It's just got even better.
Jake Ball, the bowler, both times. You said he was in looking good, and certainly is coming in very nicely. And indeed, Liam Dawson still looking for a score to mark the start of the 2026 season. So 2 quick wickets at the resumption of day 1, and really put Hampshire on the back foot here. That is an area, that mid-wicket area, which you'll find a lot of fielders, as the innings sort of wears on, you'll find a lot of teams employed sort of 2 shortish mid-wickets because they feel a lot of balls go in the air in that area. Dawson's just proved that. Cody Youssef is the new batter, Hampshire's other overseas player for now.
Played against Somerset for Durham last season.
And?
He hurt himself.
Oh.
And if it was this season, he would have been substituted because he bowled in the first innings, but not in the second when Somerset chased down over 250 to win the game.
So that would have been another. It'd be interesting to go through, like, if somebody's got time. Actually, your Steve Pittard sounds like he's a man that's got time to go through all the games of last season where there could have been injury replacements, and he could probably play in about 50 or 60.
Yes, what did he do? 2 for 45 and 8.4 overs, and it's the 0.4 that gives it away because he couldn't finish his 9th over. Yeah, Somerset lost Sean Dixon in the game against Surrey. Broken hand. Right. Here's Overton to Youssef. He's in and bowls outside the off stump and through to James Rue. Ball is carrying through to the wicketkeeper quite well.
I thought so.
I mean, pitches here have the reputation of being pretty slow, don't they?
As the game goes on. Yeah, I think you'll find slowly but surely the carry won't be quite as good.
Cody Youssef made 16 not out in the Durham first innings. Batting at 10. This is... I thought that was going to be an edge through to James Rue, as Youssef did his best to get an outside edge on that.
Yeah, I mean, he has a career average of 18 with the bat. I mean, it's he's not going to, he's going to make major contributions. Obviously, mainly he's there as a bowler, but a decent backup. But
Overton up past the umpire there and bowls, goes past the outside edge again. Well, superb over from Craig Overton. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17, and well, he had a catch put down in his previous over and he went past the outside edge 3 times in that over, so he's absolutely on top of his game at the moment, Craig Overton. And Hampshire 124 for 6, which means that Somerset have got 2 bowling bonus points.
Peter Collins emailed just before lunch, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He said, could Lehmann qualify for England? I don't know how that works. I mean, he's a non-qualified he's a non-overseas player, if you know what I mean. So even though he's Aussie domestic,
I think he's a bit past it anyway, isn't he?
well, he's 33. Here's Bowles, and Lehmann works that onto the onside for a single. I know that certainly from a Hampshire point of view, he's been a very, very important signing. He does hold the batting together already, and we're only into the third match of this new season. Very influential at number 4, the Australian Domestic Player of the Year. Yeah, he's 33 years old, had a decent Sheffield Shield. Average 35, had a couple of hundreds before Christmas. Didn't quite score so heavily after Christmas. South Australia winning the Sheffield Shield. There's a nice drive to point, but finds the fielder, does Yusuf.
Good stop there by Alfie.
So yeah, I don't know. I think you have to swear allegiance that you're not going to play for Australia or something like that, don't you? And then you start some sort of countdown. I don't know how that works. I really don't. But he has a passport that allows him to play as a non-overseas player. He's with Hampshire for 2 seasons. So outside off stump and that's left alone.
Yeah, Hampshire had some problems signing. It was the overseas fast bowler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You were going to get what? Michael Neser,
and then that fell through.
and then the West Indian.
Jaden Seals, and then Trinidad and Tobago said no. When have you ever heard something like a Trinidad and Tobago say no? We all thought, well, initially we all thought it was the West Indies cricket board that said no. It's forward as Yusuf, but apparently the West Indies cricket board got in touch and said it wasn't us.
Yeah.
They saw the article. They said it weren't us, Gov.
I'm not sure that a county. Well, I suppose Trinidad and Tobago, after all, is a nation.
Yeah, so it was
I
then.
think that's, yeah, fair enough.
I think I heard, and I'm not sure, that they've got some matches coming up, or a couple of matches coming up, which is quite unusual. I'm not sure they normally play that this time of year, or at some point. But anyway, and, that was that. That was blocked, and that was literally about 10 days before the start of the season, if that actually. It's a forward defensive from Yusuf. So Cody Yusuf has come from Russell Domingo's club, the Lions, Gotang Lions. That's Russell, head coach of them. Cody told a great story actually. You know the guy that was coming over for Worcestershire, Bayers Swanee Pole.
Oh yes, yeah.
Well, they were playing in a one-day provincial final, the Lions. It's outside the off stump and there's left alone, and Swanee Pole plays for them. And Cody plays for them. And this was the game, the final, where Swanee Pole walked off the field with 8 overs to go.
Oh yes, right, yeah. In order to go and join Worcester.
Yeah, to get on the flight.
Yeah.
And as we spoke to Cody about it. I said, look, what was going on there? And he said, well, they weren't. He said that he reckons that he and his teammates didn't really know what was going on. They all knew that he was getting on a flight pretty soon after the game, but they hadn't quite worked out that it was so tight that it meant that he had to leave the field. But I see he's been granted permission now, hasn't he, to play for Worcester after being initially.
He's at Overton in and bowls short, and Lehmann pulls out of a pull shot. Dan Kingdom, thank you, Dan, says Yusuf was subbed out against Somerset last year. He was concussed. That's right, Daniel Hogg came in and played for him. So he did get a replacement. Oh dear, Tom Banton is out of the IPL with a finger injury. As Overton is in and bowls, and that's defended. Thank you, Nicky, for that. So was that Bagpuss? He's hardly played, Tom Banton, but for the Gujarat Titans. I don't think it'll affect his availability for Somerset. Overton in and bowls to Lehmann, who's coming down the pitch towards him, cuts it down to third man, where Ogborn is waiting for it, sends in the return. Field changes over for the right-hander. So I don't think we're going to see Tom Banton in Somerset colours, obviously now, until he recovers from his finger injury. which, if he's not going to be available for the IPL, is unlikely to be available for his first round of championship matches. Oh, and this goes past the outside edge of Cody Yusuf again. That one bouncing and leaving the right-hander through chest high to James Rue, who's been very good from Somerset's bowlers here today. We won't be able to make a definitive judgment on the pitch until both sides have had a bat, but it doesn't exactly look like a minefield. Overton in and bowls to Yusuf, who this time gets a straight ball and plays it with a straight bat. Back to the bowler. Well, a blow for Tom Banton. But, here's Overton. 3 slips go down. Oh, and this is taken on the pad and gone. Gone. It's the 7th wicket. Yusuf, who is in all sorts of trouble against Craig Overton, gets one, a full-length delivery that ducks back into him, pins him LBW in front of all 3, and it's 126 for 7.
Well, that looked like it just straightened up a fraction. Looked like a really good ball, actually. And it's like a lot of pitches, really. Just keep the ball in the right areas, along the right channels. And there will be. Yes. He is playing a little bit front on, which is probably not helping it, but the ball has definitely pitched and straightened it.
It has.
So, Polly's just messaged me actually to say that Jake Lehman's mother is English, so hence the dual nationality. That's right. I couldn't remember, but thank you for that, for reminding me. So Yusuf goes for no score, and Hampshire have lost 3 wickets since the resumption. In fact, they've lost 3 wickets for 7 in total. Chris Hart has messaged me as well to say he didn't think that Ben Mays was LBW was a great decision. He's obviously watching on the picture feed, and
it looked pretty good to me. You could see his leg stump when the ball made contact with the pad. Right, here comes the scourge of Somerset.
Oh, Toby Albert, yes. I got a message here from Matt earlier that said, looking forward to the 4 days, and the commentary, of course, seen lots of debate on the inclusion, or should I say the exclusion, of Ali Orr from the team. Feel sorry for Weatherly. 2:10. What time is it now? Oh yeah, it's close. Yeah, we'll bring Michael Carberry in. Or the exclusion of Ali Orr on the team. I know he's got some runs pre-season actually, Ali Orr. Feel sorry for Weatherly, says Matt, but I think it may be a product of us underperforming as a team in the first game. Right, is it me? And it's me to go, isn't it? It's you two. It's going to be Michael Carberry and Anthony Gibson.
And it's going to be Jake Ball out in the middle with ball in hand, bowling to his fellow Jake. Jake Lehman. Ball gets someone to duck back into the left-hander. Almost got it through. Single is taken, 128 for 7. What have you made of it since lunch, Michael?
Oh, it's unfortunately same old story, isn't it? From a Hampshire point of view, the batting has just not fired. You know, they've come out and in credit to Somerset, they've been right on the money. They've got the ball in a challenging area, but again, some really poor shots. You know, you just don't feel like they've really locked in the Hampshire batsmen mentally. Going back out there after a break, it's been a little bit sleepy, and yeah, Somerset have capitalised.
His ball to Abbott, who drives edgily, and it's very well fielded at 3rd slip. 2nd slip, 3rd slip. You don't often see Craig Overton at 3rd slip.
It's kind of a 2.5 slip, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that new in vogue. Yeah.
Tom Abel at 1st and Gregory at 2nd.
I never understand that.
So he's sort of 4th slip, really, or 3.5 slip. Ball in and bowls to Abbott, who drives, and it's very well fielded this time by Jack Leach, coming across from mid-on. Kyle Abbott started off as if he means to take the attack to Somerset.
I think he's seen enough from up top. He said, right, I'll show you how to do this, lads.
2 aggressive shots, but hasn't brought him any runs. 2 saving, 1 on both sides of the wicket. 3 slips. Ball in and bowls down the leg side, and Albert goes to flick it down to fine leg, makes no contact. 127 for 7. Craig Overton figures of 3 for 18 in 9 overs. Has bowled well, hasn't he?
Bowled beautifully, hasn't he? Yeah, high class. Just a good lesson in, you know, how to utilise early season conditions. You just got to stick to a basic plan, hit line and length, dry the scoreboard up, wickets will come.
His ball into Albert, who drives. This time does middle it, but it goes straight to mid off. We got a fly past. Certainly the one nearest to us is a military aircraft. They're both military aircraft. One of them might be a historic fighter with a historic transport plane. I'm not sufficient of an aviation buff to be able to identify them.
Don't look this direction either.
His ball in and bowls, and this is tucked off his hip by Abbott, and they will come back, well, they think about coming back for the second. They decide against it as Josh Thomas sends in the return. 120, it should be 129, no, 128 for 7, that's quite right. End of that over, and Jake Ball 1 for 23 in 9 overs.
Well, it's actually worked out the perfect scenario now for Somerset, having Abbott on strike. I'm pretty sure if I was Jake Lehman, I would have been trying to scamper back for the 2, make sure I've got the strike to try and take the main threat out as the last senior batter left. But I mean, Kyle Abbott can bat. He's not a complete rabbit with the bat.
He averages 17.8 in his first class career.
He's had to play some important knocks over the years for Hampshire.
Highest of 97 not out against Lancashire in 2017. I expect you were there, weren't you?
Yeah, he keeps it simple, doesn't he? Kyle Abbott, he's looked to hit straight, and I think, dare I say it, some of the top order of Hampshire might take stock of what Kyle Abbott's done so far. To win the toss at home, home conditions, I think you'd be bitterly disappointed. 120, you don't feel it's a 128 for 7 wicket.
Well, Jake Ball. He's not the most naturally athletic cricketer you've ever seen, Jake Ball.
They call that going down in instalments.
Yeah.
As Overton begins his run into Abbott and walks right across all 3, works that to sort of fine leg, it's picked up. They scamper back for 2. I think Hampshire really now, from here on in, they've got to try and look to if they can eke out 50 runs from somewhere. Can they make their way up to somewhere around 200 between the remaining wickets? I think that's got to be first thing, really, first target. So Abbott can hang around. I say he's more than useful. And hopefully Lehman continue his good form as Overton comes in again to Abbott, and again, that almost got through as well. There was cries from the slips, hands on heads. James Rue made a complete meal of that one as well. It's fair to say, last 3 balls, cricket's not been the winner. But again, another close call. I say, just looking late on the delivery, some of the Hampshire batters. No real foot movement, just sort of jabbing at the ball. Not really decisive in defence or attack at the moment. Don't know whether to stick or twist. And Somerset just keep applying that pressure. Now Overton comes into the left-handed Lehman. Bouncer, a good one as well. It was a good line. Lehman thought about it initially. Opted to pull out.
It was quite quick, that as well.
Yeah, he's got a slippery bouncer, Craig Overton. It's very much an effort ball for him. I mean, but he's someone that he can catch you by surprise, because you get kind of caught up with stuff around the front pad, and then obviously he digs in the short one. See if he'll go again to Lehmann. This one a bit fuller now. Lehmann driving up to mid-on. No run, and that's the end of another good over from Overton. He's really locked in here at the moment. Craig Overton, 10 overs for 3 for 21. Really broken the back of this Hampshire batting line, especially after lunch. It's been a phenomenal spell so far.
Yep, Jake Ball is going to bowl another over. He's bowled well too. And Lewis Gregory picked up 2 wickets this morning. Alfie Ogborn making the initial breakthrough when he had Nick Gubbins well caught by Gregory in the slips. So all 4 of the Somerset seamers have contributed. No sign of any turn for either Jack Leach or Archie Vaughan, who just had the 1 over before lunch. His ball in, bowls to Abbott, short, and Abbott ducks underneath that. Lets it go through to James Rue. Somerset again not over attacking, just the 3 slips.
I find that a little surprising, I'll be honest, Anthony. I think with this stage of the game now, 130 for 7, you know, is there a real need for a deep backward point at this stage? Why not bring him up into the ring, certainly, or another catcher, you know, really apply the pressure.
Ball in and bowls. This is tucked away down to fine leg, where it won't be cut off. Down below us by Will Smead, just using the pace on the ball, helping on its way. Abbott doubles his score to 835 for 7.
Yeah, probably one of the few rare bad balls Jake Ball's bowled all day, really, just misdirecting that one, getting a little bit too straight. And Abbott will welcome those for sure, as will Hampshire. Every run counts at this stage. Whatever they can eke out, they'll be very grateful.
Ball in and bowls, and this is driven, but and a misfield by, I think that's Tom Lammonby, which is very uncharacteristic. He's a good fielder, is Lammonby. Sends in the return, but they've taken 2 more runs, 137 for 7.
There's definitely a positive intent about Kyle Abbott coming out. He's realised that the way to go here now is he's going to try and knock these Somerset bowlers off their lengths by just being a little bit more aggressive.
See how Ball responds. He's in and bowls a good one, which tucks Kyle Abbott up, and no chance of playing an aggressive shot at that. So just got a good tight line, off stump line. They have bowled, for the most part, they bowled very good lines, the Somerset seamers.
Yeah,
kept the pressure on.
Yeah, very good display on a wicket. I say it's had enough help, you would say. It's not a flat wicket.
Ball in and bowls, and this is cut away, and it's going to be cut off, very well cut off by Archie Vaughan down on the deep point boundary. That ball was travelling, and it was a very good sliding stop. Managed to get a big hand on the ball, kept them down to just a single. 138 for 7.
Yeah, great bit of athletic work from Archie Vaughan. I'll say it's very quick when it runs away down that side of the ground. You need some quick fielders out there. He did some good work there, cut that off.
His ball to Lehmann, who drives, but that'll be cut off by Jack Leach. End of another over. Jake Ball, 10 overs, 1 for 30. Hampshire 138 for 7 with 11 to Abbott. And Jake Lehmann, who I fancy hasn't had much of the strike since lunch. He is on 38.
Yeah, he's sort of been like us both. We've just been sat there watching the carnage at the other end.
Yeah. 38 from 54 deliveries, so he's good strike rate.
Yeah, he just hasn't had the support, really, has he? He's gone about his work manfully. He's had a bit of luck here and there, but now he's got really a big job to do as the senior man in this batting lineup. Now he's got as Overton runs in for another over, and Abbott nicely forward, just punching that one up the ground, which is well fielded by Jake Ball.
Pick-up was all right, the throw wasn't great.
And again, Somerset not really over-attacking. They've got the 2 slips, a gully. They've opted for a backward square leg, fine leg out as well, so expect Overton to use that short ball as he comes in again to Abbott, and then comes the short ball. Abbott hooks, an attempted hook at that one, doesn't quite get hold of it, kind of plinks it out to about 20 yards short of the fielder out there, which he'd be very pleased about, because I feel if he got anywhere near the middle, that could have been another wicket.
It could have been a catch, yeah.
So you sense a bit of a hush amongst the Hampshire crowd. Very nerve-wracking at the moment. Overton again past the umpire into Lehman, who again drives, doesn't quite get hold of it, sort of inner half of the bat, but calls Abbott through for a single. Adds to another run. 140 for 7 for Hampshire.
Yeah, most of the noise coming from the Somerset fielders at the moment.
Yeah, very, very quiet.
Decent crowd though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always been a well-supported club, I have to say. I mean, it's say we've got a very good fan base. Always turn out pre-season games, and you know the hearty souls that turn up and sit there in -1 conditions supporting the team. Very, very lucky as a club. Oh, that's bounced from Overton. It was a short ball, and Abbott not really knowing much about that one. He got sort of, it looked like the shoulder of the bat, and it flew over. Second slip, who made a valiant jump attempt to try and take that one, but it was too far over his head. It was a peach of a delivery from Overton. Really bent his back on that one. And that goes for another boundary. 144 for 7. It's a brute of a delivery, that. Again, that's similar to Nick Gubbins' delivery, wasn't it, earlier in the day? Just sort of back of a length. You wonder if this pitch is starting to form those indentations already. Abbott pushes that one into a sort of mid-wicket area, scampers through for another single. This is good from Abbott. He's not messing around. Very experienced pro now. Knows what he's got to do in this situation. Got to try and lower the risk as much as possible. Support Lehman. Try and build something if they can get 30, 40, 50 runs from somewhere. I think Hampshire will chew your hand off at the moment. There's Overton round the wicket now to Lehman with that crabby stance, and again pokes at one outside of stump, and they very nearly carried to that man there at, you say, a sort of short gully region, backward point. Not particularly great shot. But
yeah, Archie Vaughan there making a good stop. Archie Vaughan, who put Jake Lehman down just after lunch off Craig Overton. Jake Ball's going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. Bright sunshine, beautiful afternoon now.
So it's usually the good time to bat here. Sun's out, you've got through the, if you can get through the initial tough 2 hours or so, this is where you really start to make hay as a batter. Ball a lot softer.
His ball in and bowls to Abbott, who pulls this and doesn't time it at all. It'll bring him a single as Jack Leach fields from mid-on. Well, Somerset field, if they can take one more wicket, then they've only got the 2 young fast bowlers to come, neither of whom has anything much in the way of batting pretensions.
Yeah. Well, I think just in general, I think they've got to still keep thinking wickets. Overall, I think you've seen with a lot of teams, they tend to back off in this situation, hoping that the batsmen will keep making their own mistakes.
Ball in and bowls, and this is cut, but it will be cut off by Will Smead, who is doing the same sort of job he does in 20 over cricket, which is patrolling the boundaries. He's a very good boundary rider, is Will Smead.
Yeah, get them young legs out there.
Here comes ball again. Bowls is driven firmly by Kyle Abbott, but can't get it past Jack Leach. at mid-on. Kyle Albert 18 from 20 deliveries. Maybe Somerset will take their cue from the way that Kyle Albert has been batting. Be interesting to see who comes in to open the innings. Looks as if Josh Thomas and Archie Vaughan on paper. Oh, and this comes back in towards Kyle Albert, who actually plays it very well as it nipped back into him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So they're just really turning the screw, these two Somerset bowlers. Again, it's a little bit surprising why they're Jake Ball, you obviously clearly in a good rhythm here, locked in. You've got to get that fielder up from cover point. I'm not sure what he's saving there. I haven't seen a ball that wide yet from Jake Ball. I think he'd be better served somewhere else.
Ball in and bowls, and this is pulled, and that's gone for 4 runs away through mid-wicket. Got hold of that, did Kyle Albert. Short ball from Jake Ball, which didn't really get up, and it's the Hampshire 150 on the board, but they've lost 7 wickets in the process of getting there.
Yeah, probably wasn't really he's got the really, if he's going to opt to deep cover, really he needed was a deep square leg. If he's going to bowl that sort of delivery, it was the right height for the bouncer. But Kyle Albert, again, a tall man himself, was able to swat that one away. He's now dropping mid wicket out on the hook. So Jack Leach has got a fair bit of landscape to cover for himself there, which I'm sure he'll appreciate.
His ball in, last ball of the over, in and bowls, and this is driven back past the bowler, but Leach will get across to make the stop. It's the end of another Jake Ball over. 11 overs, 1 for 36, 151 for 7, with Abbott on 22 and Lehman on 40. These two came together when the 7th wicket went down, which I think was on 127 from memory. So
yeah,
they've added 24 together.
So Craig Overton again going to operate again from this Hilton end just below us. So he's going to bowl around the wicket to Lehman, left-handed Lehman, open stance. He bowls to Lehman, who drives away to square cover. And the man's posted back there to stop the boundary. Again, this line of attack for me is interesting in itself. From Craig Overton, he's had the ball shaping pretty much. The one bowler you'd say he's consistently shaped the ball. Why opt to go around the wicket straight away to left-handed Lehman? Why not start over, use your angle to bring the ball back onto the stumps for LBs and bowled? As bowls a Yorker now to Abbott, who jams down on that one. I've always find it's an interesting ploy now. You see a lot of bowlers, as soon as left-hander comes in,
they go round
straight round the wicket.
I know,
and you're taking one form of dismissal out, I feel. Every left-hander is different. We all play in different ways and have different strengths. And I think what works for Peter doesn't always work for Paul. So it's interesting. I would say you've got a big man with that amount of shape, surely you've got to start over, create some havoc as he comes into Lehman, who again swivels that one around the corner. Especially to those kind of left-handers, a bit, Chander Paul, Michael Yardy, more in my era, Jake Lehman, they walk across those stumps. They're actually wanting that sort of angle, aren't they? They're wanting the ball angling in. They can tuck and clip all day long. Alistair Cook was another one, he was a master of just...
Whereas if you're bowling over the wicket, you're slanting the ball across the bows of the left hand, and then if you can get it to duck back in,
absolutely. You're more likely to get the LBs on you with the angle
absolutely
swinging back onto the stumps. Overton again around the wicket to Lehman, again driving, not quite getting hold of it, but losing his shape there, trying to probably overplay the shot. But yeah, you're right, absolutely. I always feel bowlers who are just patient enough. I mean, yeah, you get out to the odd ball around the wicket, but for the main, you always feel as a left-hander you have to play at that ball. Is it coming back? Is it swinging? Is it leaving me? Is going on the line? And I feel you bring all 3 modes of dismissals into play. Overton around the wicket, and Lehman drives handsomely through the gap, extra cover. Hit that really hard through the fielder. Didn't really have much of a chance there, and that's another boundary. And Lehman moves to 47 of 61. He's going well here.
It's the only other thing about bowling around the wicket is you're creating a bit of rough outside the right-handers, a bit of pizza, as you would put it, for Jack Leach to bowl into.
Yeah, I like it as a kind of plan B. If someone gets in, then change the angle, change his eye line. But it's interesting. He comes in again to Lehman, and again short and wide, and Lehman cutting that away to backward points. And that's through to another single.
And I'm going to make way for Kevin James. That's after Michael Carberry.
I think it's, I don't know if teams are cottoning on here, Carbs, that a deep backward point to Jake Lehman is a must. He cuts a lot of balls down that area, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm just, in this situation, I still think the danger is, Jamie, and I've seen this a lot, playing myself, you've seen it a lot, is you stop thinking wicket. As soon as you think, right, set batter in or senior batter in, it's almost fielding captains now forget about getting that guy out. I still think you're in the box seat, really. Don't care who's batting, you 160 for 7. Jake Lehman can't afford any mistakes here. So I think you've got to use that to your advantage as a bowling unit. You've got to still think about attacking him, getting him out. If you're not going to attack at 160 for 7, I mean, when are you going to attack? As Gregory begins, replaces. Who's he replace? Got his name.
Who was it there? Jake Ball?
Jake Ball. Beg your pardon. Yeah, Jake Ball. And again, he's opting for the round the wicket ploy. Similar field to Overton. He's got man posted back at backward point. Interesting. He's also got deep square leg, but to the shorter side. I'm not sure. Might see a bouncer or two. Lehman tucks that into mid wicket. Scurries another single. Because that's the area for me. You see, that's a pretty good ball to bowl, and you're not really able to build any pressure. And I think Hampshire will be happy with this. Just be able to quietly tick along. And suddenly you look up from nowhere, from 120 for 7. You're suddenly 220 for 7. And now you have a real problem because you've got 2 set batters in. Gregory opting for a deep backward to Abbott now as well. He's called the deep square leg up on the 1. Still got 2 slips and a sort of floating third slip. He runs into Abbott, who thrashes that one up to mid off. I think he's made his mind up. Anything up is off. Kyle Abbott.
It's been a noticeable change of gear in Abbott's batting over the last season or two, where he's been a lot more positive. I think he's decided that he doesn't want to just hang around and play. And 23 from 25 after losing 3 wickets for 7 after lunch. That's a pretty good return from a number 9.
Absolutely. I always feel that's how lower order batters should play. As Gregory comes in, Abbott driving that one solidly, hit that really hard, well stopped. That square cover. Get the feeling if he didn't stop that, it was another boundary. Yeah, I always feel there's nothing worse, isn't it, as a bowler yourself, someone coming in at 9, 10 and deciding to throw the bat, and they start to connect, and suddenly fields are dispersed everywhere. Ball always seems to lob in a gap. When you get your good ball, they nick it, it goes wide of the slips. It's a thankless job bowling to the old tail end.
Yeah, they sort of hit you off line and length, can't they, if they decide to have a go?
Yeah.
Are we going to get another ball change here? I think we are.
Yeah, it's number 4.
Clearly a bad batch. So this is into its, well, in the innings we're into the 42nd over.
Yeah.
But that's not, well, the ball they would have used just now would have been somewhere in that region. Well, before that, so the last one that got changed was, I've got written down in the 20th over.
Yeah, I was going to say
70 for 2.
20 odd overs old.
Yeah, so that lasted 20 odd overs.
And you wouldn't really say that the squares are excessively hard this time of year. The amount of rain we've had over the last a month out before the season. hard to work out why they're going out of shape.
It's not as if the ball's been banged around.
I was going to say 160 for 7. Not exactly found the middle too often.
No, nobody's beating the ball into submission, are they? But, anyway, so it looks like it's been changed. Jake Ball's spell after lunch, 6 overs, 2 for 25. Picking up Ben May's LBW and Liam Dawson caught at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he played a really good role for Overton. You know, he was happy to just sort of keep it nice and dry while Overton attacked. So Gregory bowls to Lehman, and Lehman happily accepts the single, brings up another half century. And well needed from a Hampshire point of view. He's been the mainstay of the innings so far. There's not been much to write home about, but played very, very well, Kev.
Yeah, 65 balls with 6 sixes, and that is his third score of 50 plus, and they've all come up in his last 3 innings. 76 and 92 up at Yorkshire. The innings today, here 2 weeks ago, 34 and 9.
And Gregory pins in again to Abbott, who's nicely behind that one, really exaggerating the pose as well, letting Gregory know he's in control. To close out yet another over. Gregory's now completed 8 overs, 2 for 29.
Watching on from a Somerset point of view, definitely Jake Ball, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, when those 3 are operating, it's tough. It's tough. Jack Leach was basically hit out of the attack, 2 overs, none for 16. Alfie Ogborn hasn't really been on it, 8 overs, 1 for 41. But when those 3 I've just mentioned are bowling together, it's been tough for Hampshire.
Yeah, it has, as you would expect, isn't it? I mean, that's the sort of, you know, the value of having experienced bowlers who've been around. They know how to bowl. They know they've got their plans, and you know they're very highly skilled, very patient bowlers. I think it's Alfie Ogborn again. You know, I think he's learning. You know, that's the role he's brought in for. You can afford to sort of have him as a kind of battering ram, if you like, try and pick up some wickets, use his pace and aggression, knowing that if it doesn't work out, you can always give him these short bursts, short spells. So you've got another experienced bowler coming to attack, Jack Leach. I think Jack Leach, for me, the one's been a little bit disappointing, in my opinion. I think he just looks a little bit short of rhythm, short of confidence after being struck by Tom Press, who really took him on. He hasn't really looked the Jack Leach who we know of old.
No, but plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time left.
Situation's changed since then.
Yeah, and he's switching ends as well. Maybe a change of luck for him by switching ends to our commentary end.
Yeah, got some footholds to work from the pavilion end.
You can see those already, can't you? So what will he find? He's been still very particular with the field. Just pushing mid on Josh Thomas a little deeper. Clearly expecting Jake Lehman to maybe take him on a bit like Tom Press did early on. Here he is then over the wicket to the left-hander, and that's cut away inevitably by Jake Lehman. That's his shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just give himself a little bit of room and just nudge it away behind square on the offside. Not surprising that not only is there a man on the 45, but there's a man just behind square on the boundary as well for him. Here's Leach, bowls flighted, driven by Lehman through extra cover. Lovely shot. That will be 4. And Lehman moves on to 54. I think Cubs, when he was signed during the winter, I think we all thought good signing. Not just because he's got a good record, but because it still allows Hampshire to play 2 overseas players. But I think his importance to this order, this batting order, is already showing.
Yeah, I mean, he's got experience. I mean, he's 34 years old, so he's been around a couple of years, 1600s.
Leach bowls. Lehman works it up to mid on to take a quick single because Thomas was just dropped a couple of yards deeper at a couple of balls before.
Yeah, I mean, the average isn't much to write home about Jake Lehman. You think 34 average, you probably wanted someone averaging a little bit more than that. But like you say, with a even younger batting group, I mean, you just need experience. Someone who can, in these situations, is not going to flap or panic. And so far, where barring Yorkshire, they haven't really had a great day with them as a batting unit. So, you know, yeah, they're welcome that this, you say, is they're getting their returns on their signings at the moment.
Yeah, it's been another tough day as well today for Hampshire, as that's turned away behind square by Abbott, and there is no run. 2 wickets in the first hour, Gubbins and Prest. 2 wickets in the second hour this morning, Albert and Brown, and then those three quick wickets on the resumption after lunch. It's Leach bowls. Abbott just works it away behind square on the offside, and there's no run.
But I mean, the thing is, Kev, I still look at, I know, look, 160, 170 for 7, whatever, it doesn't look great on paper, but I don't think, as Leach comes in again to short punches off the back foot, I just feel today there were signs, although small and brief, there were signs that, you know, I liked how Toby Albert went about things. You know, I think he was aggressive. He found that good balance between defence and attack for me, you know, and played good cricket shots. Didn't look, you know, looked in control. I think the running between the wickets, I think, was much improved. There looked to be a kind of intent, a business about the Hampshire batting. Yeah, look, some indeterminate shots was going to happen, but I think for me, there are signs to be positive. I know I don't want to be that guy to say, oh, you know, take the positives when you're 67, but I think at this moment in time, Hampshire have to take the small wins at the moment, you know, with a young batting group, and I feel that there's just a few little key areas. If these players can get it right over this season, I think, look, they're not probably going to be in line to win it, but I think they'll have a good season.
He's out down the leg side, Kyle Abbott. Start of a new over from Lewis Gregory, and a bit of a strangle. Abbott didn't wait for the decision from the umpire. He's off, and James moving smartly to his left, took a fairly easy catch in the end. Just died on him a little bit, did well. Abbott's gone for 25, 8 down.
Just as I talked him up, wicket.
Yeah. Somebody did mention that to me earlier. They said every time Cubs talk somebody up, they're out. I know. But that happens.
I know. Yeah, but, you know, good effort from Kyle Albert. I mean, yeah, you never want to get out that way. It's a bit fortuitous for the bowler, but they won't care. They'll take that. And, Hampshire 169 for 8. It's just the 2 young seamen to come in. It's a bit of an innocuous delivery from Kyle Albert, and he knew straight away. Tucked the bat under the arm, walked off. Sometimes it's just not your day.
Well, good figures from Lewis Gregory, and he was returned from injury, 3 for 29. I think this is it is a good pitch, I think, on the whole. And where are you now? Well, we're technically into the 44th over, so the ball should be getting fairly soft now. But I think if you, that last dismissal aside, I think if you do keep the ball there or thereabouts often enough, there is just a little bit in this pitch which actually will cause batters problems. But you've got to beat it tight. You've got to be bowling tight.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you've got to work before you eat on this pitch. You know, I think it's a good cricket pitch because if you bat nicely, I think I've touched upon it before. You know, Toby Albert, Jake Lehman aside, has looked the most comfortable batter so far. And I think as a bowling unit, what Somerset have shown is that if you've been prepared, like you say, to put the ball in the right area, backed up with some good fielding. I think the fielders have, you know, fielding overall from Somerset has been outstanding as well. You almost earn those little ones down the leg side, don't you? Just from the sheer pressure of the scoreboard not ticking over. Mixed in with some indeterminate shots.
So that was a 43-run partnership ended there by Lewis Gregory. Eddie Jack, the left-hander, in at 10. But do you know what? He just turned round there. I thought he's going to bat right-handed. Did you see that? He just turned round there. I thought he's going to suddenly shape up right-handed.
Gregory again round the wicket to the left-handed Eddie Jack. He says that one's just got a little bit straight to come off the pad. There's a half an appeal, more in hope than anything else. So that's gone to the boundary for leg buys. 4 more to the total.
I think what's been a little bit more disappointing for this game, though, was that the wicket up at Yorkshire was doing just a fraction more than this. Still a good pitch, but it just certainly, you know, day one, it did a little bit more than this. So, and I think then it was felt. What did Hampshire get in the first innings there? 250, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
So Gregory begins another ball into Eddie Jack, and that one cuts him in half. So again, another half an appeal. Rue didn't really go up, but a great tumbling catch to his right-hand side. Yeah, well, that's a challenge again for young players, isn't it? It's being able to mentally get yourself up for a new day, new challenge, go and do it again, as they say. You say at home it's disappointing because you should know your home conditions, and say this is as good a wicket this time of year you're going to see. And say there's no real demons in this track. As we know, this is the best time of the day to bat. I mean, I'm sitting there as a retired player, I wouldn't have strapped them on, to be honest. Gregory comes in and Jack nicely forward pushes that into the offside. But yeah, I mean these were the times that when I was still playing that I used to look forward to, just that bit after lunch, give it about half an hour to an hour. I know for the fact that the opposition will go flat, and then I'm licking my lips. I'm now starting to cash in and think about being here at 6 o'clock, going on to tomorrow. You know, where you want to. It's such a good ground to bat, quick scoring, both sides of the wicket. Gregory just pausing at the top of his run, just adjusting his field, bringing the extra cover a little bit straighter for Jake Lehman. Still got his man out at deep point as he comes in past the umpire into Lehman, who attempts a pull, something fraction short, not quite timing it.
Yeah, yeah. The other thing as well from the batting side of you, from talking about Jake Lehman, is that this will be and it could very well come very soon, but this will be the second innings out of 3 where he's still there towards the end, at the end, and we'll probably have to have a bit of a thrash. And he got out at Yorkshire in the first innings, caught on the boundary. And you think it's a bit of a waste, because when a player like him gets in, you know, you want to make the most of it. You want to get every single ounce out of him in terms of runs, and you know, we could have a situation here again where we're going to, you know, lose some runs from him because he's going to have to think positively.
Yeah.
Interesting field now. It's changed a bit.
Yeah, going on the attack. Obviously, 1 ball left, so they want to try and keep Lehman down this end. As Gregory comes in, bowls a short ball, and Lehman pumps that one through mid-wicket along the floor. Great pull shot. Almost expected the short ball to come, and that's another boundary to Hampshire. No, I think you're right. Again, I mean, look, Hampshire have had some awful luck in terms of overseas signings, deals that have fallen through. But I think overall, I'm not sure about the planning overall this season. You know, again, you know, how are they looking to win games at home? I mean, away from home, you're not always sure what you're going to get, but you know, take the overseas out. You know, you've lost a lot of experience in the bowling front, certainly with Barker leaving, Abbas leaving. More recently, Abbott's obviously still here, but you know, he's touching upon 40 nearly. He's not going to play forever. I look at sort of, you've got young Sonny Baker coming through. You know, how are you looking to take wickets, 20 wickets? And similarly, you've got to look at your batting lineup and say, right, you know, this group of batters now have been around, some of them a couple of years, albeit young, but who's the kind of teacher? I think for me, I feel Hampshire at least another batter short. You know, in that, either in the top side or in that middle order to help someone like Lehman out. You know, in my era we had Mackenzie. You know, he was fantastic for a number of years.
Here's Leach then over the wicket. Forward is Jack, and they're asking for a caught behind, and the umpire is not saying anything. He wasn't asking for a stumping because he was looking forward, was Rue. Right.
Yeah, so you know, you need that style of player, don't you? Someone who can shore things up, either the top order, or you've got to really look in the middle order to say you don't want Jake Lehman to just be that player who's always having to throw the bat towards the end of an innings.
Leach bowls, Jack drives and plays and misses. You're right. Well, obviously Hampshire are looking a bit more from Nick Gubbins this year. Didn't have a very good year last year. Yes, I mean, he's shown some signs this year that the form is back somewhat. Couple of 40s. In fact, 3 40s out of his 4 innings before today. Made to 7, first man out. Jack gets a bat on that one, goes to ground, fielded at first slip. So there is something there, but it's yeah. I mean, you can't get too carried away with 2 games and a bit of the season. I mean, you said it earlier. Certainly the first 6 or 7, but certainly 4 or 5, I would say. Forward is Jack, and he's playing a missing again. So he's living a bit of a charmed life here, the youngster.
I think Leach has just now found the right pace. He's prepared to get the ball up, and I think this is what I like to see. Get the 2 slips in. You're trying to aim for those footholds outside of stump.
Jack leaves that one alone. I think that has come back a fraction out of the foot marks, but it was quite wide to start off with.
But where's the short leg? Jack Leach. England left arm spinner. Ball's turning. You got rough. A number 10 in. Surely you've got to have someone under the lid.
Top wicket taker last year for Somerset with 52 wickets. He's got a bat on that one anyway. Played out on the odd side, so a maiden over for Jack Leach. 4 overs, none for 22 after his first couple of overs this morning were expensive, and Hampshire are 178 for 8, and once more relying on Jake Lehman, who's 59 not out.
Yeah, he's got to be the mainstay, you feel, from a Hampshire point of view. Jake Lehman has done it so far so good. So can he try and get them up to around 200 now? The last 2 remaining batsmen, can Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker, sort of hang around?
Carbs is having a break. He's back soon. Anthony Gibson will come in alongside me. Here's Lewis Gregory. He's wrapped Lehman on the pad there as the ball goes down the leg side. So this partnership currently worth just 9, and Hampshire will want to eke out as many as they can for these final 2 wickets, Anthony.
They will, and Somerset want to knock over the final 2 wickets as quickly as possible.
They do.
But it's already been a very good day for Somerset's bowlers. They certainly have settled for this when Lewis Gregory called incorrectly this morning.
100%. Gregory from the pavilion end, round the wicket again to Lehman. Just comes back at the end of a fraction, tries to find an angle, goes out to point, no run. Yes, it's been a good day for the opposition, no doubt about that. Does feel a few runs light at the moment.
Well, Hampshire haven't been quite the same side since James Vince gave up red ball cricket. I mean, you lost James Vince and Mohammed Abbas. Yeah. And effectively Keith Barker as well, all in the beginning of last season.
It's a lot to take out of a side, isn't it? When their numbers were so good. Lehman drives out deep point. There is a man out there, as there virtually is all the time now for Lehman. Front or back foot. He moves on to 60. Well, you know, when you...
Because if it wasn't for Durham...
oh, gosh, yeah, we were gone.
You were gone,
oh, gosh, yeah. Well, when we left here, at that Saturday lunchtime, the final day of the season, it was all doom and gloom. It was, that's it. Mind you, it was going on before that, but that was the final confirmation. When, was it Chohar, his name, and the leg spinner for Surrey got 8 wickets or something. I mean, looked like he was going to take a wicket every ball he bowled. And here's Gregory. Lehman gets wrapped. Oh, sorry, Jack gets wrapped on the pad. No ball, you're right. So, yeah, it was doom and gloom, and then 2 hours later, it's like, whoa, what's going on? It was a massive turnaround, one of which you very rarely experience, I think, in professional sport. You don't really experience massive turnarounds like that very often. Because it was a high-scoring game up at Headingley, wasn't it, until Durham batted for a second time.
Yeah. And folded in 1.5 sessions.
It's like they were batting on a minefield. And as Jack pushes that back to the bowler. So, no, you're right. I mean, there's no way we should be playing in Division 1. But it's how you respond. And Hampshire have made, a lot of effort this winter, both on field. They've had 3 pre-season trips since Christmas, working, various things with youngsters, and there's been lots of talking, lots of chats, and lots of frank discussions following the season. try and get things right. I suppose it's not going to come overnight. Jack drive, lovely shot on the up, beautiful shot on the front foot. It's gone through point for 4.
Fine shot.
So yeah, it's tough.
It was the loss of, from an outsider's point of view, it was the loss of James Vince that seemed, the biggest blow of all, because he was such a commanding figure. I mean, quite apart from the runs that he scored, he was a superb captain. He was a clear leader, and I think the side responded to him.
Oh, definitely.
And his departure made a huge difference.
Definitely. Just for his batting alone, even if he didn't score loads of runs, his time out in the crease changed the momentum of matches.
Absolutely.
Changed the complexion of things and the way opposition viewed the game in the time that he was there. Yeah, apart from everything else, as you mentioned. Lehman works that on the Jack works that on the onside, and there's no run. I'm getting too confused because there's 2 left-handers out there at the moment. So 185 for 8. Gregory has completed 10 overs, 3 for 41.
He's presumably going to be playing for Hampshire in the Blast.
Yes.
Because he's living now in the Gulf, is that right?
Yes. Although I believe he might have just moved temporarily.
Things are getting a bit hot out there.
Yeah, I've sort of heard that. I haven't heard that from him.
Yeah.
But I hear it as sort of that he's just moved away from there for a while there's a little bit of tension going on.
He's not playing any franchise cricket at the moment.
No, he pulled out of the Pakistan Super League.
Right, we got another over from Jack Leach. 4 overs for 22. He's been a little bit expensive. He's bowling to Lehman, who's on 60 from 73 deliveries. He's in and bowls, tosses this one up. It's driven up to deepish mid-on, which means that Somerset will have Eddie Jack to bowl at. He's looked reasonably capable, Eddie Jack, so far. Averages 18 with the bat in first-class cricket. He's only played 9 games before this one, but best of 31 not out. Couldn't make much of Jack Leach in the last over. Leach in again and bowls. This time he's driving this down the ground, lofting it, and it's gone for 6 down below us. Fine blow by Eddie Jack. Moves on to 11, 192 for 8. And the Hampshire tail is wagging vigorously at the moment.
It's a great shot. Just watching this again on the picture feed. Look at that.
Yeah.
Didn't even take a step down the pitch, just 1 foot down the track, hit through the line.
Somerset have responded by putting Josh Thomas back on the long-on boundary.
I have said this already last week at Yorkshire and sort of hinted at it, that I do see his future role in the side as an all-rounder. Eddie Jack, very much in the side as a bowler. All of his growing up was done as a quick bowler and bowler this, bowler that, but I do see him developing, and his role will be as I reckon a number 8 sort of first, second change bowler.
Leach is in and bowls to Jack, and there's an appeal for something. Not quite sure what. Catch behind, I presume, or possibly a stumping. What do you make of that?
Could have been anything. I don't know if we hit it into his boot and they thought they called it, and then the bails came off for good measure from James Rue. Difficult to tell.
Leach tries again. He's in and bowls. Jack is beaten. And there's an appeal for catch behind. At least I think it was catch behind. A lone appeal. Only Jack Leach interested in that. Umpire Nigel Long not interested at all. Leach bowls, and this time Jack will get a single down to backward point. The aeroplanes that came over, I'm informed by Robert Blackwell and others, Sam B, according to Flight Radar, the planes were a Douglas C-47 from the Battle of Britain memorial flight and a privately owned Spitfire, part of the 90 years of the Spitfire celebration. So there we are.
Lovely. Looked impressive, didn't it, when it came
was
over?
very impressive. Leach in bowls, and That is play and a miss from Jake Lehman, but he's still there on 61, 193 for 8. And Annie Chave on Twitter. Good afternoon, Annie. Good
Who?
to hear from you. Annie Chave, your friend and mine. Hello to you and Kevin. I just want to report that Somerset can thank me for every wicket so far, because every time I leave the room there's another one. Well, Annie, now's the time to leave.
Who's that again?
Annie Chave, who works with us. Oh, you're being, yeah. Who you last met at the West of England Cricket Society.
That was a good afternoon.
When we
that.
shared a platform.
We did, didn't we?
You,
All
me
three of
and
us.
Annie.
Yeah, it was good fun actually, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Enjoyed that.
Got away without any fisticuffs.
Yeah. Didn't need a bodyguard. Quite firm in their views, weren't they, down there?
They don't think much of the 100, I think it'd be fair to say.
No, no. Which was quite nice when it kept coming up. But it was good fun. They were a good bunch, actually. It was nice having a chat
Yeah, it's good.
in and around the actual event, and yeah, good spot. Nice to be back in Bath. I haven't been there for a little while, and yeah, lovely. Yeah, it was February, wasn't it?
It was.
Here's Lewis Gregory again with his right arm medium paces. He's wrapped Eddie Jack on the pad, and there's a big shout. And this time, Lewis Gregory hasn't got down on his knees, which might suggest that it wasn't quite as close as the ones before.
Wasn't a bad shout. No, I
High?
think, yeah,
Bit high?
Yeah, a bit high.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was, yeah, I enjoyed that. So 193 for 8. We're into the 48th over, not with this ball, but with about 3 or 4 different balls that we've been changing during the course of the overs bowled so far. Just after 3 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl as Gregory bowls, and that's punched up to mid-off by Eddie Jack, and he remains on 12. Jake Lehman once more holding the innings together with 61, and Lewis Gregory with 3 useful wickets, 2 of those before lunch and 1 after. That was Kyle Abbott. Somerset in a good position here. Should need to try and eke out as many runs as they can for these final 2 wickets, as Abbott's in again and Jack drives up to mid-off. Let's have a quick look at the other scores, because I haven't mentioned them for a while. Warwickshire 113 for 7 against Essex. There's rain up at Edgbaston. I know the Hampshire women had their game ruined during the week up there, although Warwickshire got 350 off their 50 overs. I don't think Hampshire would have minded too much, but they only played half that match, so 7 down. Jamie Porter with 4 for 36 there. That's the only other Division 1 game going on this round, as Jack drives, and I thought it'd be fielded in the covers, but it wasn't, and that ball will make its way all the way to the rope, and I shouldn't really pull the fielder up, should I? So I won't say who it was. And the applause there is for, well, it's 197 for 8, so it's not the 200. Maybe it's Eddie Jack's 16. I have no idea. Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Gloucester, it was rain as well. Gloucestershire 124 for 6. We're lucky.
Poor old Gloucestershire still haven't scored a point.
Struggling, aren't they? That's down in Bristol, yeah. Have they not even got a point yet?
No points.
Whoa.
Bottom of the 2nd division, no points.
4 wickets there for George Balderson. 4 for 27. Jimmy Anderson. Oh, he didn't get a wicket. Short ball, Jack quite easily stays clear of that one. Anderson 6 overs, none for 7. And the other Division 2 game, Middlesex 191 for 6 against Northamptonshire. So actually, out of the games that are going on, I think Hampshire could consider themselves lucky, because they're actually one of the better, well, the best total in the 4 games so far. And we also haven't got any rain, and we don't look like we're going to get any rain. So we're in a good position.
We are.
Here's Gregory again. That's a length ball. Jack plays that back up towards mid-off, end of the over, 197 for 8.
And although it's these last 2 partnerships have been irritating for Somerset, it does suggest that batting is not impossible on this stretch of turf, which will encourage the Somerset batsmen.
Yeah.
against a sort of half and half Hampshire attack, half very experienced in the shape of Kyle Abbott and Liam Dawson, and half not so experienced in the shapes of Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker.
Are you looking forward to seeing Sonny Baker bowl?
I am, yeah, very much so. Here's Leach in and bowls, and Lehman back on his stumps, playing that defensively back to the bowler, because he hasn't played against Somerset in first-class cricket. He'll be anxious to impress, to show Somerset what they're missing. This is Leach in and bowls, and Lehman again gets a good ball, which he plays defensively. Somerset got a sort of in-out field. We've got 4 patrolling the boundaries, 3 saving 1. Leach bowls, and Lehman comes watchfully forward, bat and pad close together. Plays it out to Archie Vaughan at shortish and wideish mid-off. Leach in again, gives this a bit more air. It's driven away through the offside for 4 runs. A handsome shot from Jake Lehman. He tossed that one up, did Jack Leach, but it was over-pitched, half volley, and handsomely driven away for the Hampshire 200 in the 49th over. So they've gone along at a good rate of knots, just about 4 runs and over, on a decent batting pitch, fast outfield, short boundary on one side. Lehman on to 65 with that shot through the offside. Leach bowls to him, and he turns this into the onside, and there will be a single as Smead comes in from the boundary to do the fielding. 202 for 8.
You can see a pattern with Lehman emerging, really, where he's obviously very strong on the cut shot, but he's very good driving as well. Extra cover, mid off, mid on. You know, he's not frightened to go for it.
Leach to Eddie Jack. That one doesn't bounce quite so much, but well played by Eddie Jack. Keeps it out. I must say he looks a perfectly capable number 10, does Eddie Jack, capable of batting higher up the order.
Yeah. So if you've got a good strong drive and you've got a goodish cut shot, well, that's more than it's most of the game, really, isn't it? You've got a shot for the short ball and you've got a shot for the over pitch ball. Perfect. Ralph Brooker has messaged me, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I predicted at the start of play 225 Hampshire in their first innings. Didn't email it, but jotted it down in my cricket notebook. Yeah. Best wishes to Andy Chave, a loyal Somerset contributor, says Ralph. Clearly an Annie fan.
Of whom there are many.
Are there?
Oh, indeed. County Cricket Matters magazine is going great guns.
Is it?
Not noted for its coverage of the 100.
So it only appeals to the West Country then. Alfie Ogborn's going to try his luck from the pavilion end. The left arm seamer comes in down the leg side through to Root. So it has a limited sort of geography.
No, it's very aimed squarely at lovers of county cricket.
Yes.
And whatever you may think of the 100, definitely isn't county cricket. Franchise cricket.
It's going to change the face of the game in this country, Anthony, over the next few years.
Well, I rather fear you're right.
Here's Ogborn. He's got a slip and a gully in. Lehman tries to cut that away, gets a bit close to him. It trickles out on the offside.
Andy Moles, who was the next speaker after you at the Cricket Society, West of England Cricket Society, he was saying that as far as he can see, the future will be in franchise cricket. And all the good players will be playing in franchises all around the year, different parts of the world. And red ball cricket will become, other than perhaps test matches between England and India or England and Australia, will become very much play second fiddle.
Ogborn in again, shortish, and Lehman is in behind that.
And of course Andy Moles has coached all around the world.
Yeah, he has.
Including coaching in Afghanistan.
Former Warwickshire all-rounder?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes. Or batter mainly, wasn't it? To be fair.
Yeah. Lost his leg in a. It got a flesh-eating superbug and had to have it amputated below the knee.
Gosh, yes, I remember. Cubs would have played against him a few times. I forgot about that. I remember reading about that. Yeah. Here's Ogbourne. Down the leg side again. I'll be licked by, as I think, as the ball makes its way down to fine leg. Just wait for the umpire to signal. It looks like he's getting ready. Yep. 203 for 8. It's quite interesting. It's a bit like when Divisions 1 and 2 came along, that you just felt that players started to migrate to 1 or 2 of the Division 1 counties, and maybe over the next few years you'll start to see players migrating to clubs with 100 franchises attached and trying to get on that circuit, trying to get on that.
Well, you don't need to. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to be affiliated to a club, do you? Just make yourself a freelance like James Vince.
True. Lehman works that away square on the leg side, bit of extra bounce. Yeah. So where are we? Just after 3:10 here. Be a change of commentary at the end of this over, with Michael Carberry joining Anthony Gibson. Hampshire 203 for 8. There's no championship game at Taunton this year.
No, it's a shame, yeah.
Somerset and Hampshire.
Yeah.
Double header, first double header. Well, first game, I think, isn't it? There's Hampshire, or Somerset Hampshire in
the blast
T20 end of next month down at Taunton. Lehman works that away wide of mid-on for a single. He'll keep the strike. 204 for 8.
Repeat of that memorable final, in which Hampshire scored the highest total in a blast final, and Somerset chased it down. Thanks not least to young Will Smead, who's out there. Were you there at Edgbaston that day?
I was, yeah, with our good friend Kev. Yeah, it was a fine knock. It was, very, very good to watch. Good ball striking, but just
it's a good final, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good final.
It's,
good pitch.
Yeah. Jack Leach is going to bowl another over from the hotel end. He's bowling to Eddie Jack, who's batting very nicely for his 17. Played some good shots as well as keeping the bowlers at bay. He goes for the reverse sweep and gets it down to third man. And really nailed the reverse sweep there. Moves on to 21, 208 for 8.
Yeah, it was a well thought out shot from Eddie Jack, because you kind of felt with Jack Leach trying to lob the ball into those footholes outside off stump and having the 2 slips in there, you feel that if you push forward, you're almost at the mercy there. You're almost better trying to play a shot like that, trying to lose one of those close catches. It was a well thought out piece of batting. He's looked good so far.
Overton and Gregory, second and first slip respectively. Leach bowls, and this is
what a
driven
shot.
handsomely away through the offside for 4 runs. And Eddie Jack going on the attack against Jack Leach, who's now conceded 43 runs in 6.2 overs.
And what I like about that shot, because I've seen, I'd say a lot of batters would have been thinking more leg side with that, but he's gone almost, against the turn, but he's got his nose right to the pitch of that ball and just uses his reach. He's quite a tall fella, Eddie Jack. Up and over offside.
Leach in and bowls. This time Jack's on the back foot, playing it back to the bowler.
He's shown some good footwork in this innings. He's been prepared to come down the track, or he's gone right back. Obviously picks length very well.
Leach in bowls and beats Jack this time as he's on the back foot. 212 for 8. The scoreboard is momentarily behind the game, but it's caught up. Jack on 25. Leach bowls, and he's getting an edge here. It's chased down towards the third man boundary. Should just be coming back for a second run, and a well judged second run, in fact, as Craig Overton had to turn before getting his throw away. And the score moves on by 2 to 214 for 8. This partnership is now worth 31.45 for the 9th wicket. Following on from a good partnership between Lehman and Kyle Abbott. This time it's Eddie Jack back on his stumps, pushing that out into the offside. End of the over. Jack Leach has gone for 45 in his overs, which is expensive given that he has bowled only 7 overs. So 7 overs, none for 45. And Hampshire 240 for 8. Coming, I wouldn't say coming back into it, but certainly putting up some, fighting a very good, strong rearguard action.
Absolutely. I mean, this will be irritating the hell out of Lewis Gregory at the moment, and I somehow, some of this I have to put on his field settings, I have to say. I mean, I think I said before, when you've got the opposition down, you must attack. Ogbourne begins another over into Jake Lehman from the pavilion end, and that one clipped to mid-wicket. I felt the field settings at what would be 150 for 7ish were a little bit too friendly. You know, deep point back to Kyle Abbott. You know, there was no. I felt there was no thought about getting them out. It was almost keeping the runs down. It felt for me, and you can see those players, they nudge and squirt the ball around, and it becomes very easy. Suddenly you look up, you've got a partnership of 40. As Ogbourne comes in again to Jake Lehman. That was a widest delivery. Lehman, sorry, beg your pardon, struggling to almost reach that one.
Thomas Rue is on the field at mid-on, and he is on for, I think, Lewis Gregory. Can't see Gregory out there. So he's obviously not doing his studies today.
I think Somerset want a big spell from Ogbourne here.
Yeah, he needs to show that he can mop up the tail, doesn't he? I mean, that's the traditional fast bowler's role.
So he begins his run up from the pavilion end. Nice balanced run up, sprints in past the umpire into Lehman. And again, a nice delivery around off stump. Just a little bit of angle into the off stump, but Lehman negotiating that one well. Making a crisp sound off that bat. Up to mid off for no run.
Seeing the pitch getting flatter, getting easier.
Yeah, it tends to this time of day. I think there's always a little bit in it. You know, first 2 hours. I think if you're good enough to get through that, it's as good a place to bat as any. I think this has been a fantastic cricket wicket all round. I think it's given the patient bowlers assistance, but equally if you bat nicely, prepared to dig in at times, you can make runs. So Ogbourne comes in again to leaving that one too straight. It's coming off ballooned off the pad really. Yeah, I think if you are prepared to be patient, I think Lehman has again found that balance between defence and attack. You know, he's been prepared to play and miss at the odd few, but equally put away the bad ball. It shows that there's no real demons, and I think if I was a Somerset opener, I'd be looking at this and I'd be saying, right, you know, I want to get in on this and make hay. There's nothing to really put you off your dinner too much. Ogbourne begins his approach to the crease. Nice athletic run up into Eddie Jack, and there's a bouncer, well directed, slightly down the leg side, making Jack have to crouch the knees. Also employed a leg slip just underneath the rib cage there. So if Jack did think about the little deflect, Craig Overton's waiting there with his sunnies on, arms folded. He's now sent the mid wicket out on the hook just in front of square. So imagine some chin music might be on its way.
Could be a bluff.
Yeah. So into Eddie Jack. That one he had a flap at, just missing the gloves. And that's another over ticked off for Ogbourne. He's now gone for 42 of 10. Still going at 4.2, which will be the the slight concern from a Somerset point of view.
Yeah, I think the concern is he hasn't just found a really consistent, challenging line. You know, he's bowled maybe 1-2 good balls and over, something like that.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to string 20 balls in the same area. I think if he was able to do that, I think this innings would have been over a long time ago, in my opinion, because he felt like he had the threat. You know, he's got the attributes, he's got the pace, he's got the venom to get something out of this pitch that not many people can. But
here comes Big Craig in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside. They think about a single, and after a moment's hesitation decide there is one there, which there always was. 216 for 8 means that Craig Overton will have Eddie Jack to bowl at, but Eddie Jack has already proved that he's a perfectly capable batsman. Played some nice shots, the best of them, I suppose, a straight 6 off Jack Leach, although a couple of beautiful cover drives as well, and a reverse sweep. So he's nothing if not versatile. Probably heard on RFX microphone Tom Abel saying, "Come on, Craigo!" It's Tom Abel clapping his hands at first slip. He's never silent for long. Overton in and bowls to Jack, who plays that from the crease defensively into the offside. Craig Overton 3 for 38. He's in his 13th over. Bowling as well as he's ever done, I think, so far this season. In the prime of life, he was 32 a week ago today.
no way.
Yeah.
I remember when he was both he and his brother were 19.
He's in and bowls and beats Eddie Jack with the ball outside the off stump.
Never seen two 19-year-olds as big as that. Yeah, been a good performer for many years.
2 North Devon Giants.
Yeah.
Jamie's out doing his stuff in the IPL at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Overton. Bowls. This is short and it's gone for 4 byes. James Rew leaping to try and make the stop. But seems a bit harsh on the wicketkeeper there. I suppose actually when it passed the batsman, oh, that would be the 50 partnership. 50 partnership in 58 balls in 39 minutes.
Yeah, good going.
Just what the doctor ordered for Hampshire.
I did think at the moment he got a glove on that, but it hasn't been. I looked at the replay.
given.
Yeah, it just looked like it might have taken the glove through, and that's what sort of done James Rew. But as the umpire didn't think so.
Doesn't count as a chance then.
Yeah.
Overton in and bowls to Jack. That's up in the air and
What a shot.
it's gone away down to deep backward square leg. I think Jack Leach lost that. He's down at long leg and gave that sort of look that fielders do when they're not quite sure where the ball's gone. He made no move towards it. It wouldn't have been a catch or anything like that. It's a good shot by Eddie Jack. Moves into the 30s.
Yeah, he's played really nicely, hasn't he?
He's now equalled his highest score in first-class cricket.
Just getting warmed up, as they say. No, he's played very well.
He has. Apart from that first over when he was facing Jack Leach, when he played and missed about 5 times, he's really settled down since then. Overton in and bowls to him and plays this with soft hands out into the offside. End of that over. 13 overs, 3 for 42. Craig Overton, 224 for 8. 67 to Jake Lehman and 31 to Eddie Jack.
So it's just from a Somerset point of view, I think just starting to feel a little bit itchy, this partnership. I think they'll start to think, you know, if we just missed an opportunity there. Lehman was dropped earlier on around 30. He's moved on his merry way, now on 67 off 89 balls. Played very, very well. Without you kind of feel without his runs,
He's held things together, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, very well. As Ogbourne Begins another over from the pavilion end into Lehman, and again, that's what he's done well today, isn't he? He's just got in behind, solid, no frills, has his own style, his own way, but it's mightily effective. And, yeah, he's just set the tone, really. Showing what can be done on this pitch if you're just prepared to dig in. It's not been easy at times. Ogbourne, what can he come up with? Begins with run up again into Lehman. Again, just Ogbourne just straying a bit too straight, a bit too short in length, and that's meat and drink for someone like Lehman. The way he sort of sets up a almost crab-like open stance on off stump. He's just looking for that length. You need to tuck it away. So I feel someone mid on, mid off needs to maybe just get in the ear of Ogbourne, I think, just to sort of mention to him the line he's bowling.
Leach would be the obvious one. He's there at mid off.
Yeah. Just going to find that line just on and around off stump. Get him driving. See if he can get that shape away from the left-hander. He's opting again for the deep backward square leg out on the fence. 2 slips as he runs in again to Eddie Jack this time, who's driven him. That's a nice piece of timing. He'll look for 2. As Jack Leach retrieves the ball. They get 2. 227 for 8. Slowly sneaking their way up to 250, which from, say, 169 for 8, it was looking miles away at this stage.
Well, they were 127 for 7, weren't they?
Yeah.
So these last 2 partnerships have added 100 now. Changed the complexion of the game.
So Ogbourne comes in again. Past the umpire into Eddie Jack, and again, nice drive. Didn't quite time that one. Or hit the bottom of the bat. Well fielded by Jack Leach. So he looks a handy all-rounder.
He does.
Eddie Jack.
Yeah,
He's played some nice strokes. Picks length very well. He's been prepared to take the quicks on as well. The short pitch ball. He's looked very very assured. Ogbourne comes in again to Eddie Jack, and
nearly got him.
How nearly got him again.
You nearly got him.
I'm on fire today. Say indeterminate waft outside off stump, having just talked him up about how controlled he's looked throughout this innings so far. Number 10's never failed to disappoint, do they? Eyes light up outside off stump. But that's got to give Ogbourne some encouragement. I think that's the sort of line you'd be looking to bowl, something just outside off stump. Bring those slips into play as he comes in again to Eddie Jack. Again, foolish delivery, probably a bit too full there. A little bit greedy with that one. Eddie Jack good enough to close out the over. That's 227 for 8. As Kevin James enters.
Well, useful batting down the order here. 43-run partnership between Abbott and Lehman for the 8th, and now 50 plus for the 9th. Mr. Carberry.
Yeah, I said he's played very, very well. Eddie Jack, he's kept it simple. He's supported Lehman very, very well. He looks a player, I've got to say. If his batting can develop as well as his bowling, I think Hampshire will be very well. Very pleased as Overton begins his run into Lehman. It's solidly in behind that one.
I think it also shows just how much easier things are when the ball goes soft. I mean, we are 54 overs in effectively, although we've used several balls, but just looks a different game, doesn't it? But you know, Hampshire virtually used all their batting up.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose some good bowling up front as well. I mean, there was some good pressure bowling in the middle. There's Overton, the protagonist, comes in again from Again, solidly in behind it. I think if I was Jamie Overton, Craig Overton, if I was him, I would maybe think about a different line. Try something different to Jake Lehman. I think he's given a good run around the wicket. I think it doesn't look like much is happening. I think just to keep him guessing a little bit. Still trying to attack from over the wicket as he comes again round the wicket. Lehman driving, should have been a run there, but a bit of hesitation, but the batters, no damage there. Yeah, just feel, just doesn't look like much is happening. I think just trying a few overs from around the wicket, see if he can get that shape coming back into the right-hander again, use that angle with Lehman, see if he can get him feeling at one outside off stump or one to swing back. So Overton comes in again to Lehman again. You just feel that's meat and drink, isn't it, round the wicket. Tucks that one off the hip. You've seen that so often in this innings so far.
Just a bit too straight, but Lehman, who's been there for a while now, what's that? When was he faced? 95 balls now. And the ball obviously not quite coming off as quickly as well now, so this is your time, isn't it? This is made for a Michael Carberry, this situation.
Yeah, 100%. This is what you work for, isn't it? I mean, this is what we call dip your bread time. So Overton comes in to Eddie Jack, who just stabs down on that one. Yeah, I always felt, the game went in phases here. It could be, depending on what time of year, sometimes, a bit overcast, and it could be really difficult out there. Sometimes myself and Jimmy Adams, we look up at the scoreboard at lunch and you feel like 40 for none. How have we managed to get through here? And you look and we're both on 15 each or something like that. And the next highest score is sundries. But somehow you muddle and fumble your way in the dark, and you suddenly look at 4 o'clock and it's carnage. So Overton comes into Lehman. That's a beautiful drive. No run. But yeah, I mean, you can score so quickly here. Suddenly the sun comes out after lunch. You get through that little 5-10 overs phase after lunch, and it's almost like the pitch goes flat, and then suddenly you get a few boundaries away. You're 100 partnership, 150 run partnership. You're well in.
Yeah. Yes, it's something that Hampshire couldn't do after lunch. In that 35-minute period, they lost Ben Mays, Liam Dawson, Cody Youssef, which set them back. Email here from David Tatnell, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, just down the corridor from you, watching from the Hilton Hotel balcony. Treating the old man to lovely weather, tea on tap and some commentary. Lehman played exquisitely. Only one thing missing, or playing exquisitely, of course, he's still out there. Would have loved to... only one thing missing. Fan favourite, James Fuller. Would have loved to have seen him try and land a few up here today. Surely deserves a game. There's the balconies there, if you watch on the picture feed of the hotel. David is on one of those. Yeah, well, as I say, as I understand it, he's fit. James Fuller just hasn't made the starting 11. Hasn't even made the squad, actually, in the first 3 games of the season. We got Archie Vaughan, who had just the one over before lunch, and he's around the wicket from the pavilion end. And that's a length ball, which Lehman plays back to Vaughan. Don't think there's too much spin out there, really. Leach has had several overs, didn't seem too much, was there, really? He was aiming for the rough as well. Shouldn't think there's too much for Vaughan either. Lehman drives over the top, I think, actually, through extra cover. And the race is on. That will be picked up just inside the rope. I don't know. I think he was trying to go aerial. Oh, it's Eddie Jack, isn't it? Sorry. Yeah. He was going aerial. He got it past the short extra cover.
Yeah, I quite like that from Eddie Jack. He played a beautiful shot off Jack Leach a couple of overs before against the turn. He went right up and over extra cover. It's a huge pocket here to be able to score if you can play that shot well off the spinners.
Eddie Jack turns that away on the onside. They think about a single. Yes, he does play that. He seems, when he's aggressive outside the off stump, he looks a little bit more confident, doesn't he? A couple of times at Leach he was playing a miss in and just defending, didn't look quite as confident. There he goes, big again. Now that's in the air, it's hanging in the air, it could be caught at deep mid-off, and he's gone. Didn't quite get hold of that. It got underneath it. It wasn't out of the middle of the bat, and Jack goes for 36. And Hampshire have lost their 9th wicket with the score on 231.
Yeah, a little bit unnecessary that from Eddie Jack. I think he's got to read the room there a little bit better in terms of cricket awareness. You've already attempted that shot, it didn't quite come off. You've got some runs off the over. You've still got loads of work to do in terms of getting Hampshire up to a decent total with Lehman at the other end. You've just got to try and support him through, and I think that was just a little bit of a throwaway dismissal for me. I think having played nicely, just keeping it simple, you've almost allowed Somerset, and I think he knows it walking off, you just allowed Somerset back in the door there. A little bit unnecessary.
Well, one thing that was a positive, that was Eddie Jack's highest first class score at 36, playing in his 10th match, first class game.
It looks a player. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Done well.
As I said a bit earlier, I don't know if you're on commentary, Carbs, but I do see him developing as an all-rounder. I think number 8 is his role, lower middle order. Will add useful contributions, certainly batting in 2 or 3 years' time, and coming on sort of first change or so. 62-run partnership has been ended there, and that's the highest of the Hampshire innings. So Lehman has featured in a 43-run partnership with Abbott, and 62 now with Eddie Jack.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some. I agree with you there, Kev. I think there's some good stuff to work with. I mean, I've seen him bowl at close quarters as well, and I like what I see there as well. He's tall, he swings the ball, good pace. I think one is just keeping him fit and on the park, but then you look at the situation he's gone in that as a young man, early season where Hampshire are in trouble, and he showed that fighting quality, which is what you want to see from your young players. I mean, look, they're gonna mess up from time to time, and that's part and parcel of the learning, isn't it? The learning process. But as I said, you can't teach fight, unfortunately, and that's one thing you want to see from this group. You want to see some fight.
Definitely. Right, Sonny Baker playing against his former club is in at number 11, and he's playing his 10th first class match as well. So there are on both sides players that are looking to forge careers amongst the experienced players as well. Vaughan's over the wicket to Baker, who pushes forward. And the score remains on 231. Ralph Brooker, who's in France, has also emailed. He says, I share the sentiment of the last email, missing James Fuller. Probably being kept out by Eddie Jack, he thinks. Here's Archie Vaughan again, and again Sonny Baker is pushing forward. This email from Henry, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, congratulations to Mr. Gibson. Indeed, the fly past comprised of a Supermarine Spitfire fighter and a Dakota transport aircraft. There you go. Spitfire, of course, is credited with these parts. Eastleigh Football Club, nicknamed Spitfires. There's a roundabout by the airport, I think, with a Spitfire on it. Anthony will know, he's staying out that way. You'll pass that airport, you'll pass that roundabout. It's got a Spitfire in the middle of it. Out that way. I know you don't tend to look at roundabouts when you go round them, but probably best not to, really. Not to stare too much.
So now we have Craig Overton again. Continuing this fairly longish spell from the Hilton end. He runs into Lehman, wanders across that off stump, and again solidly in behind that one.
It's going to be interesting to see what he does here, Carls, because as I say, last week when these two were batting, Jake Lehman then started to hit out and was caught on the boundary. Now these are a bit bigger boundaries. What does he do? What would you do?
So Overton comes in again to Lehman. Well, I think you've got to work out whether you can entrust Sonny Baker with a few deliveries or certainly try and farm most of the deliveries of the over yourself. So I'd be looking to wait for Overton to bring the field up, maybe 4th, 5th ball the over, try and look for a boundary, and then sort of get a memo through to Sonny Baker, be on your blocks. So he comes in again to Jake Lehman, who pulls that around to square leg, turns down the run. I think that seems to be his plan. He's going to try and farm the bowling, give Sonny Baker as least the face, or maybe he backs himself more against the off spin of Archie Vaughan. But I'll be certainly looking to hit a boundary as soon as Overton brings the field up.
Hasn't done yet. 3 balls left in the over.
Begins past the umpire into Lehman, who tucks that one into the leg side. So that's our plan scuppered.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he does trust Sonny Baker.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm still, again, you know, you're getting used to some of these players now and what they can do and what they can't do. I think I'd trust him to defend for a while. I mean, clearly, obviously, when you bat number 11, you bat number 11 for a reason. But I think 2 balls and over, you know, as a guide. Do you think?
Yeah, I think you got to. I mean, you know, and these guys will know more in training than you and I will. I mean, how hard Sonny Baker works at his batting. So can he be trusted to sort of, like you say, see out 2 balls? Can he stay in line, just hold the pose, as they say, just so that Lehman can do some damage at the other end? Overton comes into Baker, and it's a short ball. Baker playing that one nicely, bending the knees, allowing that one to pass over his back. There's no bowlers union clearly anymore.
What's he going to bowl next ball now, do you think?
I reckon another short one.
Do you reckon?
Actually, don't be surprised if he actually sends the field out here. Throws Sonny Baker a carrot to take the single. That's very well played from Sonny Baker. Great delivery from Overton, right and bang on onto a stump. And that's the end of another over.
Now, it's a slightly shorter boundary, isn't it, to the west side, to the right as we look. I'm just wondering do you think Lehman might fancy it?
Well, I think he's got to think about where he's going to get a boundary option for. I don't think you can just rely on Baker just blocking out 2 balls and over and taking the odd single per over. It's going to be a long day. I've got to think about maybe can we sneak up to 250, much in the way they did at Yorkshire. I think if they can sneak up to 250, look, it feels short still, but equally if they bowl well, we know if Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker get going, they're definitely capable. But I think 250 as a minimum, I think they've got to be looking at now. So yeah, be targeting somewhere on the leg side, that short boundary.
Archie Vaughan then around the wicket. Lehman works it into the gap of the leg side. There's a gap everywhere you look, but he doesn't want a single. Only extra cover. Looks like he's half stopping a single.
I'd be backing myself straight here. I'm hitting straight towards the side screen with no turn down the track. Any form of flight.
Yeah.
I'm going to look to target the side screen.
Vaughan bowls and what's that? Did that straighten the fraction? Lehman's playing forward. It's gone past the outside edge.
It's a lovely delivery, wasn't it? Lovely pace, lovely loop.
Yeah. We know this wicket dries out quite quickly, and it's probably a little bit too early to say there might be some turn, but that looked like it just gripped a fraction. He's trying to cut and misses. Now, got to be at least a single from here.
Yeah. 3 balls in the over.
As I say, this is such a shame because for the second game running, Lehman is probably going to be cut short, however way, assuming he gets out or Sonny Baker does. And we're not going to get the full potential of his innings. He's just pushed that away on the offside, and they'll jog through for a single. So again, Sonny Baker will face 2 deliveries in this over, assuming he gets through them, of course, or one of them anyway.
Yeah.
So for those of you just joining us, Hampshire here, 2:33 for 9, the last pair at the crease. Jake Lehman with a 3rd half century in a row. Kevin James, Michael Carberry with you.
So Archie Vaughan begins another over from the pavilion end, and Sonny Baker nicely forward. Again, slightly surprising again from Somerset, not employing a short leg. I'd like to see, someone under Sonny Baker's nose there for one that, we've seen one just straighten. If you can get the pace right, He comes in again, a bit flatter delivery, and Sonny Baker plays that one easy off the back foot. That's another over.
Yeah, it looks a few runs light at the moment, but we'll wait and see how things pan out throughout the rest of the day. Hampshire lunching at 112 for 4 after winning the toss, electing to bat first. Gubbins pressed in the first hour, Albert Brown in the second hour. Lewis Gregory picking up a couple of wickets in the half an hour up until lunch, returning from injury. Alfie Ogborn picking up Nick Gubbins and Overton picking up Tom Press, but it was that 35-minute spell after lunch which was really done for Hampshire, where Jake Ball had Ben Mays LBW for 15. Liam Dawson caught at mid-wicket off ball as Overton bowls, and Lehmann drives. He's found the gap, and there aren't too many because everybody's back on the boundary apart from a slip and a gully. He's timed that beautifully. And Lehmann moves on to 75. Hampshire 237 for 9. Cody Youssef LBW to Overton for no score. Those were those 3 quick wickets. Hampshire losing 3 for 7 at that stage. And now we've had a couple of partnerships down the order where the ball is getting a little softer. Abbott and Lehmann putting on 43 for the 8th. And Jack and Lehmann, as he's playing forward there, inside edge onto the pad. Jack and Lehmann putting on 62 for the 9th. Eddie Jack falling for 36, his highest first-class score in his 10th first-class match. 3 wickets for Lewis Gregory, 3 for 45 from 11, and 3 for Craig Overton. Also has 3 for 45. Overton staying round the wicket for Lehmann, who could take a single if he wanted, but he doesn't want to. Yeah, this is where if there's no boundaries to match this, you're right, Carbs, this could become quite a lengthy process for little reward.
For little reward, yeah.
But you trust Drake Lehmann?
Yeah, I mean, you hope there's a plan between the two of them.
Overton in again. 3 balls left of this over. He could take a single if he wants it, and well, it's gone out to extra cover. Actually, there was an extra cover in all of a sudden, so there's no run. And now the slip comes out to plug the gap on the onside. They'll want to try and keep Lehmann at that end now, but I would suggest that might be a little difficult. Now the field does come in, and this is the first time we've seen this, although mid-on and mid-off are coming up. Yeah, you reckon it's going to be a short one, yeah, because the fielders are out deep on the leg side. Craig Overton bowling a short one? Surely not.
Oh, he'll definitely try. He don't mind it. He loves a short ball. Let me tell you, he loves a short ball.
Well, he's got a couple of balls, one of them surely. Here it is, and it's a length ball. Lehmann cracks that away. Can't quite beat mid-off, but they'll pick up a single. It's fielded by Archie Vaughan. And Sonny Baker will get to face 1 ball of this Craig Overton 16th over. 238 for 9. Mentioned earlier, there's a bit of rain around the country. There's only 4 games taking place today, 2 in the first division, 2 in the second, and only 2 of them are being played at the moment. Warwickshire, Essex, they're off for rain, and Gloucestershire, Lancashire, they're off for rain.
Now this is a good move from Overton. Finally he's put the short leg in right on Sonny Baker's rib cage as he comes in.
Nicely played, Mr. Baker. He's doing a good job. You just feel that, yeah, Drake Lehmann needs to be a fraction more positive, but it's a tough one in these situations, as you know, Carbs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but I suppose right now he's just got to think about how much he can eke out from Sonny Baker, who looks like he's prepared to get stuck in, which is good to see. You know, if Drake Lehmann can open his shoulders a little bit, I think you'd think out of the 2 it'd probably be easier to take down the off spin of Archie Vaughan. If he can pick up some boundaries, I think he's just got to target the off spinner straight here. I think that's the best gap on the field with not much turn. Use his feet as Vaughan comes in to Lehmann. Has a swing, and can you believe it? He's got a feather of an inside edge through to keeper James Root, and that's the end of the Hampshire innings. All out for 238. Jake Lehmann just having a bit of a swing, really, not really any shape. Not sure if he's convinced he's hit it, but the umpire is. And that's a disappointing return for Hampshire, I would say, overall, but credit to Jake Lehman. Without his runs, you feel they would have been deeper in the mire, but now they've got to switch their attention to getting to bowling. They've got to make 238 enough somehow.
So Archie Vaughan sneaked in with a couple of wickets at the end there. He's finished with 3.1 overs, 2 for 5. This is what he wasn't on earlier. Craig Overton finishing with 3 for 50. Lewis Gregory, I mentioned earlier, 3 for 45. The other wicket takers were Alfie Ogborn, Jake Ball as well, and Jake Lehman getting a good hand from this crowd who were sitting in lovely sunshine here at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire bowled out for 238 in the 60th over. It's not exactly the same ball we started with. It was about 3 or 4 different balls to get to this point, but nevertheless, I think Somerset Carbs finally would be the happier of the two sides.
Yeah, without doubt, Kev. I think it's you win the toss at home. As I said, you've got to be disappointed with that return as a batting unit. I think the session just after lunch was as poor a session as I've seen in a long time. Not necessarily because the ball did everything. I just think, again, the Hampshire batters have to look at the format, the way they've been getting out. You know, it was a bit soft dismissals, and they really allowed Somerset, you know, in the door there. And I think when you win the toss at home, you be on a good pitch. I think you would have liked a better return there from your batters. To be bowled out in just under 60 overs, I think again is very disappointing. But look, they have to. The nature of professional cricket, you have to quickly put disappointing batting performances behind you. They've now got to go in now, have a quick dust down, get back out there and really come in with intent with the ball and make it enough. If they can make some early inroads into Somerset's batting lineup, get them 3-4 down quickly, you never know, they're right back in the hunt.
Right, I've just seen that tea has flashed up here, so we'll take a break of just under 20 minutes and then we'll be back with the Somerset reply.
One other game taking place in Division 1, and in fact there is a weather delay currently at Edgbaston. Warwickshire taking on Essex. Warwickshire are 113 for 7, just 35 and a bit overs managed there, going off for rain. In Division 2 there are 2 games taking place. In Bristol, Rothesay 124 for 6 against Lancashire, also off for rain in that one. And Hampshire versus Middlesex. Middlesex batting first are 231 for 6. Those are the scores from the only other games taking place around the grounds this tea time in the Rothesay Championship. So not too far away from the evening session, getting underway here at Utilita Bowl. Just trying to remind you of a busy summer of international cricket taking place here at Utilita Bowl, including, of course, the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, which arrives on home soil this June. 6 fixtures are hosted here at what will be known as the Hampshire Bowl across 4 days in mid-June. And then following that, we're going to have England's men back in action here as well. They take on India on Saturday, 11th of July, with tickets and hotel bedrooms completely sold out, but a few more hospitality places still remaining if you'd like to be here for England versus India on the 11th of July. And then another IT20 in September as England take on Sri Lanka, that one Tuesday, 15th of September. A few tickets still available for that one, but to find out more information about both the ICC T20 Women's World Cup and also the Vitality International Men's T20s here this summer at utilitabowl.com/internationals. Umpires Nigel Long and James Middlebrook returning for the evening session.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are about to get underway the evening session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. Tea was taken slightly early because Hampshire were bowled out for 238 in the 60th over. Last man out, Jake Layman, for 76, top scorer in the Hampshire innings. The innings had a bit of a lopsided feel because Kyle Abbott at 9 picked up 25, Eddie Jack at 10, 36. And the ball getting a little softer did feel as though it was a little easier to bat. I think Somerset will be the happier of the two teams. 3 wickets for Craig Overton, 3 for Lewis Gregory. And there was also a 42 for Toby Albert up top, who's in for Joe Weatherly, who's been dropped after a couple of matches. So there are a lot of overs left still in the day. We've still got 36 to do. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from Michael Carberry, who's still with us, the former Hampshire and England batter, but it's Anthony Gibson from BBC Bristol and Somerset here alongside me. And yeah, Somerset, it's been okay for them so far, Anthony.
Yeah, unless we've completely misread this pitch. I think to bowl Hampshire out for 238 leaves Somerset quite well ahead in the game, because it didn't do a huge amount this morning and it seemed to get a bit easier this afternoon. I mean, those innings of Eddie Jack and Kyle Abbott rather put the earlier Hampshire batting in a not very favourable perspective, because they made batting look, pretty straightforward. But we will see. It's no good trying to judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it.
No, it does feel as though there's a little bit there if you put the ball in exactly the right spot. Lewis Gregory superb, Craig Overton superb, and Jake Ball superb really, although he only picked up 1 wicket. Jake Ball deserved more than that.
First over is being bowled by Kyle Abbott, and as inside edge onto pad, and a stifled appeal from the close catchers, who are Ben Mays at first slip, Toby Albert at second, and Nick Gubbins at third. We've got a backward point, extra cover, long leg, mid wicket, mid off and mid on.
Jake Layman third.
It's Jake, I beg your pardon, not Nick Gubbins. As Abbott is in and bowls, and this is played to backward point, where Tom Prest fields. And there's no run. Somerset opening up with the 2 youngsters. Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas. Vaughan is 21 and Thomas is 21. Vaughan in his 20th first-class game and Thomas in only his 5th, so not much experience. Abbott in and bowls outside the off stump. Kyle Abbott, the scourge of Somerset. And not just those 17 wickets he took in that fateful game back in 2019 when Somerset were challenging for the championship, and had they won here they would have won the county championship. But he's got a tremendous record against Somerset and a tremendous record for Hampshire in comparison with other Hampshire greats. This is driven by Vaughan, but not timed, goes up to mid-on. In the county championship here at the Utilita Bowl, Kyle Abbott has taken 228 wickets at 20.54. Not bad, is it? Here he comes again. Up to the wicket bowled, down the leg side.
Ooh,
and Archie Vaughan rather misses out on that. Could have just nicked it down to fine leg. He looked very confident in the second innings when he got his bat against Chelmsford, against Essex rather, at Chelmsford. Coming into the game as an injury replacement for Lewis Goldsworthy. Making 41 in no time at all as Somerset chased down the 49 that they needed to win. Abbott in, bowls. Ooh, and he has to come down quickly on a good ball from Abbott. Just coming back into him from outside the off stump. Good challenging over from Kyle Abbott to start off. It's a maiden, and Somerset yet to open their account.
he has taken more wickets against Somerset than any other county.
Yep. 74.
Correct.
At 18.12.
Yep. Next highest, 61 against Essex. That's 16 apiece. And he is just 10 wickets away from 500 for Hampshire. There we are. I'm not trying to outstat you, I just thought as we were talking about Kyle Albert.
No, quite right.
Bowling from Toby Albert.
Cody Youssef, yes.
I wasn't very impressed with Cody Youssef's batting. I think Eddie Jack should be batting after Liam Dawson.
Well, that may yet happen. He is right arm over, runs away from us, and forward is Thomas, left-hander, and out into the covers.
Josh Thomas, local boy, went to school at King's College, Taunton. Came into the side at the end of last season as an injury replacement, or a concussion replacement rather, for Tom Abel, and then made his proper debut, as it were, at Chelmsford at the end of last season, and made a very stylish 86.
So that concussion, was that against us?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Oh, no, he's wrapped on the pad, and that is the first wicket down. Thomas goes. And that was LBW, wasn't it? Or was it nick off? It was a nick off, wasn't it? I just looked up, actually. I should have looked earlier. Just watching this again on the picture feed. Yusuf bowls, and he's nicked off. Yes, he has. Apologies, everybody. But he's
good
out.
Ball.
That's
Good ball.
sure,
He had to play at it.
Yeah, he did. So in just his third game, Josh Thomas doesn't trouble the scorers, and Somerset are 0 for 1.
Which means that Tom Lavenby will come to the crease, and Somerset's problems with opening partnerships continue. I think they tried, if you not counting night watchmen and injuries and what have you, there are 7 different combinations last season, none of which was a conspicuous success. Tom Lavenby used to open, but for the last 2 or 3 seasons he's been coming in at number 3. but he might just as well be opening.
Career average of 31, Tom Lemmonby. He never seems to bowl very much. I always think...
He bowled. His best first-class figures were here this time last year. 3 for 28.
Oh, he swings it.
Yeah. And that rather rain-ruined game that we had. It was freezing cold as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, not the best. So Lammonby, who had a slightly better season last year than his career, averaged 33 last year, just over 800 runs. Here's Cody Youssef, bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump. Lammonby doesn't have to play at that one. 25 years of age, played all the games last year. So
been out in Australia during the winter.
Has he?
Playing cricket out, grade cricket, yeah, doing very well apparently.
Did he?
Yeah. Playing for one of the Sydney grade clubs.
Be a good standard, that. Here he is facing Youssef again, outside the off stump once more. Doesn't play. So 0 for 1, replying to the Hampshire total of 238 all out. Plenty of cricket left on day one. We have just over 34 overs. We should be all right for the weather. I think the weather, that such as it is coming in after the scheduled close of play. So there's still a third of the day left. Just over. Youssef in again, bowls on leg stump, and that's flicked away by Lammonby, and that will be 4 runs. Just overdid it there, Youssef. Cut the balls outside the off stump, tried to straighten up, and just overdid it.
Yes, the game is moving on, as they say.
So Cody Youssef has bowled steady without really picking up wickets. He picked up 1 in the only innings here against Essex, and 1 in the first innings against Yorkshire. Again, it's on the line of leg stump. That's clipped away to square leg, and that's the end of the over. Somerset, well, it shows 0 for 1, but it will be 4 for 1.
It is 4 for 1. Yeah, he took Cody Youssef for Durham last year in 5 games, 19 wickets, which is not bad.
Steady. But
yeah. I'm slightly surprised that, well, has this been the pattern? Abbott and Cody Youssef to open, and then Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker coming on?
Yes.
First, second change.
Yeah, that's been the pattern for the last 2 games, yeah.
Archie Vaughan on strike then to bustling figure of Kyle Abbott, and he gets off the mark with an inside edge down to long leg where Cody Youssef fields. 5 for 1. Here's one for our listeners. Archie Vaughan's nickname, according to the Cricketers Who's Who, is the Conductor or Conductor. It would be interesting to know, because I don't know, how come he's earned that particular nickname. It's not an obvious one, like Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's known as Pepsi. Pepsi Cola.
Love it.
Here's Abbott to left-handed Lammonby, who is not caught behind. All of the Hampshire close fielders thought he was caught behind, but the man who matters, umpire James Middleton, didn't think there was any bat involved. Very difficult for us to tell up here because we're a long way away, so we can't actually hear any nicks. If it hit anything, it would have been an inside edge. Because he took it, Ben Brown took it well down the leg side. So Lammonby survives. Abbott bowls to him and plays around his front pad out into the onside.
I reckon Polly will know the answer to that, because she's just texted me to say Archie played at Mosman, which is another Sydney grade cricket club, so he was out there with
Tom Lammonby.
Yep.
Yeah. Tom Lammonby banging his bat in the crease. Abbott bowls to him. He comes forward, bat and pad close together, plays it out into the offside. Important passage of play. If Somerset can get through to the close without losing more than 3 wickets, they should have best part of 100 on the board and will be well in the game. That's a big if when you've got Kyle Abbott operating with the new ball, as he did bowls. And this is nicely played by Lammonby, and it eludes the diving Gubbins, and they come back for 2 runs. 7 for 1, Lammonby on to 8.
60.
No, 7 for 1, Lammonby on to 6. Getting scoreboard is
Sometimes
very quick.
It gets a bit stuck as well sometimes, so it can be confusing. 69 in the second innings, Lammonby against Nottinghamshire.
Yes, that was when Somerset were chasing quick runs. Oh, this is edged and short of the slips. Lammonby playing that with soft hands, and fortunately for him, landing well short of Jake Lehman in the slips. But challenging over as ever from Kyle Abbott. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. Somerset after 3 overs, 7 for 1.
Yeah, 10 wicket haul last week up at Yorkshire for Kyle Abbott. A couple of wickets in the only innings that Hampshire bowled 2 weeks ago here, so he's had a good start to the season, looking for his 4th 50 wicket plus season in 5 years. Kyle Abbott. 3 overs done. Let's have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere, because 2 out of the 4 matches being played today were having problems with the rain. It looks like there's still 1 or 2 problems for Gloucestershire and Warwickshire, or at Bristol and Edgbaston. Playing forward is Archie Vaughan. It goes off a thick outside edge to gully. Northamptonshire Middlesex is being played. Middlesex 246 for 6 in the second division. And the only other game is here. So we're doing all right.
Yeah, it seems a shame that there's not more county cricket over the weekend, because the forecast is very good for virtually the whole country.
Polly says she doesn't know about the conductor. She
No,
says
you
that's
are.
a new one on her. So yeah, I must admit I've not heard that before. Why should I? But I haven't.
Well,
I'll place that up to mid on.
I haven't actually got my this year's copy of Cricketers Who's Who, but Steve Pittard says that that's according to the Cricketers Who's Who.
Well, the Cricketers Who's Who in my day, we used to edit it ourselves. You know,
Yeah,
we'd send. So I
They
presume.
sent you a form,
Yeah.
didn't they?
So I presume that's still the case. If it isn't, then I don't know who's put it in. But basically, he would have put it in himself. That's something for you to find out for us,
I will.
Anthony. Over the next couple of days, look forward to that. That's pulled away. That's a nice looking shot. That's going to be at least 4. Short delivery. Picked that up nicely, did Archie Vaughan. Moves on to 5, and it's 11 for 1.
Commanding shot.
Yes.
He did play some lovely shots. He took Simon Harmer down, something proper.
Did he?
Oh, whacked him for 2 sixes, almost into the River Can.
Still only 20, Archie Vaughan. Still sets up like he's dead. Gets a length ball, plays
That's
it
no
back.
bad thing, is it?
Well, no, it isn't, but it's just, I know I've mentioned this before when I see him, but just when you see him, just as the bowler's running in, he just sets up just so like his dad did. The way he stands there.
He's very much his own man, though.
Is he?
Yeah.
Hence why he's at Somerset.
Yeah. Well, he went to school in Somerset. He went to Millfield.
Okay.
So that's the... But I did ask him season before last whether he saw his long-term future at Somerset, and he said yes, definitely. That's where he wants to play.
Playing a missing outside the off stump, just straightened on him a fraction. I mean, he's still in the early throes of a career. Average is 25 up top, and you obviously need to better that soon.
Well, he wants to be an
keep you in
opening
the
batsman.
side for so long. That.
Yeah, I mean, he's set out his stall as an opening bat.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do, but it's a difficult place to bat.
Well, 100%. He only averaged 20 last season from all the games, so yeah, he needs to, if he's keen on that, And those numbers do need to improve soon. He's on the back foot there, plays it out to backward a point. And that is the end of the over. 11 for 1, replying to the Hampshire all-out total of 238.
Yep, lovely blue sky over the Utilita Bowl. Woodland away on the far side of the Bransgrove Pavilion, with the trees just coming into leaf. The oaks are more advanced than the ashes, I'm pleased to be able to say, because you will know the old saying, Kevin. Oak before ash, we're in for a splash. Ash before oak, we're in for a soak. So oak before ash, it's going to be a nice dry summer.
That's good news. Right, oh, that's good.
But actually the oak comes out before the ash almost every year. It doesn't seem to make much difference. Here's Abbott in bowls outside the off stump. And Lammonby can let that go through.
We can all sit back and relax now.
Well, you've Kevin Howells is here. You've heard that, haven't you? Oak before ash, we're in for a splash. Yeah.
Seriously, I've never heard that before, but it's a great saying.
Well, we're full of sayings like that down in the West Country. Farming folk.
There's a few obscure ones.
A lovely shot from Lammonby, real elegance. He didn't try and hit it too hard. I don't think it's going to go. It won't go for 4. There's a tumbling stop out there, and they'll come back for 2 comfortable runs. Lammonby on to scoreboard. I think they've got those runs on the board even before the second run was completed. 13 for 1. Lammonby on to 8.
What's some more West Country sayings then? I'd love to hear some.
I'll have to give it some thought. It's Abbott in bowls, and this runs off an outside edge down towards the third man boundary. It's going to be pulled in just short of that, and is. And they will come back again for 2 runs. Yeah, I'll tell you another one. You can always tell a farmer by his gates. In other words, you can always tell how good a farmer he is by the state of his gates, because if he's looking after his gates properly, it means he's showing attention to detail. And that is, in my experience, very true. What's the score? 15 for 1. Abbott in bowls to Lammonby, lets that go through to Ben Brown, the diminutive figure of Ben Brown, who didn't trouble the scorers today. Was he caught a slip, wasn't he, off Lewis Gregory, I think?
He was, caught by Overton, 100 last week in the second innings, 0 today.
Well, he's done very well for Hampshire since he joined them from Sussex. This again is run off the edge, played with soft hands by Tom Lammonby, and that will bring him 4 runs. He just angled the bat. It didn't come off the face of the bat, but played in such a way that it was going to go down rather than offering a catch to the slips. 15 for 1, Lammonby on to 10. A few vapor trails in the sky. Not much in the way of wind. It's very pleasant cricket watching conditions here this afternoon. Abbott in bowls, and Lammonby up on his toes playing a defensive shot out into the offside. Kevin James is going to take a break for the next 20 minutes, and Michael Carberry will come in alongside. Archie Vaughan on 5, Tom Lammonby on 14, and I'll be very interested, Michael, to hear what you think of Archie Vaughan as an opening bat.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, I was just having a look at him on the monitor, just looking how he sets up. Obviously, played against his old man, very fine player, and you can see already the similarities. Very tall batter, upright, as Yusuf comes into bowl. Vaughan nicely forward. Yeah, I think the pull shot to square leg for me, I thought I've seen that one before. Short of a length, yep. Very Michael Vaughan-esque. But yeah, I was just sort of listening into you guys. You know, it's good. It's refreshing to hear that a young man wants to do the job, and I think that's what English cricket is crying out for at the moment. There isn't enough young players between that sort of age 20 to 25 age group who want to do the job. They've almost been shoved in there by default as Yusuf comes in to Vaughan nicely forward. And you, as a former opening batter, you wish him well. You hope that he can develop over the next couple of years. I mean, it's the old adage, runs. If he can set himself, there's not much traffic in the way, I suppose.
But it is. I mean, it is tough. It's a tough gig, isn't it?
It is
early season against bowlers like Kyle Abbott. With the Duke's ball and it's seaming around, swinging. Very tough.
So Yusuf begins his bustling run into Vaughan, and again looking for that short arm pull. Not quite getting hold of it, almost coming off the body. Going down to third man for two leg buys. I mean, if I could offer any advice to Archie Vaughan, I've never met him before, I would say, look, train for the next level up. That's what I used to do. I figured I had enough talent to get past first class cricket, but
which you did.
Yeah, but I think training for the level above, which means at times being uncomfortable, getting embarrassed at times. But I think what you're doing, you're testing your technique, which will stand you apart from a lot of other players. As Yusuf comes in slightly wide on the crease and ball nicely into line, playing that one straight down the pitch. Yeah, I mean, that would be the advice I would give to him. It's easy to get caught up in the bright lights of, you've got to be aggressive and you've got to do that. Look, in the day, you got to work, as I say before, opening the batting, you've got to work before you eat. It's a different.
So you're no great fan of baseball then?
I've never been a fan. I've never been a fan of it because for me, sport is, there's defensive plays and there's offensive plays. There's no sport where you just go all out attack. You have to learn to keep skin in the game at times, play the smart game. As Yusuf comes into ball to Vaughan, that's a beautiful shot. Stood tall on top of the bounce, a little bit of width put away for a exquisite boundary. Yeah, I've never been a fan of baseball. Look, I like what initially McCullum and Stokes did in terms of creating a better changing room environment, and no coincidence that guys that have come in have done pretty well within their first one or two test matches or series. So that element I like, but you still can't get away from the nuts and bolts. As a batsman, you need to have a defence you can rely on, particularly where you play away from home in Australia, South Africa. You need to have a defence to keep skin in the game. We saw that this winter as Yusuf comes in again to Vaughan. Again, lovely technique in behind the line of the ball. Yeah, just going out trying to hit on the ape stump, it's never going to work.
No, I mean, a couple of years ago I was talking to Steve James, who writes at the Times and used to open the innings for Glamorgan in England, and he said that the foundation of all good batsmanship is defence. 100%. If you've got a good solid defence, everything else will flow from that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's so many good segments out there. I mean, I was listening to the great Ricky Ponting recently, Kevin Peterson. Remember, attacking play has been around for years. I mean, you've come from, Somerset. I mean, Viv Richards was probably ahead of his time as well.
Here's Abbott in and bowls to S's edge and caught by Toby Albert at second slip, and that's the end of Tom Lammonby. He went hard at that ball outside the off stump. Got an outside edge and a good low catch to his left by Toby Albert, and that's the second Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 25. Lammonby caught Albert, bowled Abbott for 14. Wasn't a very good shot, to be honest. No,
I mean, this is what we're talking about, isn't it? Is that challenge for young players now with the advent of white ball cricket, going hard at the ball. Tom Lammonby, you've got to be more disciplined outside off stump. Someone like Kyle Abbott, he's not going to bowl all day. Again, you've got to look at the long game at certain time, pick your fights. Very loose stroke outside off stump. On this sort of pitch, I think you've got to stick around a little bit. It will get easier. We've seen that once the shine goes off the ball, and you get overs into these bowlers, it can look very flat at times. We saw that towards the back end of the Hampshire innings. But Yeah, but I think that's you're very right. I mean, you talk to all those great players. You know, attacking play's been around forever and a day. You find all the best players have always moved the game forward. There's never been someone who's come in and blocked it. Even Jeffrey Boycott. Sorry, Jeff, but Jeff could play. You know, he could move scores along if he needed to. But there was always, you talk to all those players, they always talked about the first thing. I made sure that I had a defence I could rely on, and from then on, attacking play. If you can set up for someone's best ball, right, anything else is going to be their worst ball. So you know, and these guys have the talent to smack you all over the park, but they still they still had a healthy respect and understanding of defence. Yeah. And that's what, you know, someone like Archie Vaughan now, he needs to take his game that next level. You know, for me, that's the areas he's got to work on.
Well, here's another batsman who's got to take his game to the next level.
Yeah.
It's James Roux. Who comes half forward, plays that out into the offside. James Roux's got a good defensive technique, or good technique full stop. Plays the ball late, watches it carefully, keeps his head still. You know, all of the things that batting coaches emphasise. But this is a good test for James Roux against Kyle Abbott with the new ball. We're in the 7th over only. Abbott in and bowls, and Roux can let that go through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, he's someone that I've followed a little bit loosely. I was hoping to see him bat. I didn't think I would see him bat today, but here he is. Yeah, it's simply because I just admire the hunger, the appetite of this young man with everything, as I say, going around with franchise cricket, and you know, it's so easy to get caught up in the whole slipstream of everything. But he's got his nut down, and you know, he's been relentless in terms of the runs he's scored, and I like to see that in my batsman.
Abbott bowls, and Roux plays that to backward point again with soft hands, making sure that the ball went down, even if it took the edge, which it didn't. 3 slips. Somerset had 4 slips at the start of the Hampshire innings, with 3 saving 1. That was 4, and Hampshire have got 5, with the obligatory man out at long leg. Abbott in bowls. Oh, and an optimistic off drive from James Roux. Well, he went after that one pretty hard outside the off stump. It's as so often with batsmen, it's one of his greatest strengths is off driving, but it's also one of his greatest weaknesses, because he plays the shot so well. He enjoys playing it and looking for the opportunity to play it.
Yeah, the old gift and curse.
Yeah, absolutely. 25 for 2, Abbott to Roux. Doesn't try and drive that, plays it defensively out into the offside. Kyle Abbott with his first wicket of the innings, 1 for 11 in 4 overs. Somerset 25 for 2. A shaky start.
Yeah, both top orders finding it tough on this pitch. And I would say largely because I think just leaving the ball is a real challenge. I would say, I mean, it's a skill that's gradually going out further and further out of the game. You know, the ability to leave the ball well on a length.
Not something that Ben Duckett does very often.
I mean, it's just...
Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Vaughan, Yusuf into Vaughan, again tucking that into the leg side. Yeah, I mean, again, without me having to really say anything, you know, I think the winter hopefully should have been the wake-up call for a lot of players that, you know, just going all out attack isn't the way to go. You've got to...
So who would be your England openers for the first test of the summer against New Zealand?
That's a very good question. I mean, yes, I want James Roux in the side, but not as an opener. I just don't think he's done the job enough. I want people who want to do the job. For me, it's a very small pool of players. As Yusuf comes in again to Roux, and again feeling for that ball outside off stump, very limited foot movement.
What about Hamid?
I'm not quite sure Hamid against real fast bowling is the answer. I think he looks a little bit susceptible. I'll be looking at, someone like, I think Dom Sibley, for me, he's made some modifications.
Solid, yeah.
He's solid. He's a good age, 31. He's still got years on his side in the legs. As Yusuf comes in again to Rue, drives away to extra cover. I think, again, you're probably looking there. I mean, everyone else is probably slightly too old. Rory Burns is 35. You're talking Adam Lyve, who I've always rated as one of the better openers in, we were opponents for a long time, but he's always had my respect. He plays up in the north of England. It's a tough place to bat. Obviously he's now 38, around that age. Sam Robson is 39, so you wouldn't be picking them necessarily. So it's a very small pool of players. Again, nicely left through to the keeper by James Rue. So I'll be looking at the Archie Vaughans now. If you've got a youngster
who's the youngster who's playing for Durham?
McKinney.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
He'd be another one. You've got Emilio Gay, who's another good young player. Was on the Lions, left-hander.
Yeah.
But you've got to. I just feel you need players that complement each other. If you think back to our best opening pair for a long time. Strauss and Cook. They weren't belligerent players. They were just very solid opening bats. As Yusuf bowls to Rue outside of stump, which I think complements your stroke make. I would say you looked at that order: Strauss, Cook, Trott. You're not looking at that top order going, right, this is going to score at 180 strike rate. But what it does do, it blunts that new ball for your stroke makers, Bell, Peterson, Pryor.
It is so important as well. Getting through the new ball, and the first 20-30 overs before the ball, while the ball's still hard.
So Yusuf into bowl, foolish delivery. Not that I would have been aware, because I was the one out there batting. But if you ask my teammates going back all those years ago how they felt when myself and Jimmy Adams went well, it must settle the change room if you're a middle order, not a number 4, knowing that you can get off your legs for 2 hours at the very least, or know that you can put faith in two blokes that
absolutely.
Year on year, game in, game out, are going to get you off to a good start, solid start, no matter what the situation of the game is. It does wonders for your change room. Plus, your bowlers are pretty appreciative as well, because they're not having to strap them on all the time. But the key for me, I'm just tired of seeing middle orders shoved up to, to open the batting as if, it's not a special. Like, I'm never going to take the new ball in a team, that kind of stuff. You have to respect the position for what it is.
Here's Kyle Abbott. I think this is the first time he's bowled since the first over, probably. That's pulled away through the onside. It's not going to go for 4. They'll probably come back for 3. They will come back for 3. And the score moves on to 29 for 2. Vaughan on to 13. Just a little bit short there from Kyle Abbott. Archie Vaughan with plenty of time just to play it away through the onside.
Yeah, looks quite strong there, doesn't he? Again, very, very tall in his setup. It's a good weapon to have in your armoury if you can play the short pitch ball well.
It's Rue on strike. 3 slips go down. Abbott bowls and brings this one back into James Rue, turns it into the onside.
What's the feeling around Somerset regarding James Rue opening the batting? Do you think is it something they think he can do, or?
Well, he, on the face of it, he's got the technique. He's technically very, very correct. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and we're talking about playing the ball late and so on. But he's keeping wicket at the moment, and to keep wicket and open the batting right. Alex Stewart did it for England very successfully outside the off stump, but it's tough. It is tough. But I think I was saying this to Kevin earlier on, when his brother Thomas has finished his A levels, Thomas I'm fairly sure will come into the side, and Thomas will probably keep wicket, and that will give James the opportunity to open the batting if he wants to.
Yeah.
But I haven't talked to him about it, so I honestly don't know if that's his ambition or not. But
probably something he hasn't even really thought about until this week.
Well, with the ECB telling Somerset he ought to be opening, this is turned into the onside. But he's capable of batting anywhere. But I just hope he doesn't get too much diverted by white ball cricket by trying to get a franchise gig.
Well, this is why, as I said, this is the first time I've seen him bat live, and there was always a respect for simply just looking at facts and figures on a page. It's very tough to do as a youngster.
Abbott bowls. Oh, and that comes off the inside edge. He was right through James Rew there. He was late on the shot as James Rew, as he tried to adjust to movement back into him from outside his off stump from Kyle Abbott, and he gets away with it, brings in 4 streaky runs down to fine leg, 33 for 2. He didn't know much about that.
Yeah, he's just a little bit stuck in the crease at the moment, James Rew, which you could probably understand, having kept for 60 overs. His legs will be feeling a little bit heavy. Kyle Abbott bowling that testing line.
He's in. This is driven away nicely through the offside. There he is. That's the off drive.
He's back.
That's the off drive. Right, time for me to make way for Kevin.
Two contrasting shots there for the last 2 deliveries. One a little bit lucky and the other one almost perfect.
So you've got 2 good young prospects at the crease for Somerset. Kyle Abbott, amazing magic, another magic spell. It's something he just becomes synonymous with. Kyle Abbott really very rarely lets you down. And I've got to say, Yusuf has backed him up well here as well. Obviously from the Hilton end. But with some good pace as well. He's got the ball to really zip through.
Skiddy.
Yeah. Quick arm action. Can these 2 youngsters hold Hampshire at bay as Yusuf begins his run into Vaughan? That one just slides down the leg side. Vaughan misses out on that one.
Interesting names you've come out there, Carbs, in the last 10-15 minutes. Interesting chat.
Yeah, it's been all over social media. I mean, I'm not a huge one for social media, but you can't help but getting on a conversation about opening the batting, having done it for many years. But unfortunately, the pot is just very, very small, and that's probably down to the fact that as Yusuf comes in again to Vaughan, I think just maybe for years and years the obsession England have had of trying to find that David Warner type opener. Over the last couple of years, we tried Jason Roy, didn't we? We tried Alex Hales. We've tried so many. We've almost looked past the traditional opener since Alistair Cook, Andrew Strauss, Marcus Trescothics, to try and find this belligerent opener. And I just think, you're a product. You're a victim. You're a product of your environment. You play on slow green pitches early season. You're not going to find too many David Warners. As Yusuf bowls a nice, tight, fullish delivery to Vaughan. And I think, this winter, as I say, it's highlighted things that it wasn't a surprise to me really. You can't go out and play that way on wickets that do a hell of a lot, and think you're going to smack around good bowlers. It's just not the case. You need people who have a healthy understanding of technique, patience as well. Don't forget that's a skill. Being able to bat long periods of time. As Yusuf comes in again to Vaughan, again that trademark short arm jab a la his old man Michael Vaughan, and that's gone for another boundary. I'm not sure that's the length on this pitch. Yusuf should be bowling to the short side, and that was well put away.
It was, yeah. Well, Carbs, you played a series out in Australia.
Yeah, and look, I'm not sitting here saying that I had a great series. I mean, I did okay in the face of it. We still got 5-0'd, but with a very good team. We had guys in our team averaging 40, 50 in Test cricket. You take Joe Root out of that batting lineup, maybe Harry Brook, Duckett. It's not. That's a great shot again from Archie Vaughan. Beautiful shot. Stood tall. Another short wide delivery from Yusuf. Not really learning from the over before. It's not the area to bowl to Archie Vaughan. He looks a very good back foot player. Yeah, and look, we were severely beaten as well. But we were beaten because Australia were outstanding with the ball. You know, in all departments. Obviously, you've got a batting lineup that were low on confidence, and you know that kind of stuff. So those things can happen. But I guess what we all watched this winter, it does highlight that you do need players and bowlers. I'm not just saying this about the batters. You know, it was crying out for a Sam Cook to just come and hold up an end, wasn't it? For those fast men to blast away. So Yusuf in again to Archie Vaughan was nicely forward. You know, just someone to do that holding role. I mean, again, in England's most successful era of Test cricket, Broad, Anderson, not very quick, 130 to 135, but could dial in 2 and over, which allows Steve Finn and co to come in, and Mark Woods to make an impact, with Graham Swan again to dial in for 2 and over. You need players that complement. You know, Paul Collingwood is someone, again, you know, who's very understated for his role he played for England. But how many Test matches did he save for England? You know, just dogged. You know, and he could smack the ball as well when he wanted to. You know, he's part of the England white ball team for 10 years. So you need those players.
Abbott into the left-hander Roux, who's playing a missing again outside the off stump. That's the length. Abbott knows the length, and that is one. Yusuf not quite, as you said earlier, not quite hitting those same lengths often enough. Just going back to that Ashes series, I think, was it Mitchell Johnson said that was the series where he got everything right, wasn't it? And you guys were copying it a bit, weren't you?
Yeah, I said cheers, Mitch.
It's not the sort of thing you want to hear, is it, really? Yes, that was when everything just fell nicely into place for me. Here's Abbott. Gets one that keeps a little low, works it up to mid-on.
Well, I'll give you an interesting story about it, because I've actually known Mitchell Johnson a long time, since we were under 19s. I think we first played against each other, and he was pretty swift then. And obviously then after that series, I went and played for Perth Scorchers, where he's at as well. We, you know, sort of got together and we had a bit of a chat on the nets. And I said, mate, what changed for you there? I mean, you looked like a man possessed. He said, you know what? He had a chat with Dennis Lilly, I think, in the lead up, and Dennis had some good thoughts on his bowling.
Abbott round the wicket again to Roux, and again that's kept a little low. He stabbed down on that once more. It's come off an inside edge out on the leg side, and just a single. 46 for 2.
Because I guess left arm swing, you know, left arm bowlers, that you always kind of you always have that label on you to, you know, try and swing the ball back. And I suppose with Mitchell, he's slightly different because he's very low arm. You know, he's more of a slinger, and you're not going to be a consistent swinger of the ball like that. And his best ball is actually his bouncer. And I think they've tried in years and years to try and make him swing the ball, and it never really worked. And he just said to him, look, mate, just run in and bowl fast as you can. We've got Harris, we've got Siddle, we've got Watson to kind of do that job.
Abbott in to Vaughan, who drives up to mid-off. Good piece of fielding.
Yeah, with Lyon, we've got those guys that are there to do all the tricks and skills. You're just there to, you know, make the batters feel uncomfortable, run in, use your pace. There's not many left armers in the world that can bowl 155 kilometres an hour consistently, and he's a strong boy, magnificent athlete, and that's why he said it just clicked. And with every Test match, his lengths got better because we weren't really hurting him, and he had that confidence just kept flowing from Test match to Test match.
Here's Abbott from the pavilion end over the wicket again. Vaughan drives, good stop from Abbott. That's probably safe 4 runs. Just getting a low right hand there on his follow through. Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it funny when some bowlers just. Yeah, I suppose when you talking to old players. Somebody, you know, Dennis Lilly. I remember Dennis Lilly. He used to be, when he played for Northants, giving coaching sessions, you know, to some of the other bowlers at other counties. He did it with us. I've mentioned that before, and yeah, quite free with the advice.
Yeah, and you had one of the greatest, Malcolm Marshall, in your time as well.
That's right.
He wasn't a bad bowler either.
Well, he was okay. Yeah, it's Abbott left alone outside of your stump, and Abbott completes 6 overs.
You'll be able to validate this story. Was it rumours that he came back as coach, much obviously at the end of his career, and he was still the quickest bowler on the staff. He rocked in traders and cleaned up at the top order in the nets and walked out. Yeah,
exactly.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, he would still. I have mentioned this several times. He was still as head coach of Hampshire. Get us in the nets at about 9 o'clock in the morning, still try and knock our heads off. you know, and you're just sort of waking up. You know what I mean? You just come in and you just sort of, you know, getting feeling, and all of a sudden the ball's up around your nose end, and it's like, whoa, hang on a minute. But he loved it, and he knew that actually that was a way of really waking us up and getting us ready for the day, rather than, you know, maybe just a few on the front foot. But yeah, that was his way. And he used to joke, you know, like if one went past your nose, you know, at 1 minute past 9 in the morning with the dew still on the ground in the nets, you know, he went, oh man, and he'd laugh his head off.
Not realising what was doing to the ball.
He said, no, this is not fun, Malcolm.
What an era.
Yeah, well, it was very different, wasn't it, really? But your difference between your top bowler and your third change was very big. You waited for them to come on.
Eddie Jack comes into bowl to Root. That one comes off the thigh pad. Good carry though, again, still carrying through.
Yeah, good wheel was that.
Yeah, taking up around chest high.
So useless figures in his first spell. If I can find them, he says. Yep, here we are. Yusuf, 5 overs, 1 for 21.
Solid. Jack runs in, strong shoulders, strong into the crease. Again, nicely. That's the length to bowl. James Root. It's just that little area of James Root's game so far, isn't it? When the ball's full, it just tends to just play you a little bit from the crease and quite get off the crease. I think if you're going to open the batting, that's certainly an area that people are going to target. I think he's just got to get into the ball a little bit more. As Jack comes in again to Root. And again, just a little shuffle really, isn't it? You sense not that definite forward position, but you get the feeling as soon as you offer up some width, he's going to try and blaze you through the offside.
That was the thing you did well, wasn't it? You got forward and back quite a bit, didn't you?
Yeah. You know, I have a theory on that, because back in the day before there was the thing that coaches use now, the sidearm. I'll tell you in a minute, as Jack comes in to bowl to Root, bowl short of a length, paddled around the corner for 1. Yeah, so obviously now you'll see coaches around county grounds using like a dog stick, and they're quite tall when you look at them. Now, I'm not the tallest guy in the world, probably about 6 foot, just under, but I've got quite long arms. So you add essentially another arm on top of my arm. Your eye line as a batter suddenly goes from looking level, as we should do, to suddenly looking up in the air. So you're going to be reluctant getting forward. But back in the day when we used to throw to one another just from the hand, it allowed you to keep your eye level and get forward. And I see that a lot now, where batters are, very, you see these tall guys like Archie Vaughan, very tall men, but they're very narrow feet almost, and they're just almost sweating on anything kind of short of a length. They're sort of a bit more reluctant to sort of get their nose into the ball, sort of thing.
And that's coming from facing a lot of throwdowns.
I think, yeah, with the sidearm, I think, and also bowling machines. If you look at their height as well, bowling machine legs are quite high up there as well. You have the coach on top of a ladder putting the ball in. So again, if you do a lot of that stuff, eventually your eye line ends up here. So you're not going to be pushing forward naturally. But I think the key is, certainly in this country, you've got to force yourself almost to say, well, look, if I'm going to get nicked off, I'm going to get nicked off here on top of the ball, as opposed to my head, what we call slightly central, and that's where you tend to push at the ball, because you're not you have to make up the distance that way.
Interesting. So Somerset 47 for 2 here at the Utilita Bowl, replying to Hampshire's total of 238 all out earlier, just before tea. That was off just over 59 overs. The 2 wickets that have fallen. Josh Thomas went early on, caught behind off Cody Yusuf for no score, and Tom Lammerby driving at Abbott. Good catch from Toby Albert, diving low to his left in the slips. He went for 14. That was 25 for 2. The first wicket fell when Somerset hadn't yet recorded a run, and now Kyle Abbott is taking a break. And here's Sonny Baker against his former club. It's coming round the wicket to the left-hander James Root, and bowls. Root gets one that he just nudges away on the onside, and they'll come through for a single. Now Sonny Baker has bowled some quick balls this season already. He pinned Tom Wesley here with the finger against the bat, and that meant that Tom Wesley didn't take any more part in that game. And last week up at Yorkshire, he hit Don Best full in the grill. I mean, a proper thwack. One of those that, not glancing. There was none of that. It literally hit him full in the helmet, and the ball almost went forwards afterwards. So, but fortunately, Don Best was okay. But he certainly surprised him with that, and Wesley was surprised with the one a couple of weeks ago. There's a nice drive from Vaughan, half stopped in the covers by Eddie Jack, who runs back, and the comeback for 2. So that's the 50 up for Somerset in the 13th over, with Vaughan on 23.
One thing that has impressed me when I've watched Sonny Baker this season has definitely been his consistency. I think he's obviously learnt from Kyle Abbott, bowling with Kyle Abbott at the other end from last season. Just, that pace isn't everything. You got to. And he obviously had his little go at international level, which didn't go the way he would have liked. But good on him. He's learnt.
In from that pavilion end, and that's a good leave from Vaughan. That's a perfect line and length. That will get 1 or 2 players playing at that.
Yeah, but certainly I've seen this season. The game I did here at Essex. That first day, I think he was very unlucky not to pick up a 3-for, 4-for that day. Bowled with real venom, but there was a control as well.
There was, control that we didn't quite see very often last season. Let's hope that pace of progress continues. None more so than Baker himself as he comes in, and Vaughan, I think, he's playing inside the line. It's good stuff here from Sonny Baker already. This is only his 10th first-class match. He's taken 29 wickets at 31 in his career. Last season, 19 at 36. So, a little bit of a dip, but this year he started pretty well. Got 3 wickets in an over up at Yorkshire last week. 4 for 45 in the first innings, 1 for 55 in the second, and 2 for 68 in the only innings they bowled against Essex here 2 weeks ago. Steady start. A few overs he's got under his belt as well as he comes in again short, and Vaughan pulls that away. There is a fielder down there at deep square leg.
Loving this contest at the moment. Love to see a batsman prepared to take the quicks on. Looks very comfortable on that short ball, Archie Vaughan. I must say, even to the pace of Baker. Not shy using his bumper.
That was a nice pull shot. Very well controlled. So Rue's back on strike. He's on 11. Baker around the wicket once more. 3 slips wait. He's running towards us. Past the umpire. Bowls to Rue. Rue gets a length ball, which he pushes up towards mid-on. And that first over from Sonny Baker has cost 4 runs. We've still got 23 overs left to do in the day. It's very sunny. No worries there. I got a message earlier to say it's raining in Taunton. That rain is it always rains in Taunton. It certainly did when Hampshire were down there last year. But the rain is coming across the west. But we will miss it today in terms of playing hours. But we will get it a bit later on.
Eddie Jack's gonna come in again for his second over from the Hilton end. Started nicely, just a 1 off his first over so far. Hampshire will be keen for another few wickets before close, no doubt. If they can snare these 2, they'll be very happy. After an indifferent batting display, as Jack comes into Archie Vaughan, who's nicely on the back foot, looking very comfortable, got to say. It's in good rhythm.
He's always had nice action. Eddie Jack. He's last season 8 wickets at 58 apiece. Sort of tough game, really. Played just the 5 championship matches.
Kookaburra Ball as well.
Kookaburra Ball, that's right, he did.
A few flatties there, wasn't it?
That's true. I mean, these stats, especially last season, you have to remember who played the Kookaburra games and who didn't as a bowler. Very good point.
Jack into Vaughan, that's nicely tucked away on the leg side. Sliding stop, just slightly overran it there. Back for 2. Yeah, I think the senior bowlers saw the light, didn't they? That's the time to start booking flights. See you in 3 weeks, guys.
How long did that Kookaburra experiment last? 2 seasons?
Yeah, too long.
Yeah. It's gone the same way as day-night championship matches.
Eddie Jack comes in again to Archie Vaughan. That's a lovely delivery. Bang on off stump, top of off. Archie Vaughan negotiating that one very, very well.
I wonder what's the next thing. What's the next thing that's going to come in? Let's try this for a couple of years, and then we'll realise that that's a waste of time as well.
The square wheel. Jack into bowl. Past the umpire to Archie Vaughan, who's again just trying to glide that one down to third man. It was a tumbling stop in the gully. No run.
I think what those 2 experiments showed is that actually there is, apart from the fact that it gets absolutely panned, county cricket, there's not a lot wrong with it. Basically, in its form, you know, you can't do much with it now. It's a tried and tested formula, isn't it?
Correct.
It's just other competitions now that are starting to overtake it.
Jack into bowl, onto Vaughan's legs, punches that one away. Just be the single. Yeah, listen, I'm always going to be in the corner of the county championship. It made me the player I was, and I think you have a hell of a lot of learning by playing the county championship, simply because the different conditions you face up and down the various parts of the country. I think just the fact that the games come thick and fast, and you know mentally you have to gear yourself up very, very quickly as well. So I think it does prepare you well for international cricket. It's a different style. I understand some of Rob Key's points, not all of them, but some of Rob Key's points in terms of, well, you don't face 150 kilometres an hour every week and, you know, that kind of stuff. But I'm like, well, in Test cricket, you don't face 150 kilometres every week either. I mean, how many bowlers in the world nowadays bowl 150 kilometres? There's only Mark Wood, Jofra Archer. Who else? It's not many.
That's where you start to struggle. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in your era, you had Eunice, Akram, Patterson, Bishop, Marshall. Keep going on.
Yeah. We could be here for another half hour.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, Lily Thompson.
That's right. Yeah, it's different eras. Horses for courses. Cubs, you've got a break. Yeah.
Right, I'm off.
I'm worn out thinking about that, actually. Here's Baker. Oh, and he's got Vaughan playing a miss in there. That's a good delivery to start off his second over. Just under 22 overs left in the day. The sun's out. Predominantly blue sky. It's perfect conditions to watch cricket. They're going to be okay through till the end. Might see a touch of cloud towards the end, but we are perfectly fine right now, that's for sure. 54 for 2 then. Somerset trail by 184. Anthony Gibson is back.
Interested to see Sonny Baker bowling.
I know you were watching intently.
He's just changed his run up a little bit. It's not quite so eccentric.
In. Vaughan drives off a thickish outside edge. The ball rolls to deep backward a point. Dawson Fields.
But he's quick. I mean, that ball that he got past Archie Vaughan, that was beating him for pace as much as anything, I think.
Yeah, as we've sort of alluded to, really, that I think what he has added, he's always had the ability to bowl quick, Sonny Baker, but it was a bit erratic at times and doesn't always come out quick, but he seems to have had a bit more consistent pace, but the control, I think, is just that a lot better. But it's still early days in this season, but it does seem as though he's come together a bit more as a bowler. Rue gets another good length ball, which he pushes out to Gubbins in the covers. Mentioned his figures earlier. He's got a decent start of the season. Certainly one of those being looked at. And the fact that he's got that little bit of extra pace creates that little bit more of excitement around him.
He's a skiddy sort of bowler, isn't he? Because he's not very... For a fast bowler, he's, what is he, just under 6 foot, something like that?
Yeah, not the tallest. relying on good wrist positions and skidding it through round the wicket again. Bowls to Roux. Roux plays that just behind square on the offside. Again, good pace. Doesn't seem to be a lot in this wicket for the bowlers at the moment, even though this ball is only into its 15th over.
Well, we saw this afternoon that batting can be made to look quite straightforward when the ball has lost its hardness.
Yeah.
Somerset had to work very hard for the last 3 wickets that they took.
Yeah, 112, the last 3 wickets put on, which made the score look a lot more respectable at 238 all out. Whether that's enough or not, it feels a bit light. 2 early wickets here has helped. Short, and it's pulled away. It's a top edge, but it's going to fly. And it's gone down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4. 2 men are out, but they're a little squarer than that.
Got away with that, did James Roux.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't over the top of that, but he went for it.
If he has a weakness, it is against quick bowling.
There's a few around like that.
Yeah.
Because you don't face it lots, that's the thing, isn't it?
Well, I think he's in 2 minds as to whether to, duck or hook. And he went for the pull shot there and didn't play it very well.
Here's Baker bowls. It's straight, and he's turned away for a single through square. And that'll be 60 for 2. Roux moves on to 16. That's the hardest thing with sort of quicker bowling, is knowing whether to duck, whether to hook it. And when you've only got a split second, Carbs will know this, but when you've only got odd even that, fraction of a second to make a choice, it's funny enough, actually, you can. There are times, and you think, some people are compulsive hookers and some people are compulsive duckers and whatever. But actually, if you play the short ball really well, you find yourself, I wouldn't say every time, but you can actually make a decision while that ball is still coming at you, even at that pace.
Well, you have to, don't you? But I was just thinking that Brendan McCullum is probably watching the live stream.
I should imagine he will be.
Because we've got James Roux with a question mark against his abilities against really fast bowling, up against 2 genuinely quick bowlers.
There you are.
Be a good test. It's Eddie Jack bowling to Roux, who plays this beautifully on drive between the bowler and mid-on, over pitch from Eddie Jack. And he didn't try and hit it that too hard. James Roux just moved his weight into the shot and played it with minimum of effort, maximum of effect.
Good shot, that. Yeah.
I always say the test of a good batsman is how well he plays the on drive.
Not much better than that.
Barry Richards used to play the on drive beautifully.
Did he?
Oh,
I never saw him play,
wonderful,
unfortunately.
Wonderful. Here's Eddie Jack in bowls, and this again is turned away through the onside, this time through straight mid-wicket. Again, it was over-pitched by Eddie Jack, and that was a juicy leg stump half volley, if we're being honest. And dispatched by James Roux.
He's just got to keep that discipline, Eddie Jack. 2 early wickets, another one any time soon would really put the pressure on Somerset. You don't want them to have a good little period here and just get into some sort of rhythm.
68 for 2. They were 25 for 2, so these 2 have added 43 so far. Eddie Jack, just the 2 slips into James Roux, and again gets one on leg stump. This time we'll just bring him a single out to deep square leg. And Eddie Jack just hasn't got his line right to the left-hander at the moment.
2 straight. Trouble is, the ball's not doing a lot for him, so he hasn't got a lot of margin for error. Doesn't want to put it out too far outside off stump, inviting the cover drive, but equally so in trying to keep it tight. He's just, on the whole, erring on the side of a little too straight.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a strong lad. He's
was he 6'4", something like that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's up there. I'm not whether he's that high, I don't know, but yeah, he's up there.
He's in bowling to Vaughan, who plays a immaculate-looking forward defensive shot. See if Playfair can come to the rescue. In terms of, they always used to give heights. 6'3". There we are.
An inch out.
6'3", but he's got a good pair of shoulders on him. I mean, he's a big 6'3", isn't he?
Yeah, he's strong. Does a lot of work in the gym.
He's not slender. He's in bowls to Vaughan, who I think that was pad rather than bat. Goes out into the onside. Just looking to... No, there was a bit of bat involved. No leg by signal. Another run is taken. 69 for 2. Vaughan on to 28.
I think this is where, you know, I've talked about it when he was batting, but I think this is where Eddie Jack's future place in the side really comes down to being an all-rounder. I think sometimes when the ball's not doing a lot, he just struggles a little bit to keep the runs per over down. He is a good bowler, there's absolutely no doubt about that, but if his batting improves...
He's there now in bowls to Rue. Plays this out into the offside. So if he's in the side in preference to James Fuller, James Fuller he's a bowler who bats quite well. Would that be fair? And Eddie Jack, if he's going to keep his place, has got to be a bowler who also bats quite well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, one's...
You wouldn't quite call James. Would you call him an all-rounder?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, his batting is very underrated. Yeah, he's a very, very good batter. He had his best season with the ball in the Championship last season, which you know, it's maybe a bit of a surprise that he didn't start this year. But as I say, I know he had a real problem in the winter with it and had an operation. I can't remember exactly what injury it was, but I think he only just about got himself fit by the time the season came around, and maybe even then that was touch and go. But he's available. Yeah, I think just the makeup of the side really. Here's Sonny Baker again, length ball to Archie Vaughan. It brings him forward. So it's 70-4-2. It's just working out where these younger players are going with their careers, and at the same time you're making sure you don't go down from Division 1. You know, it's a real balancing act, isn't it? You know, you guys, you know, you were saying that you know, you've lost several players during the winter.
Yeah, because they wanted to play regular first-team cricket.
And that's what comes when you've got a successful side. You know, in all competitions, that players aren't getting the look in that they think they deserve. Now, Hampshire faced that a couple of seasons ago and decided that they wanted to give their youngsters a go, but you still have to retain enough experience to see you through. It's much easier to transition in Division 2. Vaughan's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's gone through.
He was late on the shot again.
He was, yeah. That's gone through to Ben Brown. So it's a difficult division to bring on youngsters, and also to make sure that you don't get relegated. Division 2, it doesn't matter. You can spend a couple of years and bring players up that way. But, we shall see whether Hampshire are successful in that.
If you go down to Division 2, chances are you'll lose 2 or 3 more players.
Well, you know, this is it, and it's, you know, like you, we haven't been there for quite a while, and yeah, drive and playing a missing.
Archie. Yeah, he's disconcerted by the pace of Sonny Baker. Yeah, Somerset been in the First Division longer than any other county since 2008.
That's a great record.
So this is their 19th season in the First Division.
And that was when it was probably 9-9, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Which, I mean, you could be a good side in those days and still go down with 9 teams.
That's what it ought to be now.
Well, it certainly made for a lot of worrying cricket, because you were always never. He's in behind that one. Good length ball again.
9-9 and play each other home and away. So 16 4-day games.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's probably never going to happen now, is it?
Probably not, but I think if you played a couple of games alongside the 100 in August, which I wasn't originally in favour of, but I think it's probably the least worst option, then you could fit in a couple of extra games. Play the One Day Cup early in the season, like the old B&H and the Royal London.
Yeah.
2019, when Somerset won it, the final of that was May the 26th.
True.
So if you shift that to the early season, it makes a bit of room at the end of the season.
Baker. Vaughan just guides that down with an open face down to deep backward point. Tom Prest is doing the duties there to our right.
So you've got the one Day Cup and mixed in with county championship matches, so 4 days and 1 day. It's not asking too much of cricketers to play 5 days a week. In your day, you had to play 6 or sometimes 7 days a week. And then you've got the blast from sort of end of May to middle of July, with a couple of county championship games, and then the 100 in August, and play 2 or 3 championship games alongside the 100, and then finish up in September.
But I suppose it's when there's a lot at stake, it's difficult to play a game during the 100 when you're missing half your players. I should think that's a very short ball.
Well, true, but
to end that over.
That's the obvious objection to it. But the same, you can apply the same to the One-Day Cup, and back in your day, the Gillette Cup was the premier
big
competition of the year. It was. I mean, the county championship players would have said the county championship mattered more, but if you weren't a county that was likely to win the county championship, then the Gillette Cup or the B&H, I mean, they were seriously contested competitions.
Yeah, they were. But no 100 around in those days.
No, there wasn't. I remember the semi-final, I can't think which year it was, late 80s, when Hampshire played Gloucestershire, Southampton. This takes Archie Vaughan on the pad. When Mike Proctor got his hat-trick.
In the dark?
No. It was a Gillette Cup semi-final at Southampton.
Wasn't that played in near darkness in the end?
No, that was against Lancashire at Old Trafford.
What, Hampshire?
No, Gloucestershire.
Oh,
Gloucestershire.
Was it? No, oh right, okay. Maybe I'm getting my games mixed up. I remember watching it on TV or whatever.
Here's Jack in and bowls. Gets Archie Vaughan a little bit tangled up there, but he gets it down to long leg for a single. 72 for 2. Yeah, that's when Hughes took, can't remember how many it was, off and over from Proctor at his fiercest and fastest at about 9 o'clock at night with no floodlights. Jack coming around the wicket to the left-hander, who pulls it down to long leg. It'll just be a single. 73 for 2. It's getting quite difficult to see the ball looking into the sun as it moves around towards the west. Still the 3 slips. Eddie Jack in his 4th over. He's there now and bowls, and this comes off a thick edge down to deep backward square leg. Another run, slightly sketchy run for Vaughan, and moves on to 32.
Yeah, it's imperative Somerset, if they can get through tonight, just 2 down, that looks out to be a very good day, doesn't it?
It would, but I'm not counting on it. I dare say Kyle Abbott will come back for another spell, and there's Liam Dawson to worry about as well. Jack is in and bowls, and that's comfortably played by James Rue. He's played and missed a couple of times. 2 ambitious attempted drives off Kyle Abbott. And one that almost went right through him. Jack running in off about 25 yards, I suppose. He's there now and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Rue, end of the over. And we've had 18 overs, 74 for 2. Vaughan on 32, Rue on 26. All of this in reply to Hampshire's 238. All out. And Somerset 74 for 2.
Yep, and 18 overs left as well. A couple of emails. Ollie Arnold, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, afternoon, sat here in the ground listening to you, having had our cricket tour to Swansea cancelled due to the weather. Great commentary as usual, and brilliant listening to Carbs. He's talking to Kevin Howes in the background actually, but he's just heard that. They enjoyed listening to you earlier, Carbs. Please thank him for all the coaching he's doing around Dorset and the other counties for the youngsters, where my daughter really enjoyed one of his sessions.
Good.
Here's Suddy Baker from the Pavilion End. Oh, Vaughan gets an edge that I think fell just short of third slip there. He's getting a little bit troubled outside off stump is Archie Vaughan. Another email here from David Rake, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. On the subject of Jaden Seals not joining Hampshire at the start of the season, I noticed that he played in Trinidad and Tobago's opening games at the West Indies Championship, which began last Sunday. That's right, that's why Trinidad and Tobago stepped in and said he can't come. Baker bowls outside the off stump. It's good wheels. Their opponents were the Leeward Islands, who scored 138 in their first innings, with Seals taking 2 wickets. T&T then amassed 507 for 5 declared before bowling out the Leeward Islands for 98, with Seals taking just 1 wicket. The two sides meet again this coming Sunday in the second round of the series. So that's why Seals didn't make it. Another one about talking earlier about the departures of Viv Richards, Garner and Botham at Somerset. We were talking about that a couple of times. Length ball, which Vaughan is in behind. This one from Stephen Hubbard. He's in Berkhamsted, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It was certainly a disputatious time. Is that a word? You'd know that, Anthony, right?
Yeah, perfectly good word, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good word. Most uncomfortable for fans of the club. For a while I thought we were imitating Yorkshire, who were specialists in inter-club arguments.
It was worse than Yorkshire.
Was it worse?
Yeah.
Angela Wodehouse has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Angela says, having come over from the Isle of Wight, it's good to be back for my first day at the Bowl this year, as Baker's in, pulled away nicely. It's in the air, it could be caught at fine leg, right on the boundary. Got suckered. And that is a good catch just below us. I think there's a substitute fielder on, but it doesn't matter. It was taken nice and cleanly. And Vaughan goes for 32, Somerset 74 for 3.
Yeah. He's got out like that before, has Archie Vaughan. It's a shot he must learn to eschew. And if he's going to play it, he should keep it down rather than try and launch it over long leg boundary for 6.
Cody Youssef for Tolalai. It was Cody Youssef down there. Didn't recognise the number initially. Good catch.
He was out twice in the game against Sussex last April, like that. So he's not learning, and it's a shame because he was looking really good. Troubled a bit by the pace of Sonny Baker, but played with real style, touch of class about the way Archie Vaughan bats. Tom Abel. Now then.
Oh.
Now then, I've got a
before you read
Steve
that out, can
Go on.
I just hand over the Carbs? I'll just finish this Angela Wodehouse email. She says, especially enjoying Carbs with his insightful, informative analysis. Thank you very much for that. So Anthony's going to give you a stat on Tom Abel, and then Michael Carberry will join him.
I will indeed. It's a Steve Pittard stat. Kyle Abbott is Tom Abel's nemesis, having dismissed him 8 times, including dismissing him after he'd scored fewer than 6 on 5 occasions. So Tom Abel will be quaking in his cricket boots, possibly, when he sees Kyle Abbott come into the attack. But for the moment, he's got Sonny Baker to contend with. He's bowling quite quick, certainly the quickest we've seen in this game.
Yeah, he's running with real verve, hasn't he? Knees pumping. That was a well-directed short ball to Archie Vaughan. I'd imagine more of the same to Tom Abel as well, new to the crease.
Got 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg is the field. There's a characteristic stop and jump. As this is short and Tom Abel's able to watch it sail over his head into the gloves of Ben Brown. Welcome to the crease, former captain.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's always good to see the fast men operating, steaming in. It's always one of those things I'm sure as a cricket supporter and as a cricket changing room, everyone suddenly starts leaning forward.
Yeah, you can't beat it, can you?
Exactly.
See genuine pace.
Genuine pace.
Here he comes again. Hop, skip and a jump. Into Abel, who lets this go, thinks about playing at it, decides wisely not to. Successful over for Sonny Baker, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11, and at the end of it, Somerset are 74 for 3.
Yeah, Baker bowling with some serious wheels. I've just been watching the last few overs, and that ball, you can hear it really smacking into the gloves of Ben Brown. And you always get a gauge, you know when pace is flying around when you see the slips going further and further back. Be a good test for young James Rew.
It will, yep.
See what he's
like. That's why Brendan McCullum is watching us. And Rob Key.
And Rob Key, yeah, they're tuning in. Welcome, fellas. As Eddie Jack begins another over from the Hilton end into James Rew. Leaves that one outside off stump.
James Rew's played the pace better than Archie Vaughan did. He's looked less uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, pace can do that, as we know. It can make you do some funny things. You can either be full of shots or shotless. And I think again, it's finding that balance. You know, young player trying to work out what your best method is on that particular surface. Another nice delivery from Jack. That one just a little bit wider. I think Rew fairly comfortable leaving that one alone. I would say, looking at the dismissal there, I think because of the line of the short ball, you know, it was angled in at his body, which is sort of Baker's preferred. He sort of jumps wide on the crease. I think it's that kind of line where, as a right-hander, it's sort of aiming at your left shoulder. So you're almost better off trying to go hit underneath and hit it up for 6, as opposed to, you know, he almost tried to paddle it round, didn't he? He didn't really hit it. So Jack comes into Rew, dabs that one away to the offside for a single.
It is a shot that he's got out to a fair number of times in the past, though.
Yeah, I think
it's he's either not going to play it or play it more decisively, or try and keep it down, which I agree is going to be very difficult if it's coming at your left shoulder.
It's always hard to keep that line of attack. You know, when it's something that's angled at your body, it's always you've got to move your body slightly out of the line of the ball. And I always feel it's better to go up with that line than trying to keep it down. It's too cramped. As Jack comes into Abel, leaves that one outside or stump. When it's a little bit wider, say more off stump line, I think that's the one you can look to hit down.
Yeah.
But especially with the pace of Baker as well, I think you can almost use his pace to your advantage by helping on getting underneath it and hooking it away for 6. But yeah, that's all part of the learning, isn't it?
Yeah, he's only young. Yeah. And up to that point, he played very nicely, hadn't he?
Absolutely. I thought he looked very in control of the short ball up until that point. He picked the good height to go at. Jack comes into Abel, clips that one off his legs to a square leg, just for the single. He's off to 1. Eddie Jack again going to operate to the left-handed Rew. He's just making a few field adjustments. Just wants the I think this is a good call. Bringing the backward point up into the circle, putting that pressure on Rew to hit it through that area. Keep that pressure on. Rew playing that one nicely though, with soft hands, dropping down into the gully region for no run, and that's the end of the over. 76 for 3. Yeah, well, whilst the limited bit I've just seen of Archie Vaughan, I think yeah, there's lots to like, for sure. I think he looks very assured. I think he's got a good game to him. Looks very organised.
Yeah, he's got plenty of self-confidence without getting ahead of himself. He's a very nice young man, but I think he's matured since last year. I think he's a better player this year. Here's Sonny Baker in and bowls to Tom Abel, who plays that with the left elbow high. Is it defensively back up the pitch? These two, Abel and Rue, have had many good partnerships together. Batted very well together when the going was at its most difficult at Chelmsford last Friday afternoon. And prior to that, they put on 140 in the first innings against Notts. Notts, at Taunton. As Baker is in, bowls to Abel, who lets that go through. Not taken cleanly by Ben Brown.
That's the sort of problem he poses, Sonny Baker, isn't he? He's a bit unusual for a modern day fast bowler, where you're sort of taught to bowl the outswinger and look to get the ball to leave the right-handers towards the slips. He's very much more angle the ball in. Comes from slightly wider on the crease. And I'll say more of an in-swing bowler, really. Targets those stumps and pads.
Here he comes again. Jumps wide of the crease, and able to let that go through to the wicket keeper. He's got to be careful, Tom Abel. I've seen him bowled without playing a shot, a few times in the past.
Yeah, it's always I'd say it's not a line of attack you see very often these days. I'm thinking going back yesteryear, someone like a Courtney Walsh, sort of open action on Drenell. They sort of slant the ball back in. The Irintini, they can pose a threat if they can get the ball to hold and go the other way. Yeah, absolutely.
Baker in the bowls again outside the off stump, and again not taken cleanly by Ben Brown. Yeah, Courtney Walsh, great bowler he was.
He was.
He was a scourge of Somerset as well back in the 1990s, always taking wickets against us.
Yeah, it's just awkward, isn't it? It's right at the body.
Yeah. And he'd bowl all day as well.
Yeah, great engine, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bowled all day on a boiled egg or something like that.
Yeah, great servant of West Indies and Gloucestershire. Baker in bowls, and Abel will pick up a single as he lets that run off the face of the bat down to backward point. They think about a second run, which certainly isn't there. I don't know quite what they were doing there, ambling down the pitch. There was never a second run there. In came the throw. No harm done. 77 for 3.
And again, Baker, another one of these fast bowlers employing the backward point. I've not been in favour of it all day. I think again, you look at the scoreboard, 70. This is Hampshire. This is a real great opportunity to crack this open. You go in 5 down for 70, 80, 90 on the board. I think you've managed to rescue a great day. But if you allow these guys to play their way to score, it's going to be difficult.
Baker in the bowls, and this is tucked into the onside. There won't be a run there, into the over. 76 for 3. Well, perhaps they're taking a leaf out of the Australian book, because that's what Australia do to England, isn't it? When Crawley and Duckett are looking to whack it away through the offside.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, look, I understand when you have young, inexperienced bowlers, they're going to bowl bad balls. But for me, it feels like a field for a bad ball. You set fields for your bowler's best ball. And I think when you've got Sonny Baker in good rhythm, it was exactly the same problem at Essex day 1 of the season, where I commentated, and I said the same thing there. I think they let the day slip, having got Essex 140 for 4, something like that, and they allowed them to play their way to a score just by being too defensive, thinking about the bad ball as opposed to setting the field to take wickets. you know, and you know, it's not often you're going to have, you know, your bowlers in rhythm in that, and as they were on that day, as there are today. So you've got to capitalise when you've got your nose in front. You've got to really you know, for me, you stick to, as the old adage used to say, ticks 2 on wickets on that score. Now it looks, you know, you've managed to rescue what hasn't been a great day. You've made it into a, you know, into an even Steven day.
Yep.
So Liam Dawson now is going to get brought into the attack for a little bit of left arm orthodox from the Hilton end, sporting some rather fetching shades. Liam,
he's got a very good record against Somerset as well.
Yeah. Again, he's gone for the short leg. That's a good move. Try and put some pressure on the new batter, Tom Abel, who's only been at the crease for 9 balls, 2 runs scored. Comes in past the umpire to Abel. Nasty flighted delivery. Abel pushing that one back to Dawson for no run. Familiar pause before he bowls. Dawson walks in to Abel, just uses his feet and lofts that one over mid-on for, has that gone all the way?
Yep,
gone all the way
6.
for 6. Terrific shot. Didn't think he got hold of that initially, but got enough of it.
Confident blow.
So I don't think Liam Dawson should be perturbed by that.
He did that to Liam Patterson-White when Somerset played Notts. Hit him for 6 over wide mid-on.
So Dawson pauses, spins the ball from one hand to the other. He comes in past the umpire. Flattered delivery to Abel. He nudges that one around the corner to fine leg. Thrown in by Baker, who's down there in the shade. Smart man. So now can Dawson expose those footholes outside left-handed ruse off stump. Try and get one to bite. Maybe a bit of bounce.
Archie Vaughan got 1 or 2 to
yeah, he did, yeah,
to bite and bounce a bit.
He's got a slip in place, Dawson. And he comes into Root. And Root looks to slap that almost in hockey fashion through extra cover. Didn't quite get hold of it. Slightly shut the face on the ball.
It's a modern shot, isn't it?
Yeah, see. Have some ample wrists to do that. Dawson in again to Roof, flighted delivery, and that's beautifully played. That's punched away with control, full face of the bat. Kyle Abbott at mid-off didn't even move. Knew that one was in the gap for 4.
Full toss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just what you want. So it's a big spell here for Liam Dawson. I think he's looked a little bit off colour in the first home game. I think he's going to want to bowl well here. He comes in again to Root, who again slaps that now the other side of Kyle Abbott. Remains hands on knees. Didn't even flinch. That was drilled the other side of him down the ground towards the Hilton end.
Yes. Yeah. Well, a couple of half volleys there at the end of that over. Wasn't a very good over, if we're being honest.
Yeah. So it's yeah, it was a little bit. Yeah, Liam he can at times look a little bit flat. I think just again trying to find that right pace for the wicket. You know, you've got some footholds to work with. You've seen 1 or 2 bounce and spit out the rough. We've been lucky with the weather today. It's been generally on the hand quite good. Sun's out.
Yeah, it's been a lovely day. Yeah. It's a bit cloudy this morning, but it's got better as it's gone on. Sonny Baker again to bowling to Tom Abel. Abel plays that solidly back up past the bowler. Baker getting a bit excited. I don't know quite why, because that came right off the middle of Tom Abel's bat. 92 for 3 Somerset, so the deficit is now 146. And if Somerset can get through to the close without further damage, they'll be very happy with their day. But if they were to lose a couple of wickets, then game right back in the balance. Here comes Baker. Sun beating down on the Utilita Bowl. Bowl's short. Abel sets up to play the pull shot or the hook shot, but pulls out too high, sailing over his head.
Yeah, Tom Abel using his experience there. He's seen it all before. Not going to get suckered in at this stage. He realises this is a big 13 overs. He's got to get through here with young James Rue at the other end. Like you say, if they can go in 3 down, they'll still be happy with their day.
Very much so, with plenty of batting to come as well. Will Smead next in. Baker in and bowls, and this is driven by Abel, but only as far as mid-off. Will Smead then either Lewis Gregory or Craig Overton. Lewis Gregory normally bats 7, but Craig Overton's in the form of his life at the moment. So it's possible he may come in at 7 and Gregory at 8, but we'll see. In the meantime, Baker's in, bowls to Abel. This comes off glove, I think. It's going to go for 4. Yeah, it was glove. 4 runs to Tom Abel. Just as well there wasn't a leg slip. 96 for 3.
Yeah, it was short of a length ball from Baker. I'd like to see him just possibly get about half a yard fuller. Sammy Baker, you know, really encourage Tom Abel. You can see he's set up very deep in the crease. You know, trying to get on top of the pace. I think it should give Baker enough pitch to aim at. You know, really try and get Abel forward.
This is turned away into the onside, out to deep square leg, just for a single. 97 for 3.
Good illustration there, probably just getting that one a little bit too full, but the idea was right. I think just trying to target those pads a bit. And that's the thing when you've got the fast men on, batters tend to try and give themselves a little bit more time. It's one of their methods, get inside the crease, give themselves a little split second, half a second more time against the quick men. But the downside is you've got more margin for error as a bowler.
Baker again, must be nearing the end of his spell. He's going around the wicket to James Rue, just lets that run off the face of his bat down to third man, where it is fielded by the substitute fielder as Michael Carberry takes a break. I think, no, it's me taking a break, isn't it? Yep. Turn that off.
Thank you, Anthony. So we are into the last 13 overs of day 1. Somerset 98 for 3. They have a deficit of 140 on the first innings. Kevin James and Michael Carberry with you for this next period of play. Best weather of the day.
Yeah, Costa del Hampshire.
Oh, beautiful.
It's just now you feel the summer's arrived.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Ian Dawson opting to take the short leg out, put him into a square leg. Not quite sure why. He's got long on deep as well, so going to try and obviously bowl quite straight. Comes round the wicket to the left-handed route.
Plays some nice drives, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, very wristy player, isn't he? That's this is sort of the modern way now to use the bottom hand as well. Must slap the ball through the offside. Dawson handballs in again into Ruse nicely forward, nose right over that one.
Yeah, a little bottom hand, doesn't it? It almost allows the batters to reach a little further, doesn't it?
Yeah. So Dawson in again to Root. Again, using that bottom hand, not quite getting it past Dawson. And I think also it allows you, to really access a lot fuller balls than most other players. I think because you're getting the face of the bat, the middle of the ball on it, a lot more of those balls. I think someone like Josh Buttler talks about that a lot, and being able to keep out hit the Yorkers. Dawson again to Root, flatter delivery. Root back on his stumps there, punching it up to a short mid-on, but quite beating the fielder. Dawson in again, flighted delivery. That's perfect illustration of what we were just saying. Come over my side, using that bottom hand, whipping that past Dawson up the ground for 1.
Yeah, that's something that sort of crept into the game in the last, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
Or so?
And again, it's it comes with its pitfalls, doesn't it? Again, it's fine when the ball's doing very little, but you find that a lot of players have found difficulty when the ball is swung, and they've still tried to play with that bottom hand, and it hasn't quite come off. Dawson into Abel, who gently pushes that last ball of the over around the corner for 1, and that's 100 up for Somerset. After a sticky start, they'll be very, very pleased with that. 24 overs that's taken them, so decent rate of scoring, you'd say.
Yeah, just over 4 and over, which is all right. We were talking earlier about facing Mitchell Johnson and the Ashes, and that you were on. Paddy Clinton has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. A question for Michael Carberry. I saw you bat at the MCG in 2013. Though it was a difficult Ashes tour, which was your favourite Australian ground to bat?
Well, I think the one I always wanted to bat on was Perth. Growing up as a kid, you hear about the famous Wacker. I've been very lucky that not only did I play there for England, obviously went over there to play for the Scorchers as well. I have to say I did enjoy batting at Perth. It's an unbelievable experience, just dealing with the bounce and facing obviously their attack, Mitchell Johnson and co. If there's ever a place you want to face Mitchell Johnson, it's probably at Perth. At least you know it's going to bounce.
Kyle Abbott starts with a second over as Abel pushes forward to a good length ball.
Yeah, I would say Perth for me.
Perth, right. Laurie Colliver, who's in Adelaide, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says make sure you say Lehman and not Lehman. Okay, we'll make sure we do that. I must admit I'm probably guilty of saying both ways. Probably laziness. So I'll remember that, Lehman, from now on. There we are. Here's Abbott. Abel again pushes forward. Stephen Clark, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says say hi to Annie Chave for me, please. She's not here. I'm a subscriber to Annie's County Cricket Matters magazine and have the badge on the cap that I'm wearing. Is she giving out badges? There's lots of good stories in it. She also runs a Facebook group which is one of the best moderated. No silliness accepted. There we go, there's a plug for Annie Chave. Not doing any more of those, and that's pushed away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. We were talking about James Fuller earlier, about why he's not in the side. Stephen Eason, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says James Fuller played 11 championship games last season, averaged 24 with a bat, and was Hampshire's second highest wicket taker after Kyle Abbott. Yes, he was. So it does seem surprising that he's not even been in the matchday squads so far. No sign of Brad Wheel either. No, he's injured, I can tell you that. Enjoying the live feed and excellent commentary. What a pleasure to hear Michael Carberry alongside you and Anthony. There we go.
Thank
That's
you, sir.
Pushed up to mid-on. Getting lots of
Pleasure's
nice
mine.
comments. Yeah. Michael will be back. Don't worry about that. This is not. He's one. Well, no, you did day one of the Essex game as well. So.
Yeah.
He's around for a bit. We can't get rid of him yet.
Always enjoyable, mate.
No,
working
it's
with
great
you.
fun. No, it's great fun.
Always lovely being back as well. See the old place.
That's for sure. Polly, who's been messaging me regularly throughout the day, has just messaged me that this is the only game going on now at the moment. As Abel gets another good length of delivery, as you'd expect from Kyler, but you'd expect nothing else.
And no doubt you talk about matchups. You're talking about how often Kyle Abbott has managed to take Tom Abel's wicket. No doubt a message would have been sent off, get Abbott, get Kyle on.
Yes. And he's just messaged me to say thanks for the plug, and I've just messaged back saying no more. Right, here's Abbott again from the pavilion end. And Abel works that away from fairly straight down towards deep square leg, and he moves on to 16, and Somerset onto 101 for 3. I'm trying to get through several messages because a couple have come in a slightly different way, so I missed it. Now Ralph Brooker has a theory on why Archie Vaughan is nicknamed the conductor, is it? Mind, he says composer. Apparently there was a composer called Vaughan Williams, but he was a composer, not a conductor, so that probably doesn't work, Ralph. It's only a guess, but but Anthony will find out for us. Yeah, we look forward to that.
So Liam Dawson about to start his 3rd over, gone for 17 so far. Can he make something happen as he comes into Tom Abel, who's down the track, pushing that one up to mid-off where it's fielded, but they managed to scamper the single. I like this field change from Dawson. I think, yeah, I like when he has his, he's brave and he keeps that mid-on, mid-off up, challenges these batters to try and hit him over the top, varies his flight. As he comes round the wicket now to the left-handed route, who's solidly forward.
Yes, he's got the deep mid-on and deep mid-wicket. Yeah. But the man is short at mid-wicket as well.
So is he going for that straighter line as he comes into route? And that's the delivery he's looking for, isn't it? That's that one that he can get to straighten down the line if he can get Root going back, playing across the line, if he can trap him in front of all 3. Dawson takes a pause. Into bowl to Root, who clips this one to the deeper of the 2 mid-wickets. One thing I would like to see Liam Dawson do to James Root is also try and utilise those footholds from around that wicket line as well. Get him thinking about driving. You can either beat him on the outside edge. He's got his slip in, and if one grips, he's still got the chance to go on the inside as well. Comes to Abel, who's sitting back on the back foot. Again, quite a flat delivery from Dawson. No real turn as of yet.
I don't think we've seen any. Did Archie Vaughan get one to grip a little bit? But that's about the only one I can think of. Not sure Leach got that much.
So, nice tidy over again from Dawson. Yeah, I have to say the spinners on show today haven't really impressed me. I think for the kind of wicket it's been, where it's offered some turn, I think they've been very conservative. Is that the right word to use? I think they've been happy to sort of go more into the pitch rather than try and be brave and look for some turn, throw the odd ball up. It's all been pretty flat. I think the batters have been quite comfortable just sitting on the back foot, playing them up the pitch. I think there's times where you've just got to be, you've got to accept being hit as a spinner. I think, especially this time of year, there isn't heaps of turn, but I think you've got to try and get these batters moving rather than sitting back, playing you off the back foot. I think it's too easy there.
Kyle Abbott starting you over, 10 to do on day 1 as he comes in and bowls. Rue works that to short mid-wicket. Score remains on 103 for 3. It's almost like a pre-programmed day 1 spin bowling where you just don't expect it to do anything, so you bowl accordingly. Paul Meek has emailed. He also thinks that he's guessing that the nickname comes from the composer Vaughan Williams. So there's not just one person that thinks that might be the reason. There's a couple. Abbott stays round the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Rue, who tucks it away down to fine. It's gone very fine as well. Tom Press does well. And they'll come back for 2, and Rue moves on to 40, and Somerset 105 for 3.
Kyle Abbott just losing his line a little bit there to the left-handed Rue, who's going along nicely here. 40 off 56 balls. Again, terrific form this season so far.
Here comes Abbott again. It's a good line, so it's played out into the covers. Now, Jason Cole, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, I'm no expert, but I'm going to aver, he says, that Archie Vaughan will have got that nickname from the Australian-born orchestral conductor. Ah, so there is one. Dennis Vaughan. Ah, so there we are. So there is a conductor with the surname Vaughan. That's Jason in Cambridge. So that sounds closer to the mark. Never heard of him. Yeah. Here comes Abbott again. Again, it's a good length ball played out into the covers once more by Rue. So we've got a conductor with the surname Vaughan who's Australian. So I think we'll probably go with that. But as I say, we will get a definitive answer. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. It depends who Anthony speaks to, and speaking to Archie Vaughan might be a good one.
Good place to start, isn't it?
Yeah, might just work. All right, here comes Abbott. Forward is. He did score. What did he get? He got 32. I reckon you're going to talk to one of the. I reckon you're going to talk to one of the bowlers, aren't you? Oh, Steve Kirby, the bowling coach. Right. Well, let's hope he knows. Yeah.
It's not hard to work out his nickname, Steve Kirby, the old Tango.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why is that? Oh, because redhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that was his nickname.
Yeah, Tango.
Good guy.
He is. A great man.
Here's Abbott. It's turned away. Oh, nicely through mid-wicket. That's nicely timed. Literally just leant on it. And that may... Oh, well, it almost goes all the way there. Gubbins running back in the shadows. And Rue will pick up 2 more to his total, 107 for 3. And he moves on to 42. Quickly mention this email before the next over. Tom Oldfield, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's enjoying the stream from Toronto in Canada. Interested to know what Carbs and even Kev think of this current Hampshire batting lineup. Happily with the Lehman addition. Notice I said Lehman, but the rest of the top order has looked suspect in 4 of our 5 innings so far. Would batting at 5 bring out a better version of Dawson? And why has it been so difficult to find a reliable opener? There you go. There's a few questions there for you, Carbs, to mull over this next over. Can you remember them all?
Well, I mean, I suppose let's start with the first one, I suppose. Well, look, it's always difficult to find good players. I think that you're dealing with a young. The club's going through obviously a transitional period. So let me say that off the bat first. Yusuf comes into bowl to Abel, and that one cuts back nicely, well left. So there's going to be a period of transition. You're dealing with young players who are trying to figure out first-class cricket, and that is, for me, still the ultimate test of any cricketer. Is to do it over long periods of time. I think questions have to be asked on whether some of these young players are playing in the right positions as well. I said before on previous comms that it's always difficult trying to shove players that aren't ready to bat at the top order. It's a big appeal from Yusuf just sliding down to shove players that are not technically equipped to bat against a new ball. Even in first-class cricket, it can be quite a tough place. You have to want to do the job. As I said, it's refreshing to hear an Archie Vaughan, someone that young, already say, yeah, I want to be an opener. If I was to ask any of the Hampshire current young players who wants to be an opener, I'm not sure what responses altogether I would get. Are they training that way also? There's a lot of questions I myself would be asking as an outsider looking in, as Tom Abel whips Yusuf away through the leg side for another boundary. So I think that, there's a lot of questions to be asked. I think there has to be also a plan from the hierarchy, coaches, director of cricket, on how you're trying to win games as well. They've tried leaving grass on the pitches. For me, that wasn't a good idea the early part of last season, because if you haven't got experience to know how to bat on those pitches, it's a very tough place to be. As Abel again works this one away through backward square leg this time. Yusuf getting his line completely wrong. So I think it's not just one, it's probably taken the long way around to answer the question, but it feels as though it's quite a few reasons why at the moment the batting's having some struggles, and not really firing. And some of it, the big one obviously will be the lack of experience, I think. So Yusuf comes in again to Abel, that's a better line. And that one was too good. Cannoning off the leg stump at the bowler's end. Managed to snare a single, but every batter will tell you feel some sort of a reward for playing straight though.
Exactly right.
But yeah, it's obviously hard to watch as an ex-player. You want the club to do well, and I'm sure it will at some stage. Look, these things always turn itself around, but I think you have to be prepared also to have tough conversations with players as well when they're not hitting standards in training and on the pitch as well. So there's a lot to unpack, I think. It's a nice drive from Root. Yusuf employing the backward point. Just getting the single. That's the end of another over. Yusuf now got through 6 of them. Gone for 31, so a little bit expensive, you'd say. Going up just over 5 and over 5.2 even. What's your thoughts on it, Kev?
Well, yeah, it's exactly that. When you're going through transition, it's not easy. You'll have played in Hampshire sides that went through a transition as well. When it all comes together, it's fantastic, and you get used to that for a few years, and then when it sort of falls back, it's quite difficult to take. But you're right, and I think Hampshire have had 1 or 2 difficult conversations with 1 or 2 of the youngsters this winter. I think they have actually tried to sort of instill in them that you really do need to show your full potential, because that's the worst thing that could happen, isn't it? If a youngster doesn't make it, Abbott starts a new over, Rue pushes it out into the covers. If a youngster leaves here, or for whatever reason, and you think it's such a shame because he showed so much potential, I think that's the worst thing that could happen in a game, and I'd feel for somebody like that. You want players to be the best they can be, and if they're not quite good enough, well, then they're not quite good enough. But I think the worst thing is somebody leaving knowing that perhaps you never got the best out of them.
Yeah, leaving talent on the table.
That's exactly the phrase, Carbs. Interesting email here. We were talking earlier, as Abbott is around the wicket again to Rue. He's forward, he wants a single, but it's gone to backward of point. Eddie Jackson quickly. Talking earlier about West Country sayings, and now Anthony's in earshot, so you'll hear this. Nicola Whitefield Smith, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Greetings from a lovely sunny Brighton. Oh, I bet that's lovely. I really hope it's this weather when Hampshire go there in a few weeks' time. Really enjoying the commentary. Re-sayings. My father came from Somerset. Always recited, Somerset born and Somerset bred, strong in the arm and weak in the head. Is that one? Well, Anthony seems to think it might be. That's a bit unkind, isn't it, really? But anyway. That's played down to fine leg by Rue, who moves on to 44. I saw Anthony's got 1 or 2 others. I think we've only come out with a couple today. So we have 7.5 overs left on day 1. Carbs is having a break at the end of this over.
Yeah.
He's given us lots of insightful comments throughout the day, as many of you have messaged to say you've enjoyed. Abbott's over the wicket to Abel. Abel works that away on the leg side. Singles now seem to be fairly easy in coming. Doesn't seem to be a lot happening with the ball.
Yeah, just seems to have gone a little bit flat for Hampshire in the last couple of overs. Need a little bit of inspiration from somewhere. He's really got to really bite down on the gum shield here as a side. Keep pushing for wickets. Keep the pressure on these Somerset batters. Even if you're not taking wickets, the important thing is you're shutting down the scoreboard.
Exactly. Albert round the wicket to Roux. Roux pushes forward, goes out to point. That's ideal from Albert. I mean, if he's just pushing forward and it's all going, and he's playing it fairly late, which is good. He's not pushing at it, Roux, but the ball is continually trickling out to point and just behind point. That's good bowling.
Yeah, I think that's the frustration. Look, you know, watching from afar is that at times Hampshire seem to go very, very defensive early, and you're just watching nothing shots really going for ones, and it starts to frustrate bowlers. You know, you're bowling your best ball and that's going for one. Your bad ball then goes for four. You know, it's really difficult to build pressure in those situations.
Roux gets one that he just turns away on the leg side. There's no chance of a single there. So that's the end of the over. Abbott's completed 9 overs, 1 for 30, and Michael Carberry may have just done the full day for him. I don't know, 7 overs left in the day. I think it probably is. I think me and Anthony can take it through at the close, Carbs, if you want. Thank you very much. Carbs will be back for the next game. Have no fear. So, Cody Youssef, 6 overs, 1 for 31. Cheers, Carbs. Take care. And he'll be back with us the next home game. 119 for 3. Remember earlier, Hampshire bowled out for 238 in the 60th over. 3 wickets for Overton, 3 wickets for Gregory. Top score of 76 coming from Jake Lehman, who was the last man out. That's a nice tuck away off his legs by Tom Abel. Moves on to 28. Quickly mention this email, Liam Williamson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Speaking of experiments, I'd like to see day-night one-day cup games. I think it would help get more people in if you offered a reduced rate for the second innings to enjoy a nice evening of cricket in the summer. Hoping the weather stays nice so I can get to the ground. Would love for it to go 4 days. I'm off on Monday, says Liam. Well, this pitch is getting easier and easier. Every opportunity for it to go to Monday. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
Batting well together, these two, aren't they?
They are. Good partnership.
Without wishing to tempt Providence before I get told off. You can only say it as you see it.
They make it look very easy out there at the moment, aren't they?
Well, they're both very good players.
Yep.
They're both in very good form, and they bat very well together. This is the engine room of the Somerset batting lineup.
Abel's already got 100 this season against Notts.
They both have.
Oh, they both, yeah. Youssef bowls around the wicket. That's played into the ground. Yes, Roux 122 in that game as well in the second innings.
Yep. Between them, they have scored before this innings 156 and 166, so 322 runs in 2 games. And a lot of those runs have been scored in each other's company.
Here's Youssef around the wicket. That's pulled away by Roux. It's gone through to Brown. Got hurried there a little bit. Nearly the kiss of death. It's always the way, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it, how things go.
Well, Michael Carberry got a couple of wickets.
He did, yeah, I know. I did get one email which I didn't read out. They said get him off. Well, words to that effect. I mean, it was nicely written, not like that, but it basically said, I worry every time he comes on. But I thought I'd save him that one. Here's Youssef down the leg side. Yeah, hardly a cloud in the sky. Well, actually a bit to the right, actually, over the New Forest.
There's a front coming in from the west, isn't there? But
there is, yeah.
It's not going to prevent us getting through a full day's play.
Yeah, that's good. Weather's good tomorrow. I think we're all right for the rest of the game, actually.
Could be all over tomorrow.
No, this week you can see this.
Somerset get 300, then bowl Hampshire out.
Well, that's probably the more likely of the two, but.
Well, no, more than 300. They need to get 400, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would have to get a lot. Here's Youssef. Roux pushes forward. There's a big gap there at point. So he will get a single at the end of that over, and Somerset move on to 121 for 3.
Yes, how many overs have we got? 6 to go. Weather's very different from the last time these two sides played each other. There was no play at all down at Taunton on the first day. But Somerset got 454 and then bowled Hampshire out for 172, and Hampshire were hanging on at the end, 201 for 8. So it was a draw, but it was, in the language of club cricket, a winning draw for Somerset. Kyle Abbott bowling to James Rew. Bowls, Rew drives away through the offside. Lovely shot, beautiful shot. The high, I love the high right elbow as he's a left-hander. Beautiful.
Probably never as high as that.
No, but
probably a bit too much bottom hand in mine. Carbs was probably a bit more.
Yeah, he was.
Like that. But that's a classic. That's a classic.
50 partnership.
Drive. Good time as well. 69 balls.
Yeah. And without I mean, they went after Liam Dawson when he came on first into the attack, but just been playing every ball on its merits. Abbott in bowls to Rew, again playing that very late, back up the pitch, picked up by Abbott. James Rew on 49. And if Messrs McCullum and Key are watching, as I suspect they might be, then I trust they've been impressed by James Rew, who came in the 5th over, I think it was, or 6th over. This is driven away again beautifully through the offside by James Rew, over pitched by Abbott, and that is going to beat the fielder to the boundary, and that is James Rew's 50. 53 from 74 deliveries with 9 fours, and a very handsome, stylish innings it has been, and it is his 14th 50 in first-class cricket to go with 12 centuries. Abbott to Rew. He turns this away, and that's going to go for 4 as well, I think. Looking into the sun, it's quite hard to see, but it has indeed. So 3 fours in the over. Rew on to 57. Somerset on to 133 for 3, just 105 behind now.
Shots all round the wicket here at the moment.
I suspect this will be Kyle Abbott's last over of the spell.
Yeah, the ball's doing nothing for him here at the moment.
He's in and bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. Rew has nothing whatever to do with it. Yeah, he's got a conversion rate, James Rew, of almost exactly 50%. 50s to 100. Which again is, it speaks of what Michael Carberry was talking about, which is this hunger to score runs.
Yeah.
You know, not to give it away, just, you know, to go out there and accumulate as many runs as you possibly can. Abbott then, last ball of the over, is into Rew. Plays this firmly back up the pitch, and it has eluded the fielder, and that's, I think, gone for 4 as well. So 4 fours in that Kyle Abbott over. He's made a bit of a mess of his figures. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 46. Somerset 137 for 3. Abel on 28, and James Rew has gone to 61.
Well, the feature of this innings, and I'm sure it's many innings that Rew plays, is just his drives. I mean, some of them are no more than push drives, and the timing is just exquisite, and it's actually really good to watch. You know, just that last one there, it's just no more than just a push through mid-on, and yet the ball just seems to gather pace, and that's a mark of a very good player. Email here from Alan Groves, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Greetings from central London, says Alan, as we watch the start of a new over from Cody Youssef. And that's played out square on the offside by Abel, and there's no run. I have only just tuned in, and I'm not sure if you have discussed this, but Lancashire intend to charge a fee to non-members to view the live stream. Will this set a precedent for other counties to follow? Your thoughts? That's not new.
No, Leicestershire did it, didn't they?
Yeah, Leicestershire did it, and Kent did it, or did it for the T20s.
Yeah, they
I
did.
think.
That's right. Kent, yeah.
And a few years back, Sussex tried it, didn't they?
I'm surprised with Lancashire though.
Well, they're not using their normal people, I hear.
Are they not?
No, I've heard.
Not Bumble and.
No, not the commentators. That's driven up to the company they normally use, pushed out 2 extra cover. I've just heard they're not using them, but I've only heard that third hand. So if I'm wrong, accept my apologies.
Because it is arguably the best live feed in the country.
Yeah, I agree. No, it is. Yeah.
Very,
I
very
wouldn't disagree
professional.
with that.
Funded by their main sponsors, the ground sponsors.
Yeah.
Which is why I was surprised they're charging for it.
Yeah, well, I think there might even be a new people in, but I don't know, so don't quote me. I just heard little things. Yusuf runs away from us and bowls. Abel works that towards mid wicket, and there is no run. Austin Armstrong has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Hard to tell whether the 13 wickets on day one has been down to poor batting or good bowling. The pitch doesn't seem to have too many tricks in it. Late night here in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. University revision on one screen, cricket on the other. Keep it up for the next few days, guys. Hopefully the match will make it to day 4. I think it's been a little bit of a mixture, really, if I'm honest. I think some good bowling from Somerset at times. Put pressure on Hampshire. That's turned away on the leg side. Abel will pick up 138 for 3. Abel on to 29.
Yeah, it's been a mixture, hasn't it?
Yeah, a real mixture.
Somerset certainly bowled well this morning. Hampshire after lunch, I think that was down to some not very good Hampshire batting. And at the start of this innings with the new ball, Hampshire were looking very threatening, but as the balls got softer, batting's looked a bit easier.
Yusuf around the wicket to Roo. Roo pulls that away, it's through to the keeper. A little bit leg side-ish. I've got another one on the Archie Vaughan nickname from Richard Bagent. I hope I've got that right. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. It says, Archie, the son of former England captain Michael Vaughan, is often referred to as the conductor or praised for his conductor-like abilities due to his composed, methodical. That's what.
Methodical.
Yeah, I know. I do struggle with some words. Methodical approach to batting and ability to control the pace of the game. He's also sent me his mobile number down the leg side. I'm not sure I'll be phoning you, Richard, on that one, but thanks for your.
I think that's the most plausible explanation.
Do you think so?
Far, yeah. I wonder if it dates from his school days when he captained Millfield.
Right. Oh, right.
Because
okay.
he's tall, he's got presence to him, and you can see him sort of conducting things out there in the field.
That's probably where it's come from.
Well, possibly. We will find out, we hope.
We've had a few theories. Again, that sounds about as good as any. Just very quickly, Terry Owen, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Did Carbs mention the need to find a reliable opener? He probably did, yeah, I'm sure he did. Was Ali Orr not a reliable opener when he was at Sussex? Yeah, and he's done the job here a little bit as well. He's got runs in pre-season matches. I'm sure he's in the frame, but at the moment you can only play 2 openers. And Nick Gubbins has got 3 40s in the innings so far, so I think justifies his move up the order. But at the moment, Toby Albert got 40 today in his first chance. Joe Weathered, unfortunately, with 2 matches, didn't quite take his chance.
Liam Dawson coming back into the attack. He's coming on from the pavilion end for the first time. First 3 overs went for 19. He's bowling to Tom Abel with a slip and a short extra cover. Abel stretches forward. It was from this pavilion end that Archie Vaughan seemed to get a little bit of turn with his off breaks, and Dawson bowling into the rough outside the right-handers off stump, left by Craig Overton bowling around the wicket, etc., as that's played defensively, and also Alfie Ogborn bowling over the wicket, so there's rough on both sides. Pizza, as Michael Carberry calls it. Bowling into the pizza. Never heard that before.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard Carbs say that before.
Yeah. It's rather good though, because I mean it does look a bit like a pizza, doesn't it, when it's all been chewed up. by the size 10s of big fast bowlers. Dawson in bowls to Abel, who is right forward. These two will be desperate to see it through to the close now.
Well, the way they're playing, you wouldn't rule it out. Don't look in any trouble at all.
Doesn't work if you do it. Got a silly mid off now as well as a slip, and Abel keeps that defensive shot well away from silly mid off. But obviously that's in response to signals from Tom Abel that these two are now playing for the close. Not going to, I don't think he's going to go dancing down the pitch to hit Dawson for 6 like he did earlier on. Instead he's on the back foot and playing it back to the bowler, and that was a maiden over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. 3 overs remain in the day's play. Somerset 138 for 3, so they're exactly 100 runs in arrears.
Polly's messaged me again and said Worcestershire were the first to charge, and they may have given up on it. I didn't know that.
Oh, I didn't know.
And yeah, a couple of you messaging about Archie Vaughan's nickname. This is from Nick Smith, who's in Brampton, Ontario. He thinks it's about conducting, and especially choirs, as well as being a composer. We've had that link a couple of times. Use of bowl short. He's trying to pull that away again, Rue, and misses it. Although again, it's quite leg-sided. As I say, we will get a definitive answer in the next couple of days. So 138 for 3. Definitely there is weather away to our right in the New Forest. You can see the clouds building up there, but they'll take a little while getting over this way, so we'll be fine because we're in bright sunshine, apart from the shadows coming across the ground in parts. It's pushed out to extra cover. Youssef into his 9th over, 1 for 34, picked up the wicket of Josh Thomas, caught behind for no score, the first of the Somerset wickets that fell.
Yeah, it was a good ball, that.
Yes, it was.
Wasn't much that Josh Thomas could have done about it.
No, he had to play, didn't he? Tom Lammerby, well caught in the slips by Toby Albert off
That
the
wasn't
bowling
such
of
a good
Kyle
shot.
Abbott. No, he went for 14. Archie Vaughan hooking Sonny Baker, caught at fine leg by the man bowling now as that's pushed out into the covers. Well just catch, Cody Youssef. He was right on the rope, took it into his midriff. So we have 2.5 overs left. Earlier Hampshire bowled out for 238. Jake Lehman, top scorer with 76. I'll be talking to him tonight, so that interview will be going up on the Hampshire Cricket website, and a part of that on the @SonetSport X feed. He's trying to pull that one and gets wrapped on the top of the pad. Shouts from behind the stumps. Always looked a bit high, even though he got a bit tucked up, Rube.
I think it got him just a little bit higher than the top of his pads.
Right. Well, I was trying to be nice about it. Really. Doesn't have Don Bess, that innings I mentioned to you where he got hit full on the helmet by Sonny Baker, and we had a lengthy delay, quite rightly, so they had to change helmet. He also got hit there. I think it might have been the same over, and we had another lengthy delay.
I bet.
As Rue gets smacked on the thigh pad this time, and I think it was either in the next over or the over after that. Eddie Jack hit him on the inside leg, so he was in pain there, jumping around, and then he trying to pull, he got a glancing blow onto his helmet, all in the space of about 10 minutes. He was.
Well, he's a very positive cricketer, is Don Bess.
Yeah.
I'm sure he took it in his
Oh
stride.
gosh, yeah. No, well, he actually played very well. I think he got about 40 odd off the top of my head. And that was all those were very early on in his innings. So yeah, he came back, fought hard.
Another one came up through the Somerset pathway.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, I remember him at your place quite a bit. Youssef bowls, and Rue just guides that with an open face down to third man, and he will keep the strike. So 12 balls to do. Somerset are 139 for 3.
And they've got the deficit down into double figures. and if these two can get through to the close, it would have been a pretty good day for Somerset. I think they would have settled at the start, especially when Lewis Gregory called wrong at the toss, with bowling Hampshire out for 238. Even though at one stage, when Hampshire were 127 for 7, it looks as if they might be bowled out for 150. But again, once the ball loses its hardness, it's difficult for the bowlers to get much out of this pitch. They're relying much more on batsman error. So Dawson to bowl the penultimate over of the day to James Rew. Oh, and there's an appeal for, I think it was just excitement, because that ball didn't miss the leg stump by very much. But Rew just in a certain amount of difficulty. That delivery from Dawson in bowls. It goes for the reverse sweep and gets it nicely. Well, that's just the shot to play in the penultimate over of the day, isn't it? Reverse sweep. But he played it very, very well, and it's sort of second nature to modern cricketers now, the reverse sweep, for better or for worse. 143 for 3. Rew on to 66. Got backward points being moved a little bit finer in response to that reverse sweep. Dawson bowls, and there'll be a single here up to mid-off, who was a little bit back on his heels and spotted. It's Sonny Baker there, spotted by James Rew, called Tom Abel through for a well taken single. 144 for 3. They're good at rotating the strike, these two. Left hand, right hand combination, so it's important that they do take advantage of that. Dawson to Abel. Abel is forward. Just playing it out into the offside. Abel on 29. Silly bit off and a slip. He's back on his stumps, playing that defensively back to the bowler. That's the goals circle over the Utilita Bowl. It's been a good day's cricket. Decent crowd, most of them have gone home now. Contingent of Somerset supporters as ever. Abel again back on his stumps, playing that defensively. End of that over. 1 over remains in the day's play. It's 144 for 3. Tom Abel on 29. James Rew, who will be on strike, has 67.
So Cody Youssef, I would think, will carry on for this last over. Email here from Joe Draper, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Says, we've got a player nicknamed the bus conductor. Or bus conductor. Not a good player, good at admin, and in emergencies drives the bus, so perhaps not for the same reasons as Archie. Yes, I'm not sure he's in the team for that reason, but nice one anyway. As Youssef is around the wicket to the left-handed Rew, who finds the gap once more through the point area. He's turning for 2. Have to hurry here. He's home. Ben Brown doesn't take the bails off, or does he? He does actually, but just for the moment it looked a little tight. Rew seems quite keen to...
Don't want to get yourself run out in the last over, do you?
Well, no, I can think of a few players that would have quite happily have taken one, be up the non-striker's end, and just let the other batter play the last 5 balls, but not James Rew, which again I suppose is a mark of his character. 69 he's on, 146 for 3. Youssef turns, comes past the umpire, he's got 2 slips, bowls to Rew. Rew tries to whip that away, it's down the leg side. Good take from Ben Brown. Stephen Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, if you're talking to Jake Lehman this evening, could you ask him for the definitive pronunciation of his name? It probably is Lehman,
it's
but
Lehman.
yeah, it is Lehman. Yeah. It's just that I got lazy at times and said Lehman. And
we learned that with his father.
yes, you are. Yusuf bowls short, and Brown dives to his right. That's a great stop, one-handed.
Yeah.
Thought that had gone, I must admit, for 4 byes. Nigel Twine very quickly says perhaps young Mr. Vaughan is called the conductor because he's tall enough to attract lightning. I don't think that's the reason. Yes, but, well, I'm surprised if you come back and say, well, that's the reason. But you never know. Sometimes nicknames are a little bizarre. Mike Kelly's also given the same reason for Archie Vaughan and his nickname. Yusuf's over the wicket this time to Rue. Drives, that's off a thickish outside edge. It's run down to third. And that's going to be 4. It is, yeah. And Rue moves on to 73, and that's the Somerset 150 up.
Useful partnership this. 76 it's worth now.
Hasn't been a wicket since 5:30, so this is made life hard for Hampshire here. Yeah, about an hour and 10 minutes was the last wicket that fell. These two have looked solid, rock solid. I'm trying to get them out actually. Short, that's down the leg side. Good bounce, some good pace actually, but Rue's not tempted on that one. So we have 1 ball to go. And those clouds are getting a little closer. I worry.
Still, if it's going to rain, it
yeah.
can rain overnight.
That's true, but I want to make sure I get over the other side of the ground, do the interview, get back here before it rains.
Before it rains,
yeah. I think it might be time. I think it was forecast for about 6:30, 7ish. Might be a fraction after that, but won't be long. So here we are, last ball as Yusuf comes in over the wicket and Rue drives pleasantly wide of mid-off. What a shot to finish off the day. He's played a few of those.
Oh dear.
That's glorious.
That was just magnificent. Off the last ball of the day as well.
So a day that's belonged to Somerset. They close on 154 for 3 and 84 behind.
Yeah, very good day for Somerset, especially after losing the toss this morning. Hampshire electing to bat. Some good Somerset bowling with wicket for Alfie Ogborn. That was the first wicket to go. Nick Gubbins. Jake Ball bowled pretty well, 1 for 36. Craig Overton in the form of his life, 3 for 50. Jack Leach only bowled 7 overs for 24. Lewis Gregory back in the side, fit and firing, 2 for 47. And 3 for 45. And Archie Vaughan picking up the last 2 wickets, 2 for 5 in 3.1 overs. And then when Somerset batted, good from Archie Vaughan, but the partnership on which the innings is presently being founded is that between Rue and Abel, and they've so far added 80 for the 4th wicket and have looked in prime form.
They certainly have. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you to Michael Carberry as well. We'll be back here tomorrow with the analyst, Simon Hughes, will be joining us. Join us then, just before 11 o'clock.
IT20s, men as well. And a reminder, Hampshire women